opportunity for those who want to study it. So the more cards you add to your hand, the closer the equities will be. So it is more important to have nut potential and actually to play less hands, give priority to play in position, and sometimes take the decisions and deciding if you're going to build up the pot to next streets. Having redraws and backdoors are extremely important. I know all of this is also very important in PLO 4, but as you add cards, it becomes even more important. I think the biggest mistake in all the PLO games is pre-flop hand selection. A lot of times players are on the flop with hands they shouldn't even be. And of course they go to the turn and to the river also with hands they shouldn't be. They get into tricky situations, then ended up not having the nuts so often, and they ended up losing a lot of money because of this. With more cards in your hand, you're gonna hit the board more frequently. So do your opponents. When you have a flush, and if it's not the nut flush, it's more likely that someone will have the nut flush. So you have to be very, very careful with the hands you put a lot of money in. You want to have the nut potential on the river, so when you actually make a good hand, you're gonna gain a lot of value from it, because the most part of the money you're gonna win is from players putting a lot of money with hands they shouldn't. So second nut, third nut flush, when you're holding the nut flush. So you should hand select very well with hands that you can have the nut on the river. So if you're going to play PLO 5 and 6 cards for the first time, a good piece of advice would be to not prioritize big pocket pairs. They are still very good, of course, aces are great, but the side cards of your hand are extremely important. Not every pocket aces will be actually a very good hand. You don't necessarily want to go all in with these hands pre-flop, especially multi-way. You need a lot of nut potential. So you need the pocket aces with the nut flush possibility, hopefully double suited, hopefully not blocking several cards of the same suit in your hand. So you don't want to have the ace of spades and another 3 cards of spades, and so on. So you need to pay attention to all the components of the hand in order to see if it's actually a good or a mediocre starting hand. Having the nuts on the flop doesn't necessarily mean that you will have the nuts until the river. So having redraws and backdoors are extremely important. In a flop, for an example, 9-8-7 with a flush possibility, let's say you only have the nut straight, but you don't have any backdoor or any redraw. If a player pots, the other repots, you may consider folding your nuts, because probably they have the nuts as well, and they might have a redraw or a backdoor. So they are performing better than you would, and you would be free rolled a lot of times. So having the possibility to improve on later streets, it's very, very important. Blockers are very important in PLO. If you're deciding to run a bluff, this is a very important piece of information to have. In PLO 5 and 6, having blockers is good, but you must be mindful that people have more cards in their hand, so they still will have that portion of their range more often than in PLO 4, for an example. So blockers are less important in PLO 6 than they are to PLO 5 than they are to PLO 4. PLO games are a lot of fun. It can be 4, 5, or 6 cards. 888 Poker has a lot of PLO games happening all the time in all stakes, so check out for yourself, and of course, good luck!
I only thought about poker. It's the only thing I wanted to do. It's the only thing I've ever wanted to do.
Oh man, poker is so tough. Like, oh, this is so hard. This is easy. You guys don't know what tough is.
Right, the fact that he never acknowledged that, and then throughout the hand, kind of every step of what he did fit into this story of like, I just didn't think the guy had it.
Some people love you. Some people can't stand you. Is the shtick, is it real? Is that who you are?
Last year at the $1 Million Game, the first day, $4 million in play were my millions. They're my $4 million.
It's awesome, Tuck.
There's 3 queens left in the deck. Can Marciano find one? He can't!
It's over. Ian Simpson has won 888 Live Madrid, and he takes home the trophy and 62,000 euros.
Hi everyone, I am Ian Simpson, 888 Poker Ambassador, and the first ambassador to win an 888 Live Main Event, which feels surreal saying it out loud. Every 888 Live is exciting to travel to. Going into Madrid and all of the tournaments on the schedule, I was feeling good. I was feeling confident. I was feeling jubilant because I'm with the 888 family. First bullet didn't go well, but that's okay. That's just poker. My second bullet just went perfectly. What else can I say about it? Whenever I play a tournament, I always think about what it's going to be like to win it, which is silly because it's so rare to win tournaments. Whenever the prize pool first comes up on the board, I look at first place and I think, there's a chance, there's a chance. Early on day one, I had a three-way all-in with pocket kings, pocket tens, and pocket eights, and my pocket kings had a perfectly clean run out for a massive pot to go into day two. That hand holding is the difference between a deep run and busting on day one. You don't win a tournament without so many things going your way. There was a wild hand, there was many wild hands at the final table. One, I looked down at aces under the gun, which is a dream. So I open, a player who's been 3-betting light against me specifically, shall we say, 3 bets, and there's a cold 4-bet, and I've got a decision to make. And it crossed my mind to flat call and see if the 3-better wanted to get spicy, or if post-flop I could cooler the opponent who would 4-bet. But the solver doesn't have any flats here, it's just all in or fold. And I thought a flat would just look super suspicious. And I will jam here as a bluff sometimes. I did jam, as it happened. The 4-better made an amazing, outstanding fold. Tip my hat to that fold, folding ace-king suited. But that was still a monster pot with it going 2-bet, 3-bet, 4-bet. So nice way to scoop some chips. So the pocket kings hand that I folded on this final table got me a bit of flack. My DMs were lighting up. Twitch chat was a little bit wild. I'm still happy with the fold, even after seeing in hindsight that my opponent had a bluff and I had him drawing extremely thin. Because you can't just look in a vacuum at one hand and say, they were bluffing, you had the best hand, it's a bad decision. You have to take into account everything else going on at the table. What's the ICM impact of this going wrong? How is your edge at this final table? Do you think you're the best player? Can you make some tighter folds because of that? And what is the overall range of your opponent? After the fold, I was just happy. I was just content. I was still content with the fold because I'm gonna make a million mistakes in this game. You've made a million mistakes in this game. It's good. We learn from mistakes. It's part of the journey. When you get to heads up, there's only 2 outcomes. Winning or coming second. And of course, winning is magic and rare and wonderful as a tournament player. And I was picturing both. And every time there was a confrontation, I'm picturing the outcomes of winning this pot and losing this pot. I had my opponent all in, covered, and dominated. And they had 3 outs. And the river comes, blam, the river an 8 against my ace-jack. And I heard my rail just sigh, the biggest collective sigh, and they're doing it on my behalf. I'd already pictured that 8 coming. I'd already prepared myself because that is an eventuality in poker that you get rivered. And if you watch my face, I've watched that moment back and I'm just content. Mental fortitude is an incredibly difficult thing in poker it's a lifetime commitment to keeping on top of your mental game. We've battled through hundreds of players. We've battled through a grueling final table with lots of swings. It's 4 a.m. and my opponent jams for about 9 big blinds. I look down at my hand, everything slows down and happens so quickly all at once. It's quite strange. And I see an ace and immediately I'm thinking, this is a call because heads up, we're short, an ace is a damn good card. I make the call almost automatically. Reach in, put the chips in, see his hand, and at this point, he's already outdrawn me in some all-in confrontations, and we're a 60-40 for the title and for the top prize of 62,000 euros. The window card is an ace, so obviously that's amazing. My opponent's drawing very thin, but not dead. My opponent turns chop outs, so it's 4 a.m. and there's a card to come that could extend this battle even longer. And then the river happened, and it was clean, and we won, and all the tension just sort of flooded out of me. and my rail went crazy. There's no way to describe it that does it justice, having won a tournament that's part of my brand, and having so many people back home and so many people there cheering me on, and so many people jubilant for me, and making eye contact with all the different people who were waiting for the finality of this tournament, and seeing them smiling and happy for me. You see stories like this of poker players winning poker tournaments. You scroll social media on a Monday after the Sunday grind and it's players bragging about their wins. What you don't see are the thousands of hours of study and the thousands of tournaments the professional poker players brick all the time. Remember that whenever you're seeing interviews like this or people bragging on social media, and just keep doing what you're doing. Keep studying, keep battling, and keep fighting. That's all you can do. And wouldn't you know it, after we filmed this, I played the UKPL event in Newcastle and went on to win it, becoming the first ambassador to win a UKPL. I'm having quite the 2020 fan.
Yes, guys, I'm Jack, mate, and this is my cousin.
Hey, poker pals! Oh, what's happening there? Can't see a word. Can't see anything. How many GDPRs is there in Edinburgh? Are they all up fiddle? What is happening up here? Every time there's a chip count, there's GDPRs, not allowed to play, my wife don't want to know, can't do it for tax reasons. Why, let us know who you are. Anyway, rant over. Morning, everybody. Welcome to 888's main event.
What a lovely way to start our Saturday 8 hour.
Hey, dear. I've got it out of the way. I just had to get it out of the way. I don't understand it.
Are we clear now? We're
Done.
settled?
Absolutely
Right, good.
done.
Good.
Absolutely
In which case, welcome to day 1D of the main event.
Yes, let me just see if I can scroll that across.
Yeah,
I'm just going to...
He's going to do some fiddling.
I'm going to do some
Gonna do
fiddling.
some fiddling for you
I
too.
think Fiddle done something wrong here. If it all goes
How
off,
are we,
ladies and
everybody?
gentlemen, I apologise.
We've got chip counts on the screen, and Tara and I can currently only see the surnames of the players on the screen, but there's some counts there for you. It looks like we got 9 through from 68 from day 1B. Tower's definitely about to shut the stream down, so if we go offline, then apologies in advance. He's clicking buttons he's probably never pressed in his life.
I'm probably not supposed to do it. I'm probably not even supposed to touch.
There is some fear in the chat box right now. We'll come back to you with these day 1B counts when we get them, but play is about to begin here on day 1D. The day 1C counts will be with you shortly as well. It is a little bit cooler up here in Edinburgh today than it was yesterday. A little nice breeze coming through the comms box after the Sahara wind yesterday. But going to be a good day here in Edinburgh, that's for sure. Looks like the turnout is going to be steady over the course of the day for day 1D. We are hopeful there will be no problems in making the guarantee. think there was just over 75k collected yesterday, so just under 25k left to go, and then we'll be hitting that guarantee in the main event up here in Edinburgh. That is not it, sir. No, no. While Tower's technical abilities continue to be tested to the max, we will join you back in a minute, guys. But for now, this is the feature table that we're dealing with for the course of the day.
Can we see everything else?
We can see the feature. Oh dear.
Is that it?
That is not it, sir.
Oh.
That is not it.
Looks like it to me.
It's all right. I think we
I
can.
can see which one it is now.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
No, it's not that one. I'll do it eventually.
You'll do it eventually. Well, wherever you are tuning in from, on all our social media platforms, we're streaming live today on Twitch 888 TV. We got the fantastic Lime Ricky in the chat.
Hi, Lime.
Good morning, Lime. What time is it in Costa Rica?
6:30.
6:30 in the morning, says Tower.
Can't do it.
Something like that. We're going to have to... Tower's off on a mission. In a shock turn of events, Tower's technological shortfall has come to fruition. And we are just cracking on. 5:22 in the morning. Look at the passion in here. You love to see it. Thanks, Lime, for your support. As always, going to be a cracking day here at the main event. We are streaming live on 888 TV on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. For Day 1D, he's coming this way. Towers, and he's running around like...
I've had a nightmare.
He's doing laps of the Maybury. So live on all platforms. And, get yourself settled in, literally.
You have to get the right page.
Well, exactly. And I opened about 13 pages, then I panicked.
Get the right staff and probably help, wouldn't it?
Done it.
All sorted. All sorted. After the sound, we'll have a look at the chip counts from 1B again then, as play continues through here. So these are your 1B chip counts. Tower's back after his couple of laps. You've been in the pool this morning as well.
Oh, I've had a swim.
God, he's getting the Olympics going on. He's had a swim, he's had a nice little sauna, and now he's done laps of the Maybury.
Oh dear.
Right.
It's all technical.
Your 1B counts then. 3 of your 9, as Tower said.
See, the thing is, you can't see what we can see, you see. So we had half a screen missing, and all you had to do was drag it across. But I couldn't find the page to drag across. So I started pressing buttons.
And that usually only ever ends badly.
It does.
So it's 9.
What a day for Billy.
Yeah, 9 through, including Billy Henderson. 2nd place in the high roller yesterday. Arman took the title down. You can catch up on that one on the YouTube archives if you missed that stream. But really good watch there. And we've got Billy, Stu McNally, Marius through as well.
Very nice indeed.
Jacek through as well.
So,
some notable names.
15 levels of streaming to do today, all the way through to around about 11:30 in the evening. If you are in Edinburgh and you're making it through and you want to come and play the main event, do not forget, it's the busiest day of the Highland Show today.
Correct.
It is, traffic is chaos already. It is busy everywhere. Dave, former action tracker who's had to pass on the job because he's just full time all the time now, working so much. Brought in the pies for the team, and he says the traffic's horrendous outside. I said, it's Highland Show. He went, oh yeah. So as remembered, if you are travelling into Edinburgh today, it is the Highland Show. Right, shall we start again?
This feels
Morning,
like we're watching the voyage all over again. We've got Tony Croller back in seat 7, exactly the same seat as he was the other day for the voyage.
Oh, Tony Croller. Gav Patrick, seat number 6, member of London Golf Course near Aberdour, up the coast. He's invited me to go and play, so hopefully later in the year we'll bring up the sticks. And the Zild is in seat number 1. The Manchester legend. So Zild Remo is on the feature. He actually told us when we were doing... Where was he? Was it Reading? That he'd already got Edinburgh booked and he'd already won his package.
to those of you who are with us from the start, welcome in.
Yes.
And, after you've seen Towers Highland Olympics this morning, what's next? I dread to think we're going to have the shot put across the comms box later.
Have a shot put a pie across.
Well, yeah. Yeah.
We've not checked out the pies yet, but Davy's brought in some pies.
As long as there's no pole vault in, I think we'll be alright.
Davy Blacklow.
Yeah.
Good lad.
Super Dave. Hopefully jumping in the seniors tomorrow.
Yeah.
Nice to see one of the guys get their hands on a trophy. But we have got... Who have we got in the chat already today? We've got Damien Poker. We've got Chris Harvey on Facebook.
Yeah, sent me a message yesterday, Damien, because he's got the one part of the 1% club.
Oh, lovely stuff. We've got Adam Gray. We've got Adrian watching on YouTube.
Adrian Rojas.
NetJam on Twitch in the building early, and the cat is in.
A bit foggy and misty outside, Cat, this morning. But amazingly, there he is, delivery there with the pies on his way in. Amazingly, from where we are staying, we're staying in Leonardo's today, this week, and it's right on top of the hill. You can actually see all three bridges. It's amazing. Yeah. We are so high up there, we can actually see the three bridges.
Yeah, there's a long, what do you call it, a shallow window at the breakfast tables. That if you sat facing the outer and the sun is clear, you can see them all.
Yeah.
And,
today, nothing. Couldn't see anything. Good luck in Vegas. Tower, says Chris Harvey and Damien. Thank you very much indeed. We're on our way Tuesday. We're doing plenty of social content. I'll have to learn how to do one of them stories thingies.
I'll teach you later.
I don't have no idea what to do.
You'll be fine. Nice and easy. Got Facebook on your phone, haven't you?
Aye.
You'll be fine.
Hardly use it, but aye.
You're about to. Look
And
yourself
Insta.
on the Instagram. You can do it on Instagram and post it to your Facebook at the same time.
Can you?
Yeah, so that's probably
that's clever.
That's probably your answer, I guess. I don't know if you can do it the other way. You should be able to, I guess.
Will this be my first main? Yes, it will indeed. Watched it a lot and rooted for the guys for years and years and years. But, look, I got 2 years ago yesterday, I got the award for the 158 UKPT Main Event Not Out, where they sent me to Vegas for the Mini. But this will be my first main event.
Catch the Mini.
Catch the Mini, I did. I did indeed. The news overnight from the World Series is that Jay has bagged in the Millionaire Maker.
There you go.
Jay has bagged up 150,000 in the Millie Maker. Well done to him. And then Sunday we were playing the Aria Bounty and they pulled $100,000, the big one, and he went, oh, woohoo.
Not
that
Jay.
was it.
Not Jay. Someone else.
No, somebody else.
Someone we know, or we don't know. Sorry.
Yeah.
We don't think we know.
There was a video like doing the circuits, and he pulled the 100k out of the Aria, and he literally went woohoo, as if like, oh, okay then, on to the next.
Yeah, rooting for Jay out in Vegas, of course. We think going to be back with the team for the Vic Grand Reveal Festival, and then we'll be here with everybody for Goliath. Been a good opportunity to step in and cover him for the last couple of weeks, but looking forward to having him back. We do miss him when he's not here. But while he's not, hopefully he can pick up some jewellery over in Vegas, and it would just be the highlight for everybody if you could both come back and shove your bracelets in the camera in London. Jay would probably have his box framed on the mantelpiece. You'd never take yours off, would you?
Absolutely not. Oh, you
never
think
take
mine?
yours off.
You think
Honestly,
mine?
you remember when John S went deep and that we were at Goliath that year, and there was
Yeah.
the whole shenanigans before the day ones kicked off. I think Tower would be walking in, sort of, when you see the big boxing matches at the moment at Wembley and at the Spurs Stadium, and you get the flame cannons up behind. They come in the robe and they're giving it all of this, and
I'd do a Phil Elmuth entrance.
yeah. What would be your walking song?
Oh,
That's a question. That after all these years, what would be your walking song?
is there a song called "How on Earth Did That Happen"?
Bit of My Way, or a bit of Frank Sinatra. Would be up there. Yeah, I wonder what the Towers walking song would be if he won the main event. Getting back into that Goliath room. So action just very steady at the start of day 1D here on the feature. We'll keep an eye out as to hands of note progressing, but early exchanges in these day ones usually tick over relative formality. 100, 200 with a 200 big blind ante, and Tony gonna pick up ace 8 offsuit here for a raise from the hijack, makes it 500. John gonna defend the big blind with the 6-9 of diamonds. King 4 deuce rainbow. I imagine this is just going to go check bet fold. Very much Tony's board. King high. Towers walking song would be Pump It Up. And it's not a bad shout, Anthony.
There's a new game this year, and on one of the days, one of the flights, one of the days, and I still try and work it out. So we've had horse for years.
Yeah.
There's torse this year.
There's what, sorry?
Torse. Torse. 800.
Right.
It's a $3,000 buy-in.
Torse.
Torse.
Do you know what it is now?
Nope.
Have you done digging?
Nope.
You don't know?
No. I've just seen it right now. It's torse. Torse. So horse is obviously Hold'em, Omaha, Raz, Stud, and eights or better.
Yeah. So what's
Is
torse?
that right?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
So what's torse with the T? Anybody know? Torse.
Triple draw, maybe?
Triple draw, maybe. Yeah, it could be. I honestly don't know, and I've not looked into it. I've not been on. The website. I've literally just seen it as I'm looking through the schedule, because the main event of the World Series starts on Wednesday, the 2nd of July, with day 1A.
Do you reckon? I'm just looking down at my keyboard. You don't reckon it's a typo?
No, well, it could be. No, because there's a high roller horse on the 14th of July. There's a torse and a horse.
Well,
Tiddlywinks?
Stu Bowman thinks it might be something to do with short deck. Maybe it just stands for tower.
I honestly don't know. If you check the World Series, I'm gonna look on the World Series app now to have a look for future events. I can't think of a game that begins with a T, apart from Tiddlywinks.
Good afternoon, Deprived King. We are not too bad, thank you. Nice to be a little cooler than yesterday. I think yesterday was lovely weather across the country. It's meant to be absolutely scorching down south today. So back into the 30s, I think. Well, Chat seem to think we're falling in line with triple draw for the T. But
Well, it's not even on the website. 11th of July, Friday, 2 o'clock, event number 93. Torse, found it. Here we go. Mixed games. Doesn't tell you. No. In the advert, it's event number 93. It's $3,000 to enter, and it says Torse, Torse, but it doesn't tell you what they are. Okay. Doesn't tell you. So we're just going to be guessing now until I get there. Chris Harvey's been watching this for a while. Going to take the plunge and play Goliath next year, as you boys have made it so entertaining on here and watching on Facebook. So I'd just like to say thank you very much. Nice one, Chris. You can also watch it on Twitch and YouTube if you want to watch it on a better platform. The chat boxes are bigger, it's more stable, and if you're on 888 Twitch, you get a chance of winning the giveaways.
couldn't have put it better myself. But yeah, thanks, Chris. Always a pleasure to get good feedback from you guys in the chat boxes.
And just to let me tell you, Goliath is just as entertaining, if not more so.
Honestly, I think from a player's point of view, Goliath is an absolute must attend. I think it's, particularly now, last year, I think it's safe to say from a player's experience point of view, the way that festival was run in compared to all other Goliaths was, without a shadow of a doubt, twice as good. The management system of just getting players in and out, there's some really exciting news coming this year as to how Goliath is likely to be run, which will make it even smoother.
And they were able to put money onto the app as well, wasn't you? While we were at
that was a game changer. The additional desks were a game changer. Amazing effort from the team getting people in and out as quickly as they were. From a player's point of view, if you're playing poker in the UK, you must play Goliath. I think that's quite straightforward.
And if you look at it as £200 to 200,000, Johnny Kelly, why have you spoilt it? It can't just be Texas Hold'em. Is that what it is, Johnny?
Why would they call it Torse though? Because
there's a torse and a horse. That's what I don't understand.
Just Hold'em in.
Razor Kev says Torse is triple draw Omaha, high low Raz and no limit plus 2 more. What? Yeah, because horse is Hold'em, isn't it? So I'm guessing the Torse wouldn't be Texas Hold'em. Look at the
Torse.
Three amigos on the left hand side trying to sort out the world.
Do you reckon what's the discussion being had here? Do you reckon they're ranking pie fillings?
Mike's just saying to him, well, Sam ordered an iced latte today and I fetched him a hot drink. And Dave's saying, you clune.
Not going to be happy with that one, is he?
How we doing, Johnny? Look forward to seeing you over in Vegas.
Yeah, we suspect it's going to be triple draw, Omaha, Raz, Stud, and Ilo. Got to be.
Isn't horse limit? I don't think it is.
I don't think the Hold'em element is limit.
Or the Omaha.
Omaha might be pot limit.
Yeah.
Might be pot limit. But yeah, just to wrap up the sort of Goliath soundtrack for the moment, at least. Just the way the festival was run was excellent, and the team will always be happy to put faces to names. Something we've learned over the years. If you're around and about and you pop up and you see the tower, or you see Jay, or you see any of us, and hiya, I'm Razor Kev from the chat. Nice to meet you. Then we'll go, right, we'll see you next year, buddy.
You won't see Razor Kev running round. You'll see him in seat number 3 on table number 1 at the bar. It's got his name on it.
Or at the bar. That's where Kev's got like a 90-degree pivot.
People come down the escalators and look down and where's Kev?
Yeah.
Where's Kev? You sat in Kev's seat.
Either that or he's running deep in the Goliath. He had I think it was last year Kev had a really deep
Who's
run.
that sat in Kev's seat?
I think it was last year. Had a good sweat on day 2 with Kev.
That'd be good, Johnny. Tag team horse.
Final table bot with the Red Tooth tag team thing last year. That was fun. Yeah, there are some like significant landmarks. You know, you do like Route 66 or whatever. There's probably a Goliath type route where you just, landmarks you tick off on your way to the hall. It's got to be the statue outside, the Antidote Sports Bar, the escalators, Kev, the cash table.
That's it.
Work your way through with Sean's magic.
That's it. Things synonymous to the Goliath. The escalators, Sean Hayden,
the March of the Pilgrims towards the
and
towards
Razor
the
Kev
doors.
sat at the bar.
Yeah.
And I am half expecting when he plays one of the day ones of Goliath that his card protector will be his trophy from Leeds.
Kev.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh yeah. Just plonk straight down on top. Yeah. It is so much about personalities though. Personalities make this this comp what it is up at Goliath.
Yeah.
And we jest with Kev. I think he knows we joke with him, but players like Kev do make these festivals what they are, and you get to know some familiar faces, and you quite often we only get the opportunity to catch up with certain people once a year at Goliath or bits and pieces like that. So it really is a special event to be involved with all the way round.
Chris Mason says, sorry guys, in just comparing the location with Vegas casinos you visited, I'm imagining a different atmosphere. No disrespect to you guys hosting. Do you mean at Goliath, or do you mean Vegas in general compared to British casinos? Vegas is like nothing else on earth to play poker, if that's what you mean.
Hi Sandra on Facebook. Good afternoon.
Hi Sandra, how are you?
Oh, Tony's got a spot here with the 8-5. Turns a full house. And presented with bet and a call. Happy to bump this up. Could have maybe even to look to go a little bigger as Tony here, but let's go for 6.5k. And Zild, James, in seat 1. Going to be getting out of the way here with his 8. John with an ace. Passes the river as well, so a nice pick up for Tony here.
The size of venues. Coventry is the biggest casino we have by a mile.
Yeah.
It wasn't an original Grosvenor casino. It was an independent standalone casino called the Isle of Capri back in 2008. And Grosvenor bought it in 2010. Standalone, it's huge. Obviously, it's connected to the football ground and all the arenas that are in the halls. So we hire all the halls for Goliath, which means it's the biggest by far that we ever get to go to during in the visits and the stops of the UK. It is like nothing else you've seen.
Yeah, if you mean comparing to the Maybury that we're covering here, Chris, or comparing to Goliath, just let us know. But as Tower said, I think with the space we've got, we'd take more space for it if it was available.
Absolutely.
It's just the battle every year that we take every single ounce of floor space in that building available to us for the Goliath, and having taking the World Series as a sort of standalone feature across the world poker-wise, I don't think you're going to find many tournaments with an atmosphere like you get at the Goliath, and I challenge anyone in the poker industry to come down to Goliath on the Wednesday evening of Joker's Wild and say that there is a better atmosphere created in a poker function anywhere for the cause that it's raising money for the players. We're saying no drinks. Come and have a look on a Wednesday. That's a spicy one.
Andy McKenna on holiday in Turkey at the moment and bumped into one of the players on your table from Goliath last year. Poker goes everywhere. Nice one, Andy. Which part of Turkey are you in? Big old country is Turkey.
Never been, and we'll
it's beautiful.
Really want to go.
Nice.
Really want to go.
Very friendly people.
Really want to go.
Which part are you in, Andrew?
I think it's just going to be situational, Chris, across where you're playing, some pieces like that. But the buzz and the electric atmosphere around the Goliath Festival is something that the UK poker scene builds itself on. It thrives there every year. There's tournaments to suit all buying ranges.
Yeah, that's how it started. Where it started for people. We all go on about Vegas and we all go on about events like that, but not everybody can go to Vegas, and we wanted to bring back the Vegas experience.
100%, and I think they've hit the nail on the head with trying to do that, and just tried to grow with it over the years. And for a lot of people, it's their main event. It's their WSOP main event.
Absolutely,
and the team is generally.
There are so many people that stay the whole 10 days. There are.
Yeah.
And as Sam says, there's buy-ins for absolutely everybody.
Yeah.
Afternoon, Valerie. I hope you're well. The sun not shining this morning. Couldn't see your bridge this morning from the hotel like we could the day before.
Congratulations, Sandra. Won a ticket on Stars last night in one of the satellites that Poker Stars are running this year for the Goliath. That is your online opportunity to get into the Goliath for a fraction of the buy-in price this year on Poker Stars.
You have an option to buy into to choose one of the flights that you want to play, Sandra.
And are the tanks on
What
Stars?
we'll do is we'll try and get Sam involved with PK, showing you how to pick your day on Stars. Okay. But you can choose which flight you want to play. It will give you an option once you've won a ticket.
Heartster, is there going to be a way to reg into Goliath online, also the side events, instead of having to queue up for ages, specifically on the Friday? I know you can register in your local Grosvenor for any event.
At the moment, registering for Goliath is available only at your local club. Tell them what flight you want to play and you will get yourself in. Grosvenor Poker are not involved with Goliath this year. So that's not an option, unfortunately. If you win a ticket on Stars, you can buy in. You can pick a day once you've won a ticket. If there's any more options, we will let you know before we go to Goliath, because obviously we've got the GUKPT the week before Goliath, so there'll be plenty of questions in London when we get there. London is on there. It is 10th till the 20th. It's a new edition this year because it's the first event back after the multi-million pound refurb. And apparently it looks amazing.
Well,
looking forward to it. So that's where
we
we are.
Incredible, doesn't it?
We're there on the 16th and 16th to the 20th, 5 days of live streaming. We'll have every avenue covered for Goliath, because Goliath is obviously the week after.
Oh, there's a quick tip for everybody. Don't play a satellite with Sandra if you want a ticket, because she's got 6 of them.
Ah. And apparently, if you don't use them, it just goes to credit on your account, is what we're being told.
There you go.
Yeah, the sun's always shining, Tower, says Valerie. A little bit misty this morning. It's Pride in town as well. We've got the it's Edinburgh Pride on in town. It's also the Highland Show. The traffic is chaos outside. Just busy, shall we say. Yeah. Up to the Highland Show. But Harster, if you were there last year, it was so much more efficient. But always the Friday is always the busiest queue. The chance to re-enter for the final time will always be the biggest queue. If you see queues, then it's people just trying to re-enter for the last chance.
I think there was a couple of the lads who went up on the Wednesday, didn't get through, were going to be playing on the Friday, and they had queued on the Friday morning previously and had been sort of literally queuing overnight to get in. And you know how the Snake used to go around every piece of floor space in that, back out to the bar and everything. And I think there was one point where they're saying that, you know, he was talking 6-7 hours in the queue years ago. This year, I think it was an hour, if that.
Yeah.
I mean, to be reducing wait times by
all that time
by 90% is quite incredible. And now with the exciting functions that we've got coming this year, going to be even better from a player's perspective. I think you've got to remember as well that this festival happens once per year, so the scale of the operation to get this festival on is absolutely incredible. There's nothing else like it in the UK really, and the learnings that come out of it are purely after it, and then you've basically got to wait another 50 weeks before you get a chance to implement them really. So, you know, everyone has their feedback and their perception on how the festival was run the previous year, but you only really get a chance to implement improvements the year after. Sounds obvious, but you know, we're going to spend a long time over the course of the year without a Goliath festival talking about how Goliath could change or grow or this or that. You know, we were faced with some challenges about this year's Goliath that the team have overcome and managed to get the festival back on, and that is good for everybody. And Joker's Wild will be some event that Wednesday evening. Very much looking forward to that. Looks like we're going to be in full support of that as a Cadron Direct team this year, so
well, it's his biggest waiting time is Joker's Wild, and everybody wants in.
Yeah, well, you will need to pre-register Joker's Wild, guys.
You can do it now?
Card room. Yeah, wander on down your card room.
In your local card room.
Yeah, Joker's Wild does Carers Trust. Last year raised an astronomical amount for charity. This year promising to do the same. So John opening King Queen of Hearts in this one. Gavin in the small blind with Ace-8. Tony coming along in the big blind with King Queen offsuit. And Tony going to have a stab here on this 10-eye board. John not going to be folding 2 overs and a flush draw. So we've got a bet and a call, and John upgrades to a flush on the turn straight away here. So Tony would probably be advised to put the brakes on at this point. Checks it over. Just going to have a pretty straightforward fold here when John bets this turn. Don't really mind Tony's stab on the flop. Board that's generally going to be in our favour as big blind, but when we find a bet here, going to be doing very poorly against this range.
It's like 50k in the main. Have PokerStars taking over Goliath? No, they're not taking over. They're just supporting Goliath and doing the satellites. There's no satellites on Grosvenor Poker in this year, for whatever reason. Chris Mason says, used to play on the North Sea ferry. So I could drink, maybe hold offshore guys and liven it up. Maybe the odd roll in the background on the ferries.
Yeah, we're well, thanks, Ian.
Can you register for Goliath and Jokers at the Vic, as I know it's open for cash games? Yes, you can, Kev. Yes, you can. Anything that's on the app, anything, you can buy in at your local casino. So if you go down to Coventry on the app and you want to see what is actually available, you click on Coventry, you go to tournaments, you scroll. We can do this on screen actually a little bit later.
Yeah.
And then as you scroll down to July for Goliath, it starts voucher buying, voucher buying, voucher buying. It says go to Wednesday, which is Joker's Wild. As you click on it, and it says buy in, and it's there, and because it's green as a buy in, you can buy into it right now. There are 8 entries in at the moment. 8
Jokers
in Joker's Wild. Yep.
Go on, Phil. Phil Chilton.
Phil Chilton's
The
in.
Guildford boys are up.
Dan Smith's in. Mark Bryant. Paul Portelli. All these people have bought in to Joker's Wild already. And if you've got vouchers and credit on your Poker Live app, that's the only way to get credit on your app at the moment. Then you could just click it and get yourself bought in. There you go. Last year was fab, says Diane Daniels. I don't think I even queued, that's how good it was. And I'm the worst queuer. I left a huge trolley at shopping in Asda 2 weeks ago because they wouldn't open more than one checkout. But literally had 6 staff manning self-service. Totally agree with you there, Diane. 100%. If I wanted to scan my own shopping, I'd have applied for a job.
Do you know what? I don't mind the self-scan. If you've got, I appreciate if you're doing the weekly shop or you've got a trolley full, it's not practical. If you're going in, sometimes we go over Murray's or whatever, get ourselves a little lunch or whatever. You want to whiz through?
Yes, I don't mind that.
Yeah, then
if you've got a shopping trolley full.
I agree. Diane's situation there, that sounds like poor distribution of staff. Can't lie.
But if I wanted to scan my own shopping, I'd have applied for a job and done it. But no. And Stephen Jarvie, he says he's just catching up with Torse. It's just limit hold'em replaced with deuce to 7 triple draw.
Well, maybe it is limit hold'em in horse then.
There you go. No, there is limit, but there's also pot limit.
But so I thought the hold'em element of horse was no limit, but is it? But we're suggesting so if you're playing horse, put your torse to a side for a minute. We're playing horse. I thought the hold'em element in that was no limit.
Ah, right. Okay.
But I think the suggestions are that is limit. So fair enough. Yeah. Cheers, Jarvie.
Thank you very much indeed. 2 deuce to 7 triple draw instead of hold'em. Thank you very much. Yeah, it was sizably noted last year that everybody said it was the best that had ever been at Goliath. So well done, everybody.
And listen, if there's one thing we've learned over the years, is us poker players like a moan.
Oh, absolutely.
So if you've got some of the UK's finest moaners saying that it was run well, must be doing something right.
So we got Patrick playing here, seat number 6. Normally plays at Fountain Park, but coming down to the Maybury to jump in the 888 Fest. Plenty of giveaways today. Keywords throughout the day. We'll do 1s and 2s during the day. We've got a full day's live stream finishing round about 11:30 tonight. Plenty to go in. Did Easty make it through? Oh no, I didn't see his name.
No. That's 1B. Unless he made it through 1C.
I think he'll be jumping in. Well, yeah, maybe. Maybe. We'll have to have a look on the app for it.
Tower's going to have a little look, see if Nick made it through. If not, we'll probably see him in today's flight. So every stream Patrick pops up asking if we've seen Do.
No, so no, Dewey's definitely not in Edinburgh. Jamie Munro bagged up as well on day 1C. And Dan Gormley. Well done to those. Two won the high roller final yesterday.
Well, we've got Tony opening.
Nick Eastwood is on table 2.
Ah, so he's in today.
Yes.
We might see him at some point over the course of the day then. Who knows? Tony clicking up the ace-4 from the cut-off. James in the small blind King Jack. Going to get that one through as a 3-bet. Matt Southam on YouTube says the only queue in 2024 was the turbo on the Friday night.
Which is the last chance to get in.
Absolute last chance saloon.
Yep.
And
nice one, Matt. Just asking what time is Keith Littlewood on the feature table. He's more famous than I am. He
bubbled the high roll yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah, he did bubble. He tried to go for it, he tried to win it.
Well, he actually survived with less than a blind for 2 full orbits.
And he got up to nearly 300.
Yeah, got up to nearly 300. But just 3 of the short stacks at the bottom, all with about 3 blinds for 1 spot. Found ace jack suited, got it in. Couldn't hold or couldn't find. He actually did find a jack, but was up against the pocket 9s and 9 on the flop.
Yeah, where's that breeze coming from?
I don't know, but it's actually very nice.
It's blowing our curtain like, woohoo!
Yeah.
Now there's a ghost just coming.
Maybe the ghost of the Maybury. The ghost of the Maybury is in the comms box, giving us a nice bit of air conditioning.
Yeah.
Well, that's it then. Let's think a few of them are out in Vegas. A few of the AA.
Yeah, Josh is moving house.
Yeah.
Ian Simpson's got his daughter in a school play or some kind of theatricals this weekend, so he's busy. Obviously, he's busy on daddy duties. Can't make it. Nick Eastwood would be the only one that would turn up, and he is here. Surprised Keno's not here. I thought I would have seen Keno, the live poker manager, but not seen Keno. Oi, oi. Congratulations, Gav Patrick, on the new baby. Ah. Congratulations, Gav. Won't have time for golf and playing poker soon. No action on this flop. 3, 4, 5. Queen 10 and King 10. With William and Joey not being able to see what they both have. And Tony with the Queen 10 gets out of the way after a bet from Willie. Mr. Dave Blair. I tell you what, you got some tan for June. Where have you been?
Cape Verde.
Cape Verde. Is that round the corner?
Just round the corner
Is
from
it?
Africa.
Very nice. Cape Verde. Supposed to be beautiful.
It was lovely.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
What did you do for the... how long were you there? 2 weeks?
2 weeks.
Beautiful.
Probably getting back in September actually.
Really?
Hotel was that good. Honestly, it was very, very good.
Cape Verde. Looked after?
Very much so.
Yeah?
Yeah, brilliant. All inclusive, obviously.
Yeah.
Anything you want, whenever you want.
Love it.
Optics in the room. Just message the guys in the Rui app to bring juice whenever you want to get
Really?
in the fridge. And honestly, unbelievable. Had like 5 different restaurants you could book to go, a steak restaurant, Japanese restaurant, Asian fusion restaurant,
Oh.
seafood restaurant.
Are you on the payroll? Was there... What we got in the bag, Dave?
Well, we have some pies. Copious amounts of pies.
Copious amounts of pies. Brilliant.
That's a chili doner and cheese.
Ooh,
Don't like
Sam's
them.
favourite pie.
Don't like them, Sam.
He's only had it
Me
once.
Already.
1 million naming it, mate.
Elite.
There's probably 2 in there. before
Champion.
you name it.
Champion.
Enjoy. Make sure the guy upstairs heats them up for you.
Yeah, yeah.
So they're bubbling.
Absolutely.
All right.
They've looked
The
after
advice
us.
has been passed.
They have looked after us upstairs. Where's the free 888 merch in Edinburgh? Not seen any. Even we've not got a hat. Well, we have got a hat.
Oh, goodness.
See you, Jimmy.
When you go on to Amazon or anything like that, or any shop online, they're actually called the CU Jimmy hats.
Ah, that's good, that's you know where it's derived from? Russ Abbott, remember Russ Abbott?
Yeah.
See you, Jimmy. That's where it's derived from.
They're actually called the CU Jimmy hats. They are. That's all they are. They're just called the CU Jimmy hats. Why are they? But they're called the Tam O'Shanter apparently. A Tam O'Shanter.
Tam O'Shanter.
There you are.
Honestly, put a hat on.
Put a hat
Basically
on.
north of the border.
Yes, indeed. So the only merch in Edinburgh are the CU Jimmy hats, and that's it. Oh, and pies. That's about it. Unfortunately, there's no 888 merch around the room. If there is, we'll let you know. If there's a box somewhere, we'll let you know if you're playing the event. Can all Goliath events be bought in online or on the app? Not just with tournament credit, but with cash. You can't add cash yet to the app. Not yet. There is we are hoping for an upgrade soon to get money added to the app. But what they did in Coventry last year, when you were at the venue in Coventry, you could put credit onto the app when you were actually in the casino at Goliath. So if you are doing that and you're going to Goliath, just remember that could be a thing again this year.
I personally did that last year. It made the experience so much better.
Yeah.
Don't have to.
You don't have to queue.
Don't have to queue for anything. Literally, just bust in.
Yeah.
Bust in. Go moan to PK. Bust in. But had an amazing time doing it. That's the important thing.
There's no merch because Davy Chung's got it all.
Well, that would make sense. And he covers every ounce. So even if there was a box hidden somewhere, Davy Chung's found it. Got no chance.
The floor manager is around. He'll be around somewhere. Yeah, but the CU Jimmy hats you can buy online. There's Patrick got the Kings. How are we doing, Valerie? You do have a hat like that, Valerie. Yeah, you do.
You feel it yourself?
Somebody got it, yeah. I'm buying for now for the Joker's Wild on the Poker Live app, but don't have any vouchers. Also, can't see how to add any. You can't add any if you don't have any vouchers, Matt. But what you can do is nip to your local Grosvenor casino and buy in live. You can just say, I want to buy into Joker's Wild, show them on the app, and they will put you in. That just means a visit to your local Grosvenor casino whenever you're playing poker.
All right, best of luck tomorrow for the seniors, Dennis.
Nice one. See you tomorrow for the seniors.
And,
thanks for the delivery this week.
Yeah.
One's gone, Dennis. One's gone.
Yeah.
One's empty. We've got another one, but one's empty. But thank you very much indeed. Actually, very tasty. I'm shut that door, so I'm freezing.
Come off it.
Look at the curtain. Yeah, Blowing force 9 down here.
It's nice.
What?
A little breeze through.
You're rolling it,
Whereabouts are you, Matt? Where's your local local G?
Anybody who's thinking about buying into anything in future, if it's on the app and it's there, and it says and the green buying sign is on it, you can buy in at any casino in the country.
Yeah.
Simon Higgins, good luck in the World Series main tower. Thank you very much, Simon. Looking forward to getting out there on Tuesday. Hope to see a load of the 888 ambassadors out there as well.
Sure you'll see a couple, that's for sure.
How many Vidans there this year?
Got Kyle in the hijack here with the ace-10. Opening the proceedings. Joey decides 700 not enough, going up to 2k, and Kyle makes the call. Joey flops best on the Queen 10-7 rainbow. Don't expect Kyle to be folding for one bet here. Decides to check and into 4,400. Joey comes with 1,700, which is called by Kyle, off to a turn. Blinds into level 2 of the day at 100, 300. And, ace on the turn, so Kyle jumps back into the lead. Don't see too much merit as Joey with a double barrel here on this card. I think we're going to see him check back a lot. Not really going to get anything better to fold. Does decide to bet though. No real, well, 2,800 here. Pretty sure there's too much. This 1/3 on this ace. I feel like if we had ace-x combos, we probably wanted to go 2/3, 75%, somewhere in that region, but gonna make the call.
Looks like a raise. Let's put a red chip in. Is that 6.5? It is indeed.
Yeah, quite a small raise as Kyle. Out of position to seize control of the betting going into a river, but I think this is probably the exact reason why, as Joey here with King Queen usually going to be happy to check turn, take a river in position, evaluate once our opponent has made their action on the river, but getting one better than 4-1 here. Second pair and a gut shot to accompany.
In the bin. Very nice, very nice fold. There's always somebody trying to beat the system. Right. No matter what it is, there's always somebody trying to beat the system. So Ali says, so, correct me if I'm wrong, I can register for any tournament, pay with cash, and then unregister the tournament, and then I'll get the credit onto my app. Is that how it works?
Hang on, so you can staff reg me for any tournament, pay with the cash, then unregister me from it, and it will be credited to my account to be used on any other tournament.
Yep. That is the back way into the system of getting money onto your own account. There's always somebody out there with an edge.
Well, Alex just giving his edge to the
So now there's 3,000 people just going to the local casino to buy into the biggest comp, to unregister, and then they've got money on the app. Well, that could be a way around it. When you try it, Ali, let us know.
That's you, if you unregister on the
Well,
app.
let us know tomorrow, because I'm sure you're going to try tonight. Because obviously they won't give you.
Next week.
Thank you very much, young
Great
man.
to see you
Cheers,
again.
Davey.
Look after yourself. Yeah.
Pleasure to see you. Hope to see you tomorrow.
Probably
Come down and play the seniors. We might have 5% of
We'll be
it.
on the road.
Well, let us know how they are. Then get them warmed up.
We will.
Right, I'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks,
Cheers,
Davey.
Davey.
See you later, guys.
David Blacklord on his way back through the Ireland show traffic.
Absolute hero.
Good lad he is. Satellite tournaments work that way. I do it all the time.
Staff are funny about it. I can't imagine why.
You can't unregister on the app at the poker room. All the poker room staff have to do it. I see.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting Rays there, Kev, either, must say. I wasn't expecting Rays. I think the problem with Rays there is that when we do face aggression, we are never going to be good. And even if we were to boat up with an ace, or if we boat up with any combo, boat up with a 10, we still don't know if we're good. I think with exact combo, can be expecting to see a lot of checking behind when check over on ace of spades there, but one of those. Blinds 100, 300. We've got a dealer change after this hand on the feature table. Chip counts on the screen for you. Carl Scott headlining the chip counts at the moment. Joey Ibanez currently bottom of the pack, still 130 blinds. Great structures, these 888s, as are all of the main event comps that you will see on the live stream over the course of the year. We've got 888 here in Edinburgh, and I think the next stop is the London 888 Poker Live. It's the 1K in September, and then we're off to Liverpool at the end of September.
So you can't register on the app and then unregister. It has to be done by the poker room staff. Okay. So there is a little bit of work to be done behind it. But if you do unregister, you'll keep your money on the app.
So I assume that's if you'd have to ask for your unregistered, because I'm sure you'd be able to get a refund in cash if you wanted one.
I'm not too sure. I'm not tried it.
I'm pretty sure if you registered for a comp in the card room in cash,
Yeah.
and then unregistered, you're essentially going to get the option to have
Leave
your
it on
cash
the app.
returned
Yeah,
or put
yeah.
it back onto your account, right?
Yeah.
So I thought that's probably the way to go. We'll have a little look at the remaining.
But eventually we will be able to have the option where you can put money on the app.
Correct. Yeah.
That will be the next step.
Got Dan here in the cut-off, coming in for a raise to 600. Zild in the small blind, calling King 10 of clubs, and Kyle going to make up the big blind with the 10-3. Apologies, we just had Tower stumble out of the booth for a minute there. Hope he's alright. Find out in a minute. Check. Over to Dan, Queen Eye board, Going to be loving this one. Just go small here, 800, perfect. Don't think we're going to see either of these combos continue, but well, Zil going to float one here with the King 10 of clubs. Just one over, backdoor club draw, backdoor straight draw. Ball pairing 5 on the turn. Interesting card here. If Zild wanted to start getting after it. Middle pairing card usually going to favour the small blind here, and Dan in recognition opts to check back and play in position on the river. 6 of hearts rolls off. Zild with just king high here. Might be one of these spots where we're forced to start bluffing our hand. Certainly have 5x. And if we were going to be betting on 5x, we'd be wanting to size up here. So if we're going to be coming in for a bet, be hoping for somewhere in the upper realms of 3k. Well, it looks like 2,500. I think Dan's just going to pay this one off. Check back the turn to have the opportunity to evaluate river, and would be all worse Queen X that's flattening out the small blind pre-flop. Queen combos of hearts aren't a thing. Queen of hearts on board, 3-4. Shouldn't ever really be flattening out the small blind as it is. Got to expect some check raises from deuces every now and again. Gets out the way and lays it down. Does favour Zild's range, but 2,500 gets it through for Zild. Floats on with the King 10. Decides to take advantage of that ball pairing 5 on the turn. I think that's where he's building most of his perceived value from, and gets it through on the end, gets the ace queen to pass. Afternoon, Brian Queen watching on YouTube. We'll put the schedule up for you after this hand so you can have a look at what the situation is for the seniors tomorrow. And Jeff says last year's Goliath was much better and quicker with buy-ins and much shorter queues. Completely agree, Jeff. Miles better last year from a player's experience of the whole festival. And when you get that seamless, massive increase in efficiency, it just makes everything else going on around seem significantly better. So let's have a quick look at the schedule for the rest of the weekend. So Flight 1D of the main event today. That's a 560, 100k guarantee, 40-minute clock. 50k starting stack, registration open till the end of level 12. We've got the Rumble going on in club this afternoon. That starts at 6 o'clock. That's a 220 with a £5,000 guarantee, 30k starting stack on a 20-minute clock. Day 2 of the main event will kick off on the live stream. We'll be covering that tomorrow from 20 past 12. The seniors kicks off at 2 o'clock. That is a 150 buy-in with a 5k guarantee on a half an hour clock for registration till the end of level 4, and then 25 minutes afterwards. So seniors 150, and the big shot in a little bit later in the afternoon, 3 o'clock start. That is a 200 buy-in, 15k guarantee, 25k starting stack, registration open till level 6 on a 30-minute clock throughout. So that's what's going on at the Maybury for the rest of the weekend. How you doing, Gas? Yeah, I wouldn't be passing the ace queen there myself, but we've seen slightly risk averse stance so far at this table. Player who passed ace queen in that hand came in for the limp of jacks earlier, so just things that we're going to see in early stages of, particularly if we've got players that sat in from a lower buy-in range, or unfamiliar with playing on the feature table, and something to be said about that for sure. Not a lot of players playing these kind of buy-in events, particularly if they satellited in, are going to be comfortable playing on feature tables or have the experience of playing under the lights. And was most noted in Reading, had a nice run in Reading. But sometimes you see players who on the outer tables are really comfortable with the game, know exactly what they're doing, get to the feature table and it's like a different player altogether. So, you know, just one of those settings where a lot of players get under the lights and they just don't want to be seen to making mistakes. And that makes people do slightly strange things every now and again. Got Guy Monus on Twitch. Good afternoon to you. Mick the Mod, good afternoon. Yeah, we got Zild, the Twitch chat regular, in seat 1. Can't make the seniors tomorrow, guys. My mate will probably get a gallon and a half of well-known cider, well accompanied by yours truly. And good luck enjoying that one, Morris. Shame we're not going to see you tomorrow, but hope you're having a good Saturday.
Afternoon, Jedeminas. Oh, things are good. And we have got the Zild. Blinds 1-3. 40-minute clock throughout. 50k starting stack. 888 main event. And we'll do a keyword in about 15 minutes. We've got 10 to give away all day, so we'll probably do them in ones for the first few hours. Just randomly pick times to do them, and then we'll give them out in ones and twos. Lime will tell us how many it is per giveaway. But we'll see how we go on with the giveaways and the keywords.
Yeah, a quick look at the schedule while you're out. The seniors on tomorrow, £150 entry. Going to be well attended. I'll have a nice field, that seniors comp. So to those of you who have been with us since the start of the day,
indeed,
thanks for sticking in. Those of you who are just tuning in, wherever you are in the country, welcome to Card and Direct's coverage of the AAA Poker TV Festival here at the Maybury Casino in Edinburgh. This is the final flight of the main event, Day 1D. Players through from 1A, 1B and 1C already. We had the chip counts from 1B available earlier. We'll have the chip counts from 1C available for you at some point this afternoon. We know there's a lot going on around the world. We know there's a lot going on in Edinburgh. The guarantees have been met consistently at the festival so far. High Roller got there in the end. Voyage got there. The main event is very close already, with a long way to go for registration so far today. We've got an abundance of time left for people to go and get themselves involved.
Ace Jack we're on. Zild calling. 8, Queen, 10, 4, 2 hearts, top pair for Zild.
Yeah, we saw Zild run or find a pretty tidy bluff spot a few moments ago, but no reason to do anything here in position than just call. One of those where we're either going to have 65–70% of the equity like we do here, or we're going to be in bad shape. So happy to just call behind. Nine of Diamonds might be a card that Ron finds a double barrel on here, and picking up additional, well, perceived additional equity with the Ace Jack. Generally going to be a pretty good card, I would have thought, for Zild as well. If we've got Queen Jack here, we've definitely got some King Jack. Have some 2 pairs. Don't really see any need to be doing anything else other than call in here as Zild. I don't want to fold out worse. Top pair at the moment.
There's the raise.
Goes up to raise, click it up to 36, and action back over to Ron. Against this sizing,
not folding.
Yeah, Ron going to take a river. So getting a little bit more value as Zild here.
And a king. Oh, a
this
king for
is
Ron.
A problem.
Wow.
Problem for Zild, because
I think Ron's in a lead as well.
Yeah, we got a lead.
But if he checks, there could be a chance of check raising. And this will be 6k, and that should just be a tough spot for Zild. Can he ever put him on Ace Jack?
Thing is, Tower, like if we had a set here as Ron, I don't even think we'd find leads, just because if we get raised, it's only ever really Jack X, and Zild now, if we do raise, I think we just got a call. Right. Just really tough spot for our opponent. I mean, if Zild folds here, it would be absolutely inspirational fold, but I think we just got a call. If we raise and get jammed on, it's just a massive problem for us, but I think we've just got to find a call. Although that looks like we're cutting out more than just a call.
There's a raise. He just hasn't put him on Ace Jack.
Well,
and then when
Ron
puts them
gets
all
it
in, is that ever a bluff in level number 2 of the day? Is it ever just a Jack, Jack Queen, King Jack, same hand kind of thing?
How many rivers have you ever seen bluffed? Or 3-bet bluffed?
Hardly ever.
In this exact setup. This is purely Ace Jack, and Zild going to recognise that surely now. Got an opportunity to get away from this one here. Still chunks of chips, 90 odd blinds. Should we get away here?
You've got a guy just taking a drink out of his water, putting all his chips in. This is never... Oh, the chips are going in. Oh, it's the bad news you don't want to see. How has he got Ace Jack there? He's thinking of Zild, and it's the end of the road. No, it's not. He's got 700 chips left, apparently. Stands up. We got the Jack, but we got the extensions for Broadway. Run it. Just checking the stacks. He has got 700 chips left. The Zild making the call. Is it ever a bluff as Sam says? And 99% it is not. Tough spot. I think we might have been able to get out of the way with that one, thinking about it.
I think there's some cases there where even with comparable hands that, is it John in seat 9?
Yeah.
Ron. That Ron could have there, that a jack containing a jack that aren't ace jack. We can have, you know, one of the other combos of queen jack suited. We can have jack 10 suited, pocket jacks. I don't even know if those hands necessarily find leads on the river. It's just we don't want our opponent to check behind with 2 pairs and sets, so they find raises on the turn with. And Zild going to be all in this hand from gun.
Looks down at 10-4.
I wouldn't even be looking. We're just in the big blind next hand.
Well, now we're forced all in. One hand, we are forced all in. Next hand.
Just as an overall thought here, when we're this short from gun, guys, there's so much additional value in just getting it in here, because next hand we've got to pay the big blind and the big blind ante that is available for us to try and win at this stage. If we're in from gun, we can pick up the small blind as well, so we're always going to more than treble up if we win in this spot. If we're in and, you know, we just find a fortunate run out or something along those lines, versus being in the big blind next hand.
Oh, 10-4 as well, he folded.
Yeah,
he folded.
Kind of regardless of the result that came out on the board here. Unfortunate for Zild that he's now got to sit there and recognise that he would have most likely in this hand found himself north of a treble up, but well, it would have been way more with the additional calls in there. But just the compromised position we're now in the big blind, versus the opportunity to spin before, should we decide to put it in from gun with just 2 blinds left. And it's not at all short stack depths. That's not like a blanket. When we're short, we want to be getting it in from gun every time. Definitely not saying that, especially 8-handed, but with 2 blinds in the big blind next hand. Unfortunate one for Zild.
So the triangle is there. In he is on his big blind. And we will do the keyword straight after this hand.
So I wonder if he is all in, I wonder if the blinds have just gone up as well. If the blinds have just gone up, even more incentive to be getting in.
2-4.
Wow. Yeah. So Zild not even with a big blind and an ante.
Well, it might be next time
to compete with here. It looks like he just had 400 chips as opposed to.
Okay.
As opposed to the 700 we thought he had.
So yeah, all in for 400.
Yeah. So ante first. Sorry, blind first for the 300. Then you got an ante of 100 in there after that.
And he's got 9-6.
Joey from +1 opening ace jack of spades. Don't know what this call is from John with a 6-4 of diamonds +2, but Zild with 31% equity, 3 ways to try and spin this back in. Well, he will perceive that's not a bad start, but the reality is
we have got one out. Believe it or not, we've still got an out. We have still got an out. He's laughing his head off. He's got the redraw to the straight flush, and he's got top pair. He's probably thinking he's in front here.
I would say that is an above average flop for Joey.
Well, we've got an out. Oh, we've got one of them. The 7 of spades is live. Who's rooting for the 7 of spades?
We're going to need a massive chat.
Who's rooting
for the
for
7 of spades? For Zildy.
7!
Well, they say it's always coming.
This will be incredible.
Wow, there's a few more for you, Tower. Board pairing 9 on the turn.
Oh, wow. An 8, 6, 7, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's a 4. No way. They needed a 5, a 6, a 7, an 8, and a no. Jeez. How unlucky. And now we're going to do the first keyword of the day. We weren't expecting that to happen in the last 2 hands. You know how it works. The keywords have to be on 888 Poker TV on Twitch. No other platform can win the tokens, but you can just watch your game regardless if you're on another platform. 1 ticket, as we've got all day to run today. 1 ticket for this one. We've just lost seat 1, and the keyword for this first time today is Zildy, and he's just been eliminated. So the keyword is Zildy, Z-I-L-D-Y, Zildy. Get yourself in with a chance of winning one $22 token. Away you go, Zild just busting out.
Yeah, just to reiterate what Tower said, if you're not on YouTube or Facebook, so if you're on YouTube or Facebook, get yourself into the Twitch 888 TV chat to enter this competition. It is not open to YouTube and Facebook, just on Twitch. Plenty watching on Twitch anyway, the Twitch chat lively as ever. John opening +1 here, Queen Jack offsuit. Ron finding 3-bet on the button with Ace King. And John going to be playing check call here on Jack 4-3 2 spades. Ron with King of Spades working as a backdoor, but pretty much gin turn card in the deck for Ron. Ace of Spades arrives to deliver him a significant equity boost. Checks behind though when sent over to us, and John now with option on this river. I feel like he's got the best hand here with the jack. Bets 2k. I wonder if Ron can find a raise here. No, just decides to call. Check behind there probably got us an additional 2k from our opponent. Either way, I think we're getting 1 street there, but
unlucky Zild. At least you've got yourself a keyword name and you can enter it. Zildy in the keyword. And just to show you from yesterday, there's Harry Sanford's name right at the top. Andy Gray, Luke Basley, Dan Gormley, Jamie Munro getting themselves into the chip counts. They were day 1 seat. They were the last night's events. 45-8 through. So well done to Jamie, well done to
go on, Harry.
Dan Gormley. And Harry Sanford again with chips.
yeah, unlucky Zildy. Difficult when we do make a straight there on the end. I think one of those situations where honestly, what is going on in the booth this morning?
I am sat in the biggest wind tunnel in the entire country.
What?
I felt like I was on Edinburgh Airport. Feel my ears.
Just feels like normal temperature, buddy.
Amazing. How are we doing that? I've just shut the door line, that's all. I've actually just closed the door because...
Shut the door and nearly knocked down the old casino in the process.
No, what it is there's a
maglock, isn't there? Maglock, yeah.
It's a what?
They're maglocks. They'll
Maglock.
be interfaced with the fire alarm. So the fire alarm goes off or anything like that, and it will shut the doors.
Oh, right,
Let them
okay.
off. So all part of.
But when you close the door, you have to yank it. Feel like you're pulling it off the wall.
Well, it's because once they're open, they're designed to hold and only close. So you see that little black button on the bottom of that?
Yeah.
You touch that and it will release. So while you're yanking it off the wall and trying to break the Maybury in the process, there's a little black button this side of it, on the side of the maglock, the bottom line.
I didn't know that.
Oh, there you go. Learn something new every day.
And now I do. Countdown is on. Hey, well, it's been a fun session. Come on, Zildy. Are you going to win your
Last
own?
5 seconds, guys. Get Zildy in the Twitch chat.
Are you going to win your own giveaway?
Do you know what? I hope he does.
Here we go. The winner is 40143. Well done, 4143. Another giveaway coming soon. We've got 10 in total, and we'll just do them randomly during the day.
Yeah, I'll have a mull over that one, Zildy, and get back to you just after we've dealt with this one, because there's a little blind-on-blind confrontation developing on the table at the moment while we're running the giveaway, where Kyle opened 7s in the small, Joey 3-bet the ace-queen in the big, and Kyle completed, so nothing too out of line there. Kyle check-called king 6-5 rainbow, and then check-check on the turn. 5 of diamonds river here, as Kyle could see this one played as a check-call. Does opt to check it back, going to get there with the 7s.
Zild says, I put Ron on a set and thought he was over bluffing. Yeah, it was just unlucky. One of them.
I think it's just maybe one to take away from all of this, and as not necessarily just from Zild's hand. Listen, it's very easy for us to sit here saying what's going on when we can see the cards, but we try and talk about perceived ranges as much as we can when we're breaking down hands, and Jay does it to an incredible level. So if you're looking for hand breakdown quality, check out Jay's content whenever he's on the live stream as well. But I think a very high level statement, you don't really find bluff raises on rivers at the right frequency at this kind of buy-in level, and 3-bet bluff rivers, yeah, that's just almost non-existent. I did think that, Zildy, to be fair, when you whipped over the 9-6 of spades, because the 6 of spades was over first, it was almost like you didn't know what you had. I did think that one. In which case, I think you'd be relatively pleased when we get him over there with the 9-6. What 6 of spades working? Generally, if Joey hadn't flopped the flush, just one of those really. But listen, never easy when guys are under the lights on the feature table. A little bit of pressure, and you know that the comms guys and the chat boxes and all of that are going to be making comment as well, another dimension to it. And we've seen some really good players with really good results do strange things on features. It's not just a walk in the park, particularly if it's your first time on a feature table. But yeah, sure there'll be other opportunities for you, Zildy, to get yourself in the mix. Afternoon, Coda. How are you? Hope things are going well. For those of you just tuning in, we are live on YouTube, Facebook and Twitch for day 1D of the main event, and we've got the flight 1C chip counts available for you as well.
Yep, just
which
sure.
we looked at just now.
Yep, old Harry. Harry!
Yeah, quick flick back through those. Harry Sanford, chip leader. Nathan Drummond, second in chips. Andy Gray, third in chips.
It's great, like Dan Gormley and Jamie Munro, straight out of the...
straight out of the high roller.
Straight out of the high roller, both
then,
on the final table,
yeah.
both making money, and then jump straight into the main event.
Yeah, fair play to them. Were either of them in
The question is did Aria write a list for Dad?
Ooh, yes.
That's
That
the
is
question.
a great question, Tower. Far better question. I was going to ask you if we found out if either of them had their last man standing in.
Dan won it.
So
Dan Gormley.
Dan's on a free roll. Excellent. Well, best of luck to Dan. Yeah, one of the longest bubbles I've been part of covering here as part of the team. Yesterday in the high roller, we got to final table between 3 and half 3, and I think it was about 7:30 in the end that we got into the money. Maybe slightly earlier, but.
Cheers, Aaron. How's it, Mike? Great coverage as always. Just have played 9 holes on a par 3 course in the sun. Followed by the comp of the Saturday Portsmouth G. Don't forget.
No, go on, Azzy Mac.
Don't forget, Portsmouth main card room is closed, so it might struggle for a bit of room today. They're having a lot of problems with the aircon and the heating in that building at the moment.
Yeah, but we'll do news from Dan yesterday. I was having a quick chat with Dan yesterday about the situation down there. They've got a couple of additional tables in that area. So I think normally when they use that as an over spill, when they run the bigger comps, there's sort of 4 tables over in that corner.
Yeah.
I think we've got between 6 and 8 over there at the moment. So maybe a slightly different operation to what you're used to if you're going down to Pompey for the Saturday night, but they'll same guys running the card room, just not in the card room, for want of a better phrase. And worth pointing out, that's how you're correct. You can find some information on the Portsmouth Grosvenor Poker Facebook page.
Yeah, they put a post out on Facebook yesterday just saying that sorry for the inconvenience at the moment, and it will get sorted out because it is a great card room, and they do run some great comps down there.
Yeah.
But if you know you're playing and it's on the app, buy yourself in early.
Yeah.
Good job, there is plenty of space in that card room or casino. Plenty of space to put the tables in. Call on the river from Joey with a Jack 3, and it's a great call. William was raising the old eyebrows. Good call with the 3. Oh, it's a bit warm here.
The cheek of it. Honestly, that breeze was so nice coming through there.
It was making my ears cold.
You're about to go out to 40 degrees on Tuesday. Why don't you just let yourself chill out for a minute?
10 degrees inside, apparently.
Yeah, it's going to be like an
The
absolute...
only place where it's 40 degrees and you have to buy a hoodie.
Oh, I'm so excited for you to hear all of the stories coming out of it. Mate. It's
Right.
going to be an absolute belter for you.
You've got to learn how to do these stories and all this malarkey. And
We'll show you later.
Sure,
We'll have a coaching session later on social media in 2025 for you, buddy. Don't worry about that. Least we can do. Well, no coaching session needed here for Ron with the bullets. Dan in the 8 seat with the pocket 10s, open things up from gun. John cold calling Queen 10 offsuit from the cutoff here. This is ambitious. And can't blame Dan for completing the 10s here. I think that makes most sense. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. King 10-4.
all diamonds, we have got action. Down with a flop set.
Yeah, Ron in no mood to consider anything but foot to the floor here with the aces. John Peel's Queen 10.
With the Queen of Diamonds. And we've got a set.
Yeah, and actually think in this spot now, Tower, more than happy to start raising with middle set after it's gone bet call, but does opt to just call as Dan. Call it not too bad either, but I think we're happy to start building a pot here after we've gone bet call. We're going to be able to start building for turns. Deuce of spades, absolute brick of all bricks. Got to find a check now as Dan, 6k. Goes for a third here as Ron against two opponents, and John just folds. Could have done that pre and saved ourselves some chips, but back over to Dan now. Faced with 6k. Guess we're gonna call to leave ourselves just over pot on the river. No, goes for
15.
Raise.
20s, 4 red chips. I thought it was 3. I don't think we're folding aces.
No. Gonna call here. We're gonna be all in on almost all brick rivers now as Dan. Well, 5 of diamonds there. Front door flush does get there. Gotta be all in here as Dan. Does find it. All in.
And now again, are the aces ever in front?
This is actually a problematic holding to have the ace of diamonds here. I think rules out a lot of flushes, and with, well, yeah, it's a quick pass from Ron, so tidy fold there in the end from Ron. Gets away from it.
Nice fold, sir.
Dan Mack up to 80k. What's the comp tonight in Reading, Az?
Kendo just calls with the ace jack. After initial race run with the king queen, raising to 1,000. Afternoon case. 20 minutes left of the first session. Melting in Ipswich today. How the hell did Chelsea mess that up? Well, 1-0 up. Yeah, it's supposed to be absolutely amazing everywhere. A little bit misty in Edinburgh to start this morning. Action just ticking over in the third level of the day here. We're going to be on a break after this level. Been an interesting first session. A couple of hands of note. Still Deep's bust out hand. The aces versus the flopped under the gun set. A couple of blind on blind confrontations, but been often quite a quiet opening table session on these day ones when blinds are so small and everybody's so deep, but the ZEP Happy Main Event Day 1. Well, this is the fourth flight in total. Flight D. 15 minutes, as you can see there, until the end of the level. It's great when we get a full clock and we can see it. It is. Obviously, we normally have the TVs on around the rig, but this time, unfortunately, couldn't get the clock on the rig. We have the clock in the background. Full card room, always nice to see in Edinburgh. Ace of Hearts turn. 80% to a royal, but Kyle's got the blocker. Roommate's 1.6. William calls. And that flush hits the river for William. So Billy gets there. Well, Kyle with King of Hearts in hand as well, Tower. Might feel like this is one that we might want to have a go at. Big cash player is Kyle. Yeah. Actually, really like this. This seems like a good candidate if we're going to find bluffs to go for it on. And if we're putting our opponent on some kind of one pair hand, some Queen X, or even just an Ace X, going to be put in a tough spot here. Does find raise William on the river, and that is going to be end of hand. Kyle save a little bit of face here, but Kyle puts it in the bin. of the William Razors. Dan Mac chip leader, 200 bigs, 80k with a starting stack of 50. Just under 15 minutes to go of the first session. And then a new table for flight session number 2. Be another giveaway during that time as well. 10 to give away. Thanks to 888 for giving them us. And we've got a free roll later in the day as well to get involved with. We'll have the password a little bit later on. You can only register to us. Hello.
Not guilty.
And that's not me pressing buttons, by the way. That was not me. So plenty to give away, free roll later on in the evening. Mimi Luco Sound. Good afternoon and welcome to Twitch. Good afternoon, Big Johnny. Talking about poker on a poker video, you learn by talking through things. You certainly do. A lot of the big players all in chats and groups talking poker, about hands, about situations. Not just, well, I had ace king. And then I folded. Here's 6 for Stu, raising to 1200 from mid position.
Yeah, Ron just decided to your button here with the ace-3 offsuit. Stuart turning the nut flush draw.
Stuart with the with the ace of hearts. raising the 6 and getting Ron out of the way. Ron got nothing on that one. Final 10 minutes of the session. Have us gents seen Wendy Watson around lately? No, I haven't actually. I haven't seen Wendy in the last few events. I know she was in Blackpool, I think, playing the last big one they had there. And she was in... Where did I see her?
Someone just asked where Keith was.
What was before Reading?
Cool. Luton?
Let's have a quick look. She wasn't in Glasgow. Saw her at the UK Open in Coventry, and it might have been Leeds. Might have turned up for the side event, one of the side events in Leeds. That's where we saw. That's where I saw her last. She wandered in for one of the side. It might even been the seniors. Yeah, on the Saturday or Sunday. But doesn't travel. She's busy now with all kinds of charities going on and what have you, and this and that, but doesn't play the circuit as much these days.
I really like Leeds, in the casino in Leeds. I thought it was nice. It's the first time I've been there.
It's a little bit like this one. This used to be a gala.
Yeah.
Leeds used to be a gala.
Yeah.
Listed building.
Yeah.
And acquired by Grosvenor back in the day. .468 flop. Top pair for Ron. Just caused a bit of kendo floating. 7 of diamonds turn. And still with the overs. So 3 hearts. Only way we're going to win this one is to try and bluff at it. But we've given up. Ron should check back. Of course he should check back. Oh no. I bet 5k.
Gone 2,000. Little milky on the end.
Love it.
So play moving towards the end of session break here. Blinds at 200, 400. The 400 big blind ante. Dan Mack chip leading the feature table at the moment. We saw him collect the majority of those chips in hand against Ron previous. We've got 2 players moving off the feature now. There is a free roll later in the day, which we will be giving the password out for on the stream. So if you want to get involved with that, stay tuned. And we'll be giving away more tokens and tickets over the course of the day, courtesy of Lime and the team at 888.
Ooh, well. Ooh, what are you oohing
Would
at?
not have expected that to have been the outcome about an hour after we last checked. I think
Go on, what's happened?
I think India were about 370 something for 3.
421 for 3 when I walked in when I got the last cup of tea.
471 all out.
What? Wow.
Yeah. England.
7 wickets for 40 runs.
Yeah, looks like it.
Oh, wow.
So Josh Tongue's been doing some bowling. 4 foot. Stokes with the 4-fer as well.
Well, there you go.
Oh, looks like they remembered how to bowl all of a sudden.
So the final 3 minutes, and Jamie's got 3s. So raises to 1,000. Joy with the ace jack in 3. Raising it up. 3 bet to 2.7.
Small, yeah. Like this one, Joey. In position. If we're going to 3 bets, he's fine.
Kendo.
Can see this go either way, but I think call probably fine. Hijack versus button 3 bet though. Could see mix in a 4. But we're going to need to go big if we do so. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see this one play as a call. Does look like we're going to mix in the 4. Going to need to make this in the upper regions of 7.5, I think. No, 5-5 is just small from Kendo.
Afternoon, Leo. Welcome to the stream. We are on a break in 90 seconds. Or after the next hand. Unless this one lasts a little bit longer.
You're not going to see Joey fold the ace jack.
You know,
button here getting this price.
That is true. Oh, floor manager's in. Queen, King, 4. Kendo to flopping second pair.
Yeah, and with a diamond on board as well, I think as Kendo we can see bet this one quite happily. Something around the 4k mark. So I've gone a little smaller, just 3,000. Joey might opt to peel 1 versus this sizing. Clean out to the nuts on a non-flush draw flop.
So we are on the last hand of the session. Back with you in 15 minutes after this hand.
Please call in position. 7 of clubs on the turn. I expect probably see this one check through quite a bit. The range of hands that we're going to be 3-betting the button with and calling King, Queen, 4 when we hold Ace, Queen. As Kendo are going to be quite king dense, I would have thought. Don't think we can get value from much worse, and better's not going to fold, so I think checking here makes a bit of sense.
Everybody else, as you can see, leaving the room for their break.
Just check it over to Joey. And Joey will be aware that we can have even have some King X here that checks back, that checks over to us on turn. So decides to check back. 4-bet pot ranges are going to be narrower than normal. 8 of spades river. Interesting how Joey would respond here if Kendo checks it over to him again on the river.
I think he puts in a little feeler bet here. Well, Kendo, I think he's quite happy that there's no king.
Something around third, 5k.
Yep, exactly spot on, 5k.
And I think that's just Kendo recognising that we haven't got King X behind when we check back the turn, and going to go to a break. And after the break,
session.
After the break, we've got a treat for you on the feature because Easty is going to be joining us on the feature. Can he last more than one hand like he did yesterday? That is the question. We are going to try and find out.
See you in 15. You know it's never easy.
Just a little deuce.
You know it's
Just a
never
little deuce
easy.
in the window.
And we're going to have a quick move over to see what is occurring there on the outer table, guys, because we do have
look at this.
our first
What's happening here?
all-in and call on the bubble. So it's Tom Hall and Wilco. Wilco has Tom covered. This is our first all-in and call on the bubble.
Not much to do, man. Nothing ace king against ace king.
Boring.
Off we go. No dramas, please. A dealer.
Wilco suited.
No dramas, that'll do nicely.
4% free roll goes Wilco's way.
No dramas, dealer. No dramas, dealer.
It's never easy.
Oh man, no dramas, we said.
Oh,
no way, man.
Did that just happen?
Oh, Tom Hall. Feeling for you, buddy.
That is an absolute filthy one for Tom Hall to bust on the bubble. Ace King versus Ace King.
Look at Wilco.
Sorry, I just rock up to Jack.
Oh, wow.
3-betting the aces. All right, Jack.
Wilco with a nut low.
Suited nut low.
That is true.
And he's thinking about something here.
No way.
All right.
Oh my word.
Let's just give Jack a
What
thumbs up,
is
shall
Jack?
we?
Look at Jack's face. What's happening here?
All right, yeah. Was that the limp jam with 3 deuce
Dave
suited?
Doherty's saying I'm not expecting them 2 cards.
Wow. Okay.
80% of the time he's up to 1.2 million at 30 big blinds.
40 big blinds in the middle.
You know it's never easy.
Just a little deuce.
You know it's
just a
never
little deuce
easy.
in the window.
You just know it's never easy.
Hold your breath, Jack. Oh, the dealer just puts the triangle over Jack's cards there. Yeah.
The dealer must have thought the 3 deuce was in. Oh no way! Are you serious?
Oh my! 6, 8 or ace for Jack. 6, 8 or ace.
Oh!
Final table of a high roller.
3-2
for 40 big blinds.
Oh, Cammy. And 13 could just be in.
Yep.
Probably should be.
Couldn't agree more, Tower. We're the outright short stack, want to be playing closer to chips, and Cammy.
Is that risk again? And he's going to get the bad news.
And don't get me wrong. I believe Cammy has taken every reshove spot correctly and shoved the hands he's supposed to. But can you recall one when he's not been drawing to 3 outs or needing
When
to
he's
hit?
in front.
I actually can't recall one where he's been in front. But take nothing away from the shoves. They're good shoves. They're winning shoves in the long run. He just keeps getting cold decked. But he seems to have an art of coming from behind this final table so far. Any jacks about?
No.
There may just be 1 3 outer too far for Cammy.
Is it 1 too many? David sitting, looking like he could be commanding chip leader.
Well, how about a chop?
We're gonna chop it up if a 4 or a queen.
Oh my word!
The jack and sit back down again.
Why have a chop when you can have it all?
Wow!
Cammy Williamson is on some heat this FT. Queen 9 suited for Margent. There's the triangle into the 2 short stacks. A lot of time for this. Effective stack is Cammy, who has 15 bigs, and here we go. David Doherty with the 10s.
Yeah, loving this. He is loving this. 4 players left. If we get outdrawn, it's 9,000. No, 9 ace jack.
There's some runners, queens and 9s fading at the moment for David. Well,
whoa, that's just made it 10 outs.
All the sweats, a diamond, 10, a 9.
Oh, and it's a diamond. Oh no, runner. When will it end for the Doherty?
This will qualify.
Jack Queen for Cammy and 11.
Have I moaned it in for him?
Indigo. Oh no.
Yeah.
Of course! Of course he has! Why wouldn't he have aces again?
Just the 7 times it's turned round, I've got aces! I've got aces, boys!
Do you know
and they're
what?
all like, and?
Of course,
he
could win the tournament with aces. Why wouldn't he win the tournament with aces? 6th time on the final table to be dealt the boot. 7th according to Tower.
Of course he did.
Basically,
drawing dead.
Flops Cammy to runners.
Runners, and that is it. Aces, live poker, ladies and gentlemen, full on ring.
4
And that's it. We've
spades
got a
on the
champion.
turn.
We've got a champ, and it just had to be aces as the winning hand. Look at this! That's what it means. That's what it means. Maugen, fantastic. Whether it's aces or whether it's not, that was just absolutely super. Oh!
Alberto with the King Queen. Bad timing. And this is going to be really interesting for Dale here. Because Bernie has been one of the few that has been active. We saw a squeeze a couple of times as a bluff. We saw a cold 4. And there you go. Dale shoves the ace-queen here for what is 70 effective. But once we're this under rep with ace-queen and we just call Bernie's open from low jack, don't mind it from now. Just because we run into top end doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad play. Bernie can ISO so much wider than top end. So here we go. What a spot for Bernie. 3-way all in. I was just saying out, you don't usually get much carnage these first sessions.
Here we go. King high flop as well. So Bernie. He's going to be taking Alberto's out, but that's a stack not to be worried about.
Well, Alberto can still draw live. It's Dale that is drawing dead.
He is indeed. Dale will be down to less than 10k.
Just another king for good measure. Bernie up to 43.4. Sarah
When I wake up
with the King Queen opens to 700. And what is Bogdan up to here with the 9-5 of diamonds? Like at this stack depth, yes, we get to like 9-7 suited would actually be fine here. Like 9-5 suited is a bit overdoing it. 100 deep, we can free bet. Middling, gapped, middling, connected, suited. But the 9-5 diamonds does seem slightly too wide. Well, don't think it's ever going to be in there for Bogdan. But like 9-7 suited, I'm pretty confident we'll be in the free bet range here. Low jack versus cut off.
Jack 9-5, 2 clubs, bottom 2 for Bogdan. Got Sean overs for Sarah.
Yeah, it's a pure check here for Sarah Tower. Shouldn't have any leads. Jack 9-5 as the caller of the free bet, meant to play 100% check, and that is just to do with our opponent still having the bigger over pairs, still has jacks and 9s. Yes, we have 5s and our opponent does not, but they still have a huge advantage in terms of range on this board. So that just means we don't get to lead as Sarah. She has gone for lead for 2.5k, 40%, and now Bogdan with his 2 pair. Is he going to spring it straight away? And looks like he's going to do exactly that. Makes it 80k, and now it's kind of annoying for Sarah to have. We check, probably met by a small bet. We just get to call and realise our equity are 2 overs and a gut shot. But now
and then we get to see it too.
We're in a pretty rough spot here. Bogdan makes it 8k, and Sarah sticking around with the overs and the gutty.
Oh! Ping, ping, ping.
What a ridiculous turn card this is. So Bogdan now turns a flush draw. Oh my word, that is the most ridiculous run out you are going to see today.
Wow.
Sarah turns the nut straight.
All in and a snap call to see the 9-5 of the bad news.
Bogdan rivers the bow. That is some sick run out for Sarah.
Whoa.
Well, here we go. How are we going to flip here with the ladies? Because now, as Eastie, we're going to be in a big flip situation for a lot of big blinds here.
He's going to put in the cold 4, is he?
Has to, yeah. No cold calling going on here.
There he goes.
Size is pretty nice as well.
Yeah.
And then just going to be a jam from Roderick. There's the fold. And now, as Roderick knows, no fold equity, but we got ace, king, sir, and we start the hand at 35 effective. There's the jam, there's the call,
Used
the
to expect to
classic.
see aces here, I think, but...
Same thing, aces, kings. We lose the flips anyway, according to Eastie, so might as well be aces or kings we're up against. Look, he's already
yeah,
beaten.
He's already lost, yeah.
He's just a beaten man already.
It's a good flop, though.
The 4-5 would have had some fun.
Oh, there it is.
Well, just seal it on the turn, Eastie. Never wins a flip. Yeah, all right, mate. All right.
Just top boat. There we go.
Up to 96k. 3 stacks for Eastie.
Wow, 96k already. Okay.
And he's actually having a good session on the feature table for once.
Table chip leader too.
This one raising to 3.2. And now the triangle is in for David with pocket jacks. Dave Camera with the jacks. Szechuan says call with the ace 10 of diamonds. David Camera, pocket jacks. King 9-6, no good at the minute. Two on the turn. Needing to fade an ace. Oh, one of the 2 aces in the deck. Oh, that is grim. The fist pump.
Queen Jack of Spades on the button for James. Love to see jam here, Tower. Would really love to see jam. Zexwan's got about 20. Mel's got? Yeah, it's a really nice one to just say the words, I'm all in. What is it, 20 effective, I think. I could be wrong. Yeah, I might have just said the words, I'm all in here as James at 20 effective, 2 to get through.
Yeah, the one gappers are definitely seeing a flop. Man in race.
Nah, just cool. With the 8-6 of clubs, pretty standard. Yeah, when the effective stack's 20 bigs behind us in the button, I feel like this is one that does like to do some jamming.
Oh, what is that for a flop? How does this not go in?
2.
See, bro. 43, you've got my beanie. 24 degrees outside, but who cares, bro? It's all good. Just want my free merchandise from my golf club.
What's the golf club?
Dunfield.
Is that Dundee?
That's what I remember that, so shout out to the Dundee.
I was watching this on YouTube last night. The golf club. What is the idea? I fucking really that one.
Something I get through this thing.
Let's do it again. Next session is with us. Who we got, Sam?
Right,
Who we got?
Welcome back to a new feature table lineup. And a familiar yellow hoodie of Mr. Nick Eastwood in seat 9. We'll run through the rest of them as well. We've got Graham Pilkington in 1, Steve McCabe in 2, Craig Hansen in 3.
Bob Lart's back.
It is back. Oh, you can't take it off, can we?
Neil Feenan's in 4 again.
Yeah, Neil Feenan in 4 again.
Weird.
Yeah, we got Jifei Dong in 6, John Bar Hamilton in 7, Santiago Morgan in 8, and Nick Eastwood in 9, accompanied by Shades today, it would appear.
And Chips.
And Chips, 80k for Nick coming to the table with. So
very good.
Plenty of ammunition already.
Come
Going to
on,
be
the kid.
some familiar faces at this table. So looking forward to this session. To those of you rejoining us after the first session, welcome back to our coverage of Day 1D of the main event here in Edinburgh. And for those of you tuning in for the first time, welcome in. We are streaming on Facebook, Twitch and YouTube. Giveaway will be at some point this session on Twitch.
Alright.
So head on over there if you want to get involved with that. Otherwise, get yourselves comfortable, and we're going to have another 2 hours of
settling
poker for you all to enjoy. We've got Lime working out the chat boxes.
Indeed
We've
have.
got our live stream regulars already in the chat. We're primed and ready to go, and this should be a fun one. Eastie opened the 8s under the gun, gets called in 3 spots, and King 9-6 all spades decides that he wants to continue this one with 8 of spades in hand as well. Stephen, Queen Jack, Jack of spades, don't think we're going to be folding to 1 bet just yet. Gonna make the call and expect John and Santiago to both drop out of the hand at this point. So we're going to go heads up to a turn.
Something like the 10 of spades would be interesting.
Oh, just the killer card. Why
Yeah,
don't you just
yeah,
something
thinking-
like the 10 of spades?
Yeah.
Why don't you just take the best card of the deck?
Bingo.
for that? Yeah. Well, we've got the deuce of clubs instead. And Eastie now going to slow down and check this one over. Stephen with nice one to start finding some bluffs with here. Queen Jack offsuit with a spade. If we wanted to, but decides to check back. Well, ace of clubs on the river, and this is very much Eastie's card. Pre-flop aggressive from gun, but reckons we've got some showdown already with the 8s. Going to be hard to get better to fold at this stage in proceedings, and Stephen with just queen high may feel compelled to bluff here, and it may well work. Goes for 3k. Strange one for Nick to try and unpack, because the bluffs here are going to be single spade driven that call second to act on that 4-way junction that Nick decided to bet on the flop. So sitting here with just a bluff catcher, really having 8 of spades maybe doesn't change too much on this occasion, but so I might just thought we were just going to roll off 3 green chips there and pay this one off, but wouldn't be surprised to see him let this one go. It just seems kind of hard to assign too many bluffs. Steve, competent player of course, but I feel like a lot of the single spade combos that call pre-flop +1 are going to be at least taking some initiative on turn when we're check 2, so does just decide he wants to see it.
Peels in 3, and it's the correct decision, sir. Very nice indeed. Nice one from Eastie up to 89.
How we doing, Mickey? On Twitch, we got
afternoon one and all.
HKH9 says, when Dan Mac returns to the feature table, could you recite it's the return of the Mac? We can certainly try. Yeah, 50k is the starting stack for the main event, and we've seen some pretty impressive stacks go through to day 2 already from the opening flights. Plenty of stacks in the northern regions of the 400k mark. And we saw Neil at the final table of the voyage, didn't we? On the second day of proceedings,
indeed.
Neil Feenan in seat 4.
And then sent me a picture yesterday while I was walking around Craigie Law.
Did he?
He went, shame your working tower. Thanks, pal. Thanks for that. Beautiful, beautiful golf course. It's stunning. It really is. And the picture was, just wish you were here.
Oh wow, look at that.
Wish you were here.
Beautiful.
It is a stunning golf course. John Collins lives on the golf course as well. The old Celtic footballer, Scotland captain. Built a house down the bottom left of old number 7, I think it is.
Oh, it actually lives on the course? I thought you meant just played a lot.
No.
Actually lives there. Okay, all right.
Just there's a wall, obviously the golf course wall.
Yeah.
And then he's there.
He's there,
right in
yeah.
the corner. Yeah.
Ah, fair enough.
Stunning. But I'll be up with my sticks later in the year, boys. Don't worry about that.
Well. Steve here with the King 9, opening up +1. Santiago 3-bet the small blind here with Ace-5 of diamonds. So Santiago showing some willingness to get after it with the suited wheel ace. Like to see that early on for potential. I'm really looking forward to this table tower. I think this is going to be a great one. Wow.
What a flop as well. King, ace. Steve McCabe in 2. Flopping all of it. Santiago flops 2 pair. And it's checked. Checking the flop. And now Santiago might be thinking my ace is good in this situation. We'll bet 2.5.
Should just see Steve playing cool there, I think. In position. Oh, gonna raise it up. Try and build a pot now. Happy to try and apply some pressure.
Nope, is that 5.7 instead of 6.5? And a call.
Yeah, and from Santiago's perspective, I think this raise doesn't really make too much sense. I'm not surprised to see him make the call, but Stephen deciding now is the time that we want to be starting to take some initiative here. Santiago with 1.5x pot behind, checked over on the river.
Both with similar stack. Steve McCabe. He's going to bet 12.5.
Yeah, maybe even slightly bigger. Maybe he can go bigger, maybe somewhere around 16.
Looks like he has gone bigger. That might be pot size.
Yeah, it does look pot size, doesn't it? And King of Spades in hand for Stephen does go full pot.
Santiago counting out the calling chips, but gets away from it. Very nice indeed. Might be thinking kicker problems. Obviously King X in range.
Clem Fandango 244. Daniel Mack is my dad.
There we go.
There we go.
Watching Dad on TV.
How are we doing, Happy Ray? Welcome back in. Yeah, April Nads. We've got Eastie. We've got a chip leading Eastie at the table.
Alright, Graham off to balance the tables. There's more people coming to join in the fun. He's doing the Queen 4 out of small. Wants to see a flop. Just a small blind, big blind in the hand.
I thought it was meant to be beautiful down south today.
It's supposed to be.
It's raining.
What?
It's raining at the cricket.
Where's that come from? Man, they're playing at Edinburgh.
Well, hopefully the sky.
That's in Yorkshire, isn't it?
Yep, it's at Yorkshire, raining in
It's in
Edinburgh.
Yorkshire, it always rains at Edinburgh.
Keep putting main cover on, lads. Get out cover off.
Yeah. We'll get this in some sarnies. Yeah, black pudding sarnies out for lads. Tea time.
Eastie completes a small blind with the Queen 4 of diamonds. Steve checks back Jack 9 and Eastie finding a bet with a 4 on Jack 10-4.
Well, lovely card for Steve.
Yeah. Third club on board now. I think we're going to see Eastie find double barrel here. Decides to fall into check-in.
Yeah.
And I think this is just going to be
Bet fold.
check bet fold, yeah.
Bet 2.3.
This is the sizing. We don't want to go out of position on the river. Face another barrel from Steve with bottom pair.
So lines 300, 600, second session of the day. Hello, one and all.
So Santiago going to open the King 9 in the cut off. We've got Eastie on the button, King 6 offsuit. Not going to be getting involved on this occasion. Stephen with the Queen 9 of spades in the small blind though. Expect we'll see him top up the required wager. Craig in seat 3 again. Saw him in seat 3 on the voyage where he managed to secure himself a second place finish. Gonna try and rekindle some of that fire in this hand with the ace-8 of diamonds. Gonna go 3 ways to a flop.
Queen 9 flop, Queen 4, 5, 2 clubs.
Yeah, nah. Nice one for Stephen. Accelerates into an equity advantage, but expect this one to be played in flow almost all the time. And for that exact reason, I guess Stephen decides he's going to come in for a bet from the small blind. Bet's 1800.
Craig out of the way. And so too Santiago. Stephen Cave adding to his stack. Oh, Keith Littlewood wandering about.
A beaming Keith Littlewood. There's always a smile in the card room, is our Keith. And are you sure you saw Davey earlier? Davey Chun walking around? I thought you said earlier you saw Davey.
Well, I saw the tracksuit and the trainers, so I thought that was him.
All right. I just thought we'd have seen him another 12 times by now. If it
He might be playing.
He might be. That's a good point, actually.
He might
So
actually be playing. He did cash this week in the Voyage.
He did cash.
Hmm?
Okay.
Folding round to the button this time. Stephen with an ace. And here comes Keith with a new stack of 50,000, seat one. King high flop, King 9-4. Not the best flop for Neil after he just calls with the queens. Will be a check call. Steve McCabe's always betting. So keeping it small. Bit of 8 and a call. Played for each other on a weekly basis, these two. Regulars here in Edinburgh. Seems like 2.5. And a call. Keeping it nice and small. Ace of spades in his hand. Little bit check back, I think. No, Mr. McCabe. The ace of spades in his hand, and the flush completes. We have a pair, they're both smiling at each other. Checks, oh no, he bets again. That's in 10.5, 11. Pot size. Just over pot. And he's, oh, Neil Feenan says, I'm all in. No, just a bad ace of spades. And Neil shows him the queen of spades. Ha! That's playing the plate if ever I've seen it. Up to 66. Numbers here at the Maybury, £108,500 in the prize pool, 71 in the flight so far. End of level 12 is when buy-ins finish. Edinburgh turning out again.
Keith Littlewood getting after it here from the hijacking 5 of hearts, and just going to get a raise and take it through. So chip counts for the feature table on the screen for you. Eastie still headlining proceedings here on flight 1D. See, I knew we should have taken advantage of that breeze when it was still here. So, we're missing the
The
breeze.
door's open.
Yeah, but the ghost is seems to have departed us. You not think? We're missing the airflow that we had earlier.
It's blowing slightly.
Is it?
Well, it's sticking out a bit.
The ghost is just chilling then for a while. The ghost of the Maybury joined us in the booth earlier.
First session.
Yeah.
We're in a right old chill down this this walkway.
Suited king for Stephen in the hijack. Going to come in for a raise. Craig in the cut-off, Jack 9 offsuit. Be getting that one into the bin, does elect to pass. Neil folds the 7-4. Yafei in the big blind king queen, it's not going to get folded, so looking like we're going to go for a 3-bet here.
Yeah, to 3.5.
Stephen looks like he's just going to step aside on this occasion, although it does reposition cards back into the boxes and going to take a flop in position here.
Ten, 9, 6 flop.
Yafei uncapped here from the big blind, probably going to find a continuation bet, would have thought.
2.7.
Yeah, I think Stephen going to be done with the hand now. I know we've got backdoor spades, but
that's it.
Floating here would be quite ambitious, I think.
You are right.
Yafei Dong joins Eastie at the top of the standings on the feature. Who's playing in that old football thing going on this evening? Do we know?
No idea. Who knows? And again, yeah, pocket sevens this time, Steve McCabe. Very active, but he's getting some hands.
Yeah. Stephen looking to build a big stack. Quite apparent here. Willing to play some aggressive lines, push some equities. Neil probably on the other side of the coin from what we saw on the Voyage FT was played a very solid game, Neil, I thought, on that Voyage FT. Never really got out of line. Played his hands as they presented themselves. But already looks like Yafei came to play. Gets the ace 10-0 for a 3-bet here. Second hand in a row with 3-bet Stephen. from the big
sevens for Steve.
Yeah, big blind in the previous hand with King Queen felt much more of a natural 3-bet, but this one, Stephen might decide he's had enough of this already. And there we go. It's going to make it
4-bet.
Is that 15k? 14k. And Shackles your fate.
Don't mess with me.
Yeah.
So Steve McCabe up to 4 near starting stack of 50,000, which is a starting stack. Good afternoon, one and all.
Oh, it's a tower just stepping out the booth for a second. Once again, banging into everything left, right, and centre. I will be amazed if this corridor is standing at the end of the week. At this rate. Tinto Brasco, happy Saturday. Happy Saturday to everybody out there in the chat. It's the weekend. We're in Edinburgh for the 888 Festival. And thanks for taking the time to stop by the live stream. To all of you watching from around the world at the moment, Tara and I bring you coverage of Day 1D, Flight 1D, of the Day 1s here. The final opportunity to get yourself into the Day 2 of the main event, which will play down to a champion tomorrow. And Stephen opening the jacks here from +2. Santiago with a Jack Deuce offsuit in the big blind. I think this is probably one we just want to let go, but does opt to take a flop. It's going to be check bet fold here. Yeah, we saw Santiago elect the ace-5 of diamonds from the small blind for a 3-bet earlier. It looked like definitely candidate selection was on point in that moment, but probably just want to be folding the Jack Deuce there in the big blind. Really difficult to flop well post with the Jack Deuce offsuit. Do we have the VPIP stats? No, we don't, Coda, unfortunately. But well, we do. Oh, there we go. How about that? Right, VPIP on the screen for you there, PK. Just flag those ones up for us. Thanks for that, mate. Learn something new every day.
Tell you what, they don't mess about.
Pink or blue?
Blue. They don't mess about. If you didn't answer that phone, or if you didn't answer it on time, you were done. You'd have missed it.
Well, you didn't miss it, did you?
Answered it, counted down from 10 and blew the thingy out. That was it. Done. Hey. Cheers, Tinto. Have a nice stream. We will. Good long session here for the last flight. Finish the live stream around about 11:30 tonight. 15 levels of poker to play, 15 40-minute levels, plus end of level 12 is the last chance to get into the main event, which has 110,000 in at the moment. So 12 levels to late red. Zild said he's coming back in the last session.
Good.
He says, that's my stack. He says I can play that kind of stack better. So he's coming back in. He's gonna buy back in the last session of
level 12.
buying. So between level 9 and 12, he's gonna buy in. He said I'm gonna buy in the last session of the tournament I can buy into. So between levels 9 and 12, he said he might do it before. You never know, but he's gone for a wander, and it will be back in play.
Well, that's good. Good to hear he's coming back. Well, +1 here. Craig going to open up Ace King. John in the 7 seat with Ace Queen from the cutoff, going to come in for a 3-bet here. Playing just sub 40. Craig going to be 4-betting this one. Makes it 9k. Tough spot for John already here with the Ace Queen versus EP Open. Don't think Craig's going to be particularly light with his 4 bets from here. And I bet John's going to get away from this one now. Wow, goes for all in. And faced with 5-bet rip from John. Craig now with a decision with the Ace King. Don't think we were 4-betting to 9k to fold it. Does make the call. And it's Ace King v Ace Queen.
So Johnny Boy needs a bit of help to survive. Could be re-entry time.
Well, we're going to see 5 and we'll start with 3, and it's going to need to be a queen or now a 5. Actually, we can see from the graphic all the queens are accounted for. So 3 5s remaining for John to chop his way out of this one. Oh, straight on the board.
Oh, chop it up.
Carve it up. And Craigie looks north. But that result is down south for him. Was a massive equity favourite there getting that in. Unfortunately, could not hold. Straight on the board. Chop it up.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the board.
Oh, they're back in play at the cricket.
Oh, no, that was quick rain delay.
Yeah, very quick rain delay. I think England would have hoped that it rained for a little bit longer. 4 for 1. Neil with the Queen Jack of clubs from under the gun.
Queen Jack of clubs raised in 1.3. Limit lines at 600. 3 minutes left of the level.
This is just too wide from Stephen here. Jack 3 suited in the small blind versus gun raise. Just needs to be long in the muck, but wants to make the call. Craig getting a good price with 7-6. I know, but flops best on 9-3 deuce. Checks through. 4 of spades on the turn. Checks over to Craig. Gonna have a stab at this now with 7-6 suited.
Just with a gut it.
Yeah, don't think we're going to see Stephen fold to 1-bet.
Yes, we don't. There's the ace of hearts.
Craig with just 7 high here.
We'll bet the turn. Surely we have to bet the river as well.
Yeah, can have plenty of 5x in range here as well as Craig, so I think we're confident.
And already, Steve McCabe's already worked you out. I'm out of the way, he says. Well done, Craig. Great when you start looking down at your chips and your opponent folds.
Especially when you're bluffing with 7
Yeah,
eyes. Yeah,
I've got 7 high here, mate.
Especially when you're bluffing with 7 high, Tower.
Here's King for Gurinder, sat in seat number 5 from gun. Initially raised. Steve's got 10s now. It's like he's playing every hand, but he's actually getting the hands as well. So 4-bet with Ace King from Gurinder with Ace King suited. He might just pile this, you know.
300, 600.
He might just be an unbeliever and pile this.
Well, there you go. Good call, Tower. Gone for it and going to flip it off here in spectacular fashion.
Off we go to the races.
So Stephen at risk here with the 10s, but if he was to win this, we'd have a big stack. And as we've seen so far throughout proceedings, a couple of flips can decide things early. We're going to see 5 will start with 3, and it's ace high for Gorinda.
Ace 4-4. Just need to fade the 6 outs, but no, we can't do that.
2 outs once for Stephen.
And it's not. Unlucky Steve McCabe. Probably re-enter. 10's no good in this situation. Gorinda up to 87. Hey Pesky, I'm staying in Planet Hollywood.
So we haven't actually seen too much of Eastie at this table since he sat down and he got involved in the first hand, and haven't seen too much since, but plenty of action from the other players.
Cards. He's got the chips glasses on.
Would be
remember the old Poncherello, the old chips?
Yes, yeah.
Californian Highway Patrol.
John with the ace 10.
Easton folding. 89 for Keith. He calls the 1K. Craig with the jack 8. Yep. Out of the way. Neil Feenan with the 5-4. Come on then.
5-4 suited in the small blind for Neil. Gorinda going to get priced in with a 6-2 suited in the big blind. So 4 ways here. Following John's open from EP.
Flop time. 5 King 4.
Neil.
Neil Feenan.
Check through on the flop.
Just gets better for him.
On the
but it brings flushes for Gorinda.
Yeah, that's a card, that one, Tower. Gives Neil 2 pair. Got shot straight flush for Gorinda. John may well feel like he's got the best hand here a decent amount of the time when it checked through on the flop, but
well, that's tiny.
After we go bet call, that is tiny, you're right.
That's just going to keep everybody involved.
Oh, Keith, what is going on
Well,
here?
Keith
Yes,
got nothing.
Keith with the 0% equity.
There's no draws, redraws, straights, flushes. There's nothing.
Do you know what the sickest thing about this is? This could just go cool as well. Keith sat there with the 9 high. He said, none of yous can have a real hand here, guys. And to be fair, this 1K from Neil should really be like nonsense. It's just not a thing. 1K in this spot, gonna call.
Was a bit of a weird bet.
Yeah.
The 1K.
Yeah, Gorinda.
With
Got a shot straight flush draw. And Craig just catching up off the side of the table there, but Gorinda now getting, we've got a call, 5.5k, 5-1 here, and if he feels any spade's good, does elect to make the call. So John a little bit perplexed as to what's going on here, but we cannot have the best hand here perceived as John with second pair. on its own after this action unfolds. And Keith in position here, please brick off. Well, ace of diamonds.
The ace 10's now thinking, what on earth's just happened?
Yeah, and when check 2 now, we've got a bet now as Keith. Come on, Keithy. Find it, yes. Find that 16, 17k.
And it makes it 11.5. 12.5.
Yeah. 12.5. And Neil with bottom 2 pair in a pretty tough spot now.
I think he's a little bit worried about Gurinder.
Can be a little bit worried about Gurinder, but as Neil here, we've basically still got a bluff catcher with bottom 2 pair, and the problem is holding clubs is we block quite a lot of the bluffs, so gets out the way, and this is going to work from Keith Littlewood. 9 high, gets it through. Well, he was giving it large on the feature with the Man United badge the other day, but took some flack around the bubble on the high roller. But this guy can play, guys. Keith Littlewood, circuit reg, right up there in the MPL. Absolutely no problem seizing the day there with 9 high and gets it through. Very nice from Keith. Oh, hello.
Oh,
hello.
Val's turned up.
How you doing, Val? You okay?
And this is Sam. Sam, Val.
I brought you 4 cakes.
Lovely to meet you.
We've got cakes from Mimi's Bakehouse. Where's Mimi's? Where is it? Is it up the road? Shall we open it? Here we go. Are you ready? The big reveal.
What have we got going on in here then?
You won't like any of these.
All right.
I have already seen
in a
these.
Shock turn
There
of
is
events,
no way.
everybody's going to not like the
There
cake.
is no way you're going to like any of these. Come here, Mimi. Oh my
Ooh,
god.
Hello.
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
Hello.
not for you. Oh my word.
It's sticky toffee pudding.
Sticky toffee pudding.
Oh my
Banana.
A banana. The box is opened really wide.
Hang on. We're going to try this. Look at the absolute state of that.
Oh, we get looked after here, don't we?
Look at that.
Look at them. We won't be having them at all later. Oh dear. God, I'm glad I'm on a diet for Vegas.
I'm going to get a drink in for the weekend.
No, thank you very much. I'll come see you in 2.
Amazing. You can see her in 2, that's fine. In 3, they won't still be there. I'll give you for 3.
I just want to close the box so I don't block it off and oh man.
Wow.
Oh dear. Thanks for that. What a lovely box that is.
Look at that.
Mimi's. Oh dear. So we get to the turn. Wow. Looks like you shake through. You're in sticking about on the river. And end hand. Line. They look sublime. Let me tell you. Lovely cakes there. Thanks for Val bringing them in. Trying to get a bit of action out of here from Yiffy.
Absolutely looked after you, right? The sweet tower.
We have.
Chair, check call.
Yeah, check call always. There we go, check call. And just earlier, Pesky was there. Look at this, cake delivery's there on the table and everything. There's pizzas going on. There's all sorts going on. Pesky asked, where was I staying in Vegas?
Yeah.
So, this is the last time I played in Planet that is Planet Hollywood. Right? So, we're playing a tournament and Boothie actually won this comp.
Boothie won the comp.
It was a $200 comp. It was one of their festivals.
Yeah.
Boothie actually goes on to win it. Right?
Okay, nice.
I'm sat on this side of the table, so the empty chair is a guy called Greg Garrett from Liverpool.
Right.
Okay. So Greg says to me, do you fancy a bite to eat? So I says, yeah, there's a break coming up soon. And down underneath there's a big, really good Chinese called PF Chang's.
Okay.
It's fabulous. So he says, I'll order from PF Chang's, what do you fancy? So I says, right, okay. I says, we'll order it. Anyway, so he orders it. The guy says, the food's here. I says, all right, we're on a break in 10 minutes. He says, don't worry. He says, I will bring the food to you. So I says, right, okay, no worries, that's
right.
nice. They brought the food. They then bring a table. Two guys then bring a tablecloth. They put the table in between us.
Set you up
and set us up a little table for two.
Unbelievable.
And this is during the comp.
Amazing.
So, and that's actually my seat when I'm sat playing. And Greg was in the empty chair there, and they fixed a table, they fixed a tablecloth, they fixed all the food, and we just sat there and literally just had a table for two in the middle of the poker room.
11 years ago.
That was 11 years ago.
Wow.
And I think it's, what were it, 2000, when he moved over to the Horseshoe, Planet Hollywood stopped playing poker.
Yeah.
But now Planet Hollywood have got
room's
poker room back open. Yeah. But that was just unbelievable. That was just so much. That was just fantastic. We've ordered Chinese. They fixed a table for two and plonked it in the middle of the poker room.
Brilliant. Brilliant stuff.
I told you in June every part of my memories was something from Vegas.
You did.
That was one of them.
You did.
So brilliant stuff. Thanks to that. Oh, so yes. So yeah, it's. Would you like a cup of tea?
Yeah.
To go with the cake.
I'll have a coffee, please, mate.
Coffee?
Yeah, I'll have a cup of coffee.
Not dead?
Yeah, I'll have a warm coffee.
Oh dear, amazing. So yeah, so there we go. We get spoilt like we get looked after, and we do get spoilt. We do get a lot of people giving us some great gifts and food and cakes and pies and all. How we doing, Karen? How's Jay doing in Vegas? He's bagged up the Millie Maker, 150k. He bagged up. I think is it the last flight today of the Millie Maker? And there could easily be 6,000 runners in that today, in the Millie Maker last flight, easy. So he's got a day off today, or well, he won't have a day off. What he will do, he'll find a decent one-day comp to play. But he has bagged up for the Millie Maker, which is good news. Coffee?
Please, sir.
Coffee.
So, to everyone just tuning in to the coverage, welcome to Edinburgh. This is Flight 1D, the final flight of the day ones for the main event here at the 888 Festival. And we've seen a fair few action hands so far over the course of the day. No doubt we're going to see more as proceedings tick on. We've got 12 levels of entries today, 15 levels, and probably the only flight, or only day of coverage from the team where we know where we're going to be finishing. I reckon the stream's going to finish about 11:30 tonight, so plenty of coverage still to come from the team. And we've got a fun feature for you here, that's for sure. We've got Alex just joined the table in the 2 seat after Stephen was busted out by Gorinda with the Ace King, who's had a pretty good level actually in the context of things. Blinds at 400, 800 with an 800 big blind ante. And Yafei gonna peel the button here versus Alex's open. John in the small blind with 4s. Gonna make the call as well. And Santiago not going to be folding the Jack 10. So once again, I think we're going to be going 4 ways here, guys. Neil tucking into a slice of pizza in the 4 seat. So let's go to a flop, please, dealer. Alex with the best of it so far, but no longer after that flop. 9 high flop, Yafei flopping best with the 10-9. Santiago 2 overs and a gut shot Only play with club in hand as well. 2 clubs on flop. Checked round to the pre-flop aggressor Alex, who almost certainly going to see check this one 4-way. I don't think Yafei's going to check from what we've seen. I think we're going to start to flush out some equity, protect our top pair. Goes for 3.5k into 8k. John with the 4s. We're essentially set mine in pre-flop. Trying to stare down our opponent here, but nothing really we can do with our holding other than drop this one into the bin. Santiago, however, 2 overs, just announces call. And Alex going to get out of the way, so heads up to a turn. Which is the king of clubs, so Yafei won't love this one. And when checked to by Santiago, might well find some checkbacks here. Does indeed opt to check back, so going to a river now. Which is the ace of clubs, and Santiago gets there. Jack of clubs realised into a flush. Feel pretty confident betting our hand for value as well. Ooh, wants to check it over. Gonna get all non-club hands to check back, surely. Well, opts to play as a check call. We're gonna check back his hand, realise he's got... What has just happened here? Oh, he did say call. I thought he just open folded the jack of clubs. Apologies, guys. I thought Santiago just open folded the jack of clubs. Missed the action there on the river. The tracker didn't quite pick that one up. But I thought we just open folded the jack of clubs. So Santiago decided to play check call on the river works as Yafei finds a bet on a board. I think we're going to do a lot of checking back there. We can still have some showdown against some 7x. But decided to go for it. Santiago picking that one up. How are we doing, Dow Donny, on Twitch? Good to hear from you. Seen plenty of multi-way pots in the early stages of this flight, guys. It's just the sort of thing we're going to see on these day ones. So, although it might not be a regular occurrence. Santiago out the way in the small blind, facing raise from Yafei in the cutoff. Blinds 400, 800, 800 big blind ante. Chip counts on the screen for you. John Hamilton currently the shortest stack. Rumour has it that the rattlesnake is in the field. Yeah, there we go.
If he gets it.
And we've got Craig just shouting out, is that a rebuy for Welland? We have seen Welland over the course of the festival on the feature a fair bit. Came on feature the other day. Gets asked by the action tracker, what would you like to be called on the feature? The answer, rattlesnake. Champion.
Coffee's here.
Caffeinated beverages have arrived.
Yes.
Courtesy of the Tower.
I was going to get you a cold one, but I knew you liked the hot one from earlier, so I just stuck to the same.
Honestly. How we're getting needled in the booth.
So he has his order this morning. What did you order?
Just to set the line. We were very generous offer this morning from Paul to
Mikey. Was it Paul or Mikey?
Paul got the coffees this morning.
All right.
Very generous offer from Paul via Mikey as we walk into the casino. Fancy a coffee from Starbucks or yes, please. That would be brilliant. I'll have an iced latte.
Iced
no
latte.
worries. So off Mikey.
Do you have syrup in it? Or
No. Just straight as it is.
Okay.
Straight as it is. And Mikey trots off down the road. Probably about 20-ish minutes later, I'd say. Comes back in, arrives at the booth.
You excited?
Oh yes. I love an
Iced latte. Iced latte on its way.
Sorry, Sam. It's a warm one.
How did you get it mixed up?
Like, what is this? I was stunned into silence.
A hot latte instead of
Stunned
an
into
iced
silence. These
caffeine.
two are cracking up either side.
Oh, brilliant.
Not best.
I don't even know how you could even get it wrong. Can I have an iced latte, please? Oh, here comes a latte.
Yeah, we did have a bit of fun with the drink selections on where was it we were at? That must have been in Portsmouth when we were talking about skinny macchiato frappuccino,
Yeah.
double choco mocha from one of the Cafe Nero stands. One of the 1,300 Cafe Neros in the country.
Where's Scuddy? Because it's just started to rain where he is. And apparently the weather forecast today was should have been a scorchio everywhere.
Yeah.
And it's all changed.
Well, that's true.
How do they get paid, these weathermen?
Don't know. Not sure. I'm quite pleased actually because the weather's now changed Monday evening. When I first looked at it earlier in the week and we were looking at scorches yesterday and today and a slightly cloudy day tomorrow, it was meant to be really wet, rainy, heavy.
All right.
And I'm flying back on Monday evening.
Yeah.
Or late Monday. I think my flight's at 7 o'clock actually.
Okay.
On Monday to Heathrow. And weather was looking grim, and I was sat there thinking, God, back end of the day.
Oh, I know, yeah.
Bit ugly
And
weather.
you wanted to get out.
We could have a bit of a problem here, but now it's looking reasonably clear.
Oh,
so I think
excellent.
everything's just kind of shifted a bit, but fingers crossed. Who knows?
You've got
Hopefully we get out of it.
one last chance to get a nice afternoon dinner somewhere into a recommended place.
Yes, I will be looking for. Well, I don't. It's an awkward flight time to be honest. 7 o'clock. Because
You don't need to be there till 5.
Well, I'm aware, but I'm going to make the most of the breakfast at the hotel, aren't I? You've got to do that.
Well, that's
I've got to
true.
have a bit of brekkie at the hotel.
That's true.
Maybe we go for a slightly earlier brekkie. Go and mosey around. Last couple of little bits of sightseeing in Edinburgh. Hopefully, the Highland show will be finished by Monday, or is it still on?
Yeah, I think it finishes Sunday night.
Okay.
Or Sunday evening.
So there'll be some pack up from the Highland show, but hopefully the traffic won't be quite as bad on Monday afternoon.
No, it won't.
So I'll be able to catch the bus back into the airport, get myself back down south after the festival, and then I'm just going to be relying on WhatsApp updates from the guys, I guess. See how you're
Indeed.
getting on from Vegas, mate. So
We might even get an update from Jay if he's feeling, if he's up and not playing cards, and try and get a quick chat with you live on air.
that'd be cool, wouldn't it?
Yeah. And he'll be going live on air. Brandon Shields was busy yesterday. We asked him for the same, and he was in the Millie Maker, as everybody seems to be. And if you're not in it and not bagged up, you'll be in it again today, because it's one of the best tournaments on the series. Oh no, puddles activated, barbecue cancelled.
Oh.
We've had a change of cards in the last few hands. What's happened to the decks? It's third change in a short space. Very good that the action tracker is keeping an eye on the cards for us. They updated during the break. When is the break? Oh, I can't even see that clock. 33 minutes.
33 minutes till the end of
So
level 6.
53 minutes.
You got a keyword this session?
We'll have a keyword coming up in this session in about 20 minutes time. 20 minutes time on the hour. Next keyword for a ticket, and then we'll ramp them up. We are on until around about 11:30 tonight.
Yeah, just saying when you're stepping out, it's the only day of the festival where we know what time we're actually going to finish, isn't it, really?
That's
well,
true,
the
yeah.
turbo as well, I guess, but in terms of these longer days.
Yeah, the turbo on the Wednesday is just nice to do a 4.5 hour stream. I know we've been on the road in the morning, but nice to get some streaming done on the Wednesday. The turbo is a really good one for us to do. It's good action because it's 15-minute blinds, and it's you just see how.
It may well have been fed back by now about the 4-5 of clubs hand from Neil earlier. It was a strange old hand, that one. Keith just taking the 9 high and getting the power raise through. Going to struggle on this one to be doing anything. Neil with the overpair and diamond in hand. Craig checks it over to him. Neil fires out 1k. Oh, looks like we might have had a little outage there, but hopefully back.
This is on Twitch, I don't know why, but we seem to be back yet with the 9 of spades on the turn.
The 9 of spades on the turn is a brutal one for Neil. Craig pretty much turning gin. Just a call from Craig. Neil having a chatter about something.
Jack of Hearts on the river, check mark for Craig with the 9 in the trips. Neil Feenan with the pocket kings.
Yeah, Neil might feel like this is one that we can go for value again, as here 10k this size, and we've just got a call as Craig with a 9. We've essentially played to check call this river, so if our opponent's got a flush, they've got a flush, but we've hit the magical turn.
Can we have played it cautiously and just check back with the kings on a board that's just got a little bit wetter?
Yeah, it does really feel like a thinner push of that aggression from Neil, but having king of diamonds in hand seems like a good one to have, and we might find some optimistic, find some raise here as Craig. I'm not sure about this as a raise, because I think at this point we're only getting
called by better.
Yeah,
absolutely.
But I think we could take it as, it just feels like if we're checking back here, we might be missing a little bit of value against some like Jack 10s with the diamond, some Jack X's in there with the diamond in general. 10x might feel like we want to take one. It kind of feels hard as Neil to have 3 streets for value. For that reason, we might want to really push it a bit thinner, but I don't think that calling here is going to be particularly profitable for us. I don't think we're ever raising with worse.
Just on the cautious side, might have checked back there with Neil, but that probably me being a little bit too cautious.
I don't think it's bad, Tara, at all to be checking back. You know, we're going to have the best hand a decent amount of the time, not every time. I think we probably would have heard from our opponent if they had a flush earlier in the hand. Maybe find a check raise on the turn with some flushes, or on the flop even. So we are considering that our opponent is in the big blind as well, going to be relatively wide. If we do get to the river with like a pair and a diamond combo, we want to be getting value from those as well. We beat all 2 pairs as well with kings after the board pairing with a 9 on the turn. So I don't think it's wild to be going for value on the river there by any stretch of the imagination, but lower variance route, perhaps take a check back and take showdown.
Afternoon, Mr. Baroni. Aaron Barone, how are we doing? Hope things are well. Hope the streams have been going good. Are you in Vegas? Will you be going to Vegas? How's things? Probably won't be in Vegas now, because if he is, it's like... What time is it? Like... 7 in the morning?
Yeah, 7 AM.
Yep, 7:47 in the morning.
Well, action developing here already. How on earth is this a single raise pot pre-flop? I will never know, but if Faye opens the aces +1, gets called in the cut-off by Keith with the ace-jack. Craig just flats the 10s from the small blind. Neil in with Queen 9 offsuit in the big blind. Jack 4-3 rainbow. We're going to see Keith do some chips here, Tower. Fancies raise straight away.
Yeah, makes it 12. Pot size is that? Raised it up. So it does raise to 12.
Neil asking for a bit of change here, but can't be. Surely can't be thinking of doing it. Doesn't even know he's in the hand.
It doesn't know it, so it really doesn't know it's him. Neil, it's
Just
on
get-
you!
just gets his
Neil!
phone out mid-hand.
Oh, sorry, mate. There we go. I thought I'd already been that trash. So just a call from Yif.
Yeah. King of Spades is not the prettiest one to see, as you fade. Checks it over. Keith quickly checks back. And 9 of clubs on the river. And I think now you're going to feel pretty comfortable going for value now, especially with the speed of that check back from Keith. Just going to be really painful if we find a check here, Tower, and our opponent checks back. We're going to feel like we missed a lot of value, but 20k going to get snapped off from Keith. Not much consideration there, and ace-jack shown down by Keith.
Okay, he's down about down at 40. Just calls the 20. He's here to play. He's going back home to Spain tomorrow. King, Queen, 5 flop. Another flop set this time for John in 7. Open ender for Garinda, who's always check calling. Just about 2. So we do a check call. Turn is a 6. Do we check call again with the open ender? There's Gorinda.
Slightly more, slightly difficult now in that we could have had some ace-x of hearts considerations. We may essentially get to a point now where if we were to find the ace of hearts or the 9 of hearts, that might not even be good if we run into a backdoor flush. And against 3.5k though, only faced with quarter pot, we're getting 4 to 1. Does opt to let it go.
Nice fold. Nice fold indeed. So Neil Fiona down to 25B, John Hamilton 28, Keith on 50. Day 1D, last flight of buy-ins. Level 12 is the end of buy-ins. We're coming up to level number 6. Day 1 888, day 1D, and we're going to do a keyword in 6 minutes time.
6 minutes?
Lime, can we have a keyword please?
Fire her up, Lime. So things ticking over in Edinburgh. Almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Live streams on a 20-minute delay for game integrity, but card room's getting quite busy out there now.
Yeah, good numbers. Over 110,000 in the prize pool. Will just get bigger and bigger and bigger. 113,581.
It's a great effort.
In the mix.
Great effort so far. Only going to get bigger, as Tara said, and if that gets north of 120k, which is perfectly reasonable to think it will by the time Reg closes.
And after this hand, we'll go straight into the keyword because we've got it.
Keyword.
Keyword. Keyword. Keyword. We will fire up. No, we'll fire up bang on 4, as we always do. Queen high flop, Queen 5-4. 8 of clubs on the turn.
Yeah, Neil might perceive that this is one we want to find another barrel on. I think in general, 10-9 offsuit here, probably one we just want to be mindful of, going with much more aggression on. Well, 10 of hearts is going to get us out of jail on this river. Check back, fling over the 10-9.
Shows in the 10. So there we go.
Got your keyword?
We have got the keyword, and it's very relevant. So the cakes in there is a sticky toffee cake.
Oh, Lime says we're offline.
Oh, no, 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 no. We're offline. Why are we offline? Why are we offline? What's happening? Oh, we have gone. Oh, we'll wait. We'll wait. We went offline. I don't know why we went offline. We are back. We are back. You have to watch the ad. There you go. We're back. So, the keyword. Here we go. Same keyword. The connection is unstable. Must be. I don't know why. What do you mean kicking cables?
I haven't been kicking any
Are
cables.
you sure?
100%.
Okay. So the keyword is, for this section, sticky toffee. Because one of them cakes in there is a sticky toffee cake. Sticky toffee. There we go, live. Thank you very much. Sticky toffee is the keyword. Go, go, go. Chance of winning a token. Sitting by the fire. My grandma said, "Young woman, yeah, I'm on fire." Talk about Anna, Anna. One of my favourite songs. That
is it?
I don't know why. It's just a happy tune. Aiko Aiko. And it's a really old song, but the one version I remember was one in like 1983 or something like that.
Okay.
And it was just really just great.
It's a pretty uplifting little.
Yeah. But they do.
Always makes you.
There has been plenty of cover versions of that in years gone by, and I think one of them in the last couple of years was a very upbeat version of it. Sticky toffee. One more minute.
Actually going to fold around here behind Keith's raise with the ace-3 of clubs until the small blind. No folding here for John with the Rockets. Going to make it 5k. Could go slightly bigger than this, but opts to leave just pop behind on the flop. So going to be all in on a lot of flops, including this one. 996, 2 diamonds.
When he does put them in, he won't be getting paid off. Keith, oh, nice little check, but check back instantly. Keith's already given up on this hand. Once we call a 3-bet and you've got absolutely no equity in the hand.
Can we find a small bet here, 2.5? Or we're just going for the lot?
You can put 100 chip in if you wanted to.
Yeah.
It's still too many.
Let's go for it. Okay, can we get a quick fold from Keith? So expect the countdown to start shortly. You've got Sticky Toffee, one word.
Indeed.
Get it in the chat on Twitch, 888 Poker TV. All one word, guys. Sticky Toffee.
Sticky Toffee. Mrs. Jambo on the Twitch. How are we doing, Mrs. Jambo?
Well, we've got
Has he still played a hand today?
We've got feedback from seat 1
about the guy in
about
seat 9.
Keith says any chance he can play a pot in position against Eastie, he's got to get involved.
So we get PK on the case right now. It has stopped on Twitch and on YouTube as well. That's just blurting round and going round and round and round. We're on the case. Could be chatting to nobody. If anybody can hear us, say hello. Ah, we're back. We are back on YouTube, which means we could be back on Twitch.
Yeah, apologies guys, a couple of connectivity issues there, it would appear.
So we're back on both after about a minute. Don't know what happened there, but we cut off on both. Hi David!
Hey David,
how are you doing?
We had a message earlier saying the A-team had arrived.
The A-team?
The A-team have arrived.
The A-team.
We got Craigie raising this one up from +1. And Keith in the big blind with the 5 deuce of diamonds, gonna make the call. Flop in, backdoor, flush draw and gut shot. Bet from Craig on the flop and a call from Keith. And gin turn for Keith Littlewood. Offsuit 3 arrives. Gets checked back from Craig. 8 hearts on the river. And I reckon Keith's going to size this up. Makes it 9k and awkward one for Craig now. Do you think that Keith is going to have some 2 pairs here from the big blind, a board that is going to be pretty advantageous to us in terms of the run out, but ace high flop, I think we're just going to have it here more often than not as Keith. And we've got decision now for Craig.
27 minutes left of this level as we're looking down at Queens and everything is back. Connections are back and everything.
Well, non-believer Craig gonna pay off and get shown the bad news straight for Keith. So Keith gonna get some back, and he's been swinging around. Oh, Keith Littlewood back to starting stack for him, 50 bigs. We got a new feature table lineup will be coming after the break. We'll get that for you when we can. Liaison says, seat me on Eastie's left day 2, please. Thanks. He has not had a hand to get involved with really, Eastie, since those pocket 8s early on where we saw him successfully call down Steve McCabe. See if you can find one here on the button. Well, Gorinda's found one from MP. Pocket 9's going to open proceedings to 2200. If 8 folds, John next to speak, going to get out of the way. Santiago going to fold the ace-5, Eastie folds the button. Keith in the small blind with the jack-4 suited. Alex in the big blind, king 10 suited. I think we're just going to see this one played as a call. Keith, quick glance at the camera. Side eye to the camera as Keith. Oh, he loves it. Jack 4 of clubs for Keith.
Well, are we ever in a position where we can rep the ace?
Yeah, pretty nice one to be going after, particularly when we're against both the blinds here. That makes a difference versus maybe LP action and a blind hand, for example. But against both blinds, pretty happy to find the C-bet here as Gorinda. Don't think we're going to see Alex fold into 1-bet. Backdoor diamonds and immediate outs with a jack. We see against Gorinda's exact hand, a 10 or a king also live as well.
Queen of clubs turn.
Yeah, Queen of clubs on the turn. We're going to have all Queen X that we opened with continue on the flop, I would have thought, as Gorinda, but it's in quite quick here on the turn, finds a bet of 6k, and Alex is going to get that one through. Alex is going to drop that one off. Gorinda going to get the King 10 out of there.
Move over 100 bigs with the 1k blinds.
Gorinda Concon. 104 blinds, lovely spot to be in at this start of the day. Full on double starting stack. Registration for the final flight of the main event here open until the end of level 12. I think there'll be a break at the end of level 12 and it'll actually be at the end of said break, but looks like
Around about 24 minutes till the end of this session, and then a break and a new table. If it raising to 2,000 from early position with threes. Keith goes with a 9-5 out of the cut-off. And Neil defends the big blind with 8-5. Ten, 10, 8 flop, 2 pair for Neil. C-bet from Yiffy. Keith, absolute float with a 10, with a 9-5, and Neil with 2 pair calls. So we're going 3-way to the turn. Which brings a spade and a draw for Keith. And also a good call for Keith to get involved with again. Another ace on the board. He bets 5,000 and Keith just on it.
up to 56k now, Keith.
Opens the King Jack Seward. Is it 2, John? Playing 23.
You can just make this 5 BBs and play pretty honestly versus any pushback.
Yep. 3 bets to 6.
Yeah, it does make it 6k. UFA will be aware that John's going to be in the upper elements of range when faced with a 3-bet here, but feels like a good old stare down, does our John?
Yep.
Every time your face committed a chip to the pot, John is Hawkeye on him. Checks this one over. Find a small bet here as John. Gets that one through.
Yeah, John with the ace king. 20 minutes to go until the end of the session. And then a 15-minute break. Easy with an ace. Out of the way. He's back in the game, raised to 2.3.
Neil, Queen 10 of spades on the button.
Announces call. Yeah, we need Easy to play some hands for the compilation video. Get on it, lads, she said.
It'd be a YouTube short at this rate line, wouldn't it?
It would. You'll be able to play his highlights in one of the outages we've had. Well, there's a flop for Keith.
Yeah.
Flushing on the 3-deuce-9-2 club board. Leads for 3.
Wow, Neil taking one off here with the Queen 10 of spades.
Neil having none of it.
Is Neil.
I'll tell you what these
is
two.
this? Well, why wouldn't you just take one off? You're going to turn top pair. Checks it over. Neil just over pot behind. Quite simply bets. I think we've got the best hand now when check 2 from Keith. Just going to call.
The river.
Oh, 9 of clubs on the end.
Keith getting there. Sends Neil in, and I think Neil's just going to, with his stack, what's he got, 12k? Yeah, let's see what you've got. I've hit the flush. And he just slides them into the muck. They have to be turned over. He had the queen on the turn. Neil Feenan may come back in. What have I missed, says Chris Harvey? An active day so far, shall we say? An active day.
Well, we lose Neil from the feature. Leaves us 8-handed in proceedings for a short time until we see this seat filled up.
So 15 minutes, as you can see there, top of the screen of this session to go. Then a new table when we come back after the break. Jack high flop, Jack 10-5. Craig flopping best. Put about a quarter in. A bit bigger, best 5. 40%.
Yeah, and maybe not the worst thing to be doing sizing up, particularly when playing Keith in that spot. I feel like he's going to be maybe taking slightly wider than some other opponents based on hand histories between the two of them. Craig saw him show how the 5 deuce suited earlier, so may opt to just size up a little bit, but going to get that one through. Dealer change on the feature.
Yep. Just under 15 minutes to go of this session. Right now we are short on our shorts. Used it not being able to get involved too much on the feature. Santiago looks like balancing the tables. It looks at. Got my phone, got my wallet, got my bag, got my chips, got my drink, got my iced latte, got my water.
Honestly, the needles are red hot.
Oh. And I've got a feeling in about 12 minutes time it might be cake time.
You reckon?
Just saying. It is break time.
Okay.
Are we having a toss up for first pick?
I don't think I'm going to get much opportunity. I
BK
suspect the
said
sticky
yes.
toppy put in his...
BK says we're having a toss up for first pick. It will be cake time. Thanks to Val for bringing him from Mimi's Bakehouse.
Nice one, Val. Oh, where are you stashing these? Ah, they're around the back of your laptop,
Round
aren't
the
they?
back
Ah,
there,
look at this.
Still in the box.
Ah.
Mimi's Bakehouse. Have you ever, in the first couple of sessions of a main event, seen as much alcohol served as in Edinburgh?
No. not even, and having played,
Would you?
I've played a few WSOP events with thousands in the field.
Yeah.
And still probably seen more in the Maybury than in that field.
They don't do soft drinks up here, do they?
It would appear not. You think that's an orange juice at the front of that tray?
Oh no. Oh no. It might have something in it.
Well, England look to be going alright in response to India. 86 for 1 in the cricket. 86 runs for
Already?
1 wicket.
1 wicket?
They were 4 for 1.
Ah.
And managed to get it together a little bit.
Liaison says I was pretty hammered by the time day 1C ended. He's just playing in great spirits. Always remember
Literally.
the start of
Quite
Palmer
literally, yeah.
saga when we were live streaming one of the events and we finished the day and there's 6 empty starter Palmer glasses under seat 5. Like,
What, in Edinburgh?
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah. There's just empty starter Palmer glasses everywhere. It is a good drink, by the way.
Star.
Yeah.
It's a good one.
It
mate.
is.
It's a good one.
Astor Rash has put us on pause and then come back after his cheese sandwich and tried to get in with sticky toffee.
Yeah. Well, finally, Easty with a hand we can play.
Oi, oi. Everybody at the table, be aware.
Yeah.
As you've seen, he has not played a hand in an hour.
Alex
Not a chance.
Away from Gunn. John, 10-9 of hearts on the button. Can't do anything versus this sizing. And Easty going to get it through with the ace-queen of clubs. Played the first hand. Bless you, sir. Played the first hand and near enough the last hand of the session. As Easty, a few more to go.
Can you give a spoiler warning on the cricket, please? Some of us watching on catch-up. England are none for none. They're just about to start batting, Tom.
No problem, Tom. We'll do. We'll do going forward.
Oh, Cat's on the way to go and see Tim Minchin. You will have a awesome evening. He is so funny. And he's brilliant on the piano. I just re-watch that 3-minute song every now and again. It's just absolute class. Yeah, have a great night, Cat. Watching a little bit of Tim Minchin. He is funny. On a bus to Glasgow. What's that, about an hour? About an hour on the bus?
From here to Glasgow?
Yeah.
What is it if you were just able to drive? 40 minutes?
Yeah, I'd say about 40-45 minutes. The bus obviously stops for the pickups. Not as quick.
Unless the bus driver's on a mission, then.
Absolutely. Off see Tim Minchin, he'll be there in 20
No
minutes.
one's getting off today, boys. See you in Glasgow. That's it, yeah. Alright, Grinda from Gun here, Queen Jack. Coming in for an open.
So 6 minutes, as you see there, till the end of the session, and then a break, and then back with it after. Right, get your coin out.
What?
BK, get your coin out.
Whether or not Keith's gonna.
I ain't got one. I don't carry cash. I'm
Listen.
like royalty.
I don't carry cash, I'm like royalty.
Coins are out. How do we do this? Well, you need one.
You need one for?
First dibs.
I don't care. Just what?
No, we're not doing it properly. Got to do.
Whoever gets the odd one out.
Whoever gets the odd one out.
So we got Paul over here to the left, Tower to the right.
Odd one out gets the dibs.
Yeah.
What about if we've all got the same?
Well, we'll do it again.
Okay.
What you got?
Tails.
Who you got?
Tails.
Oh, come on, be an heads.
It's gonna be heads.
Come on, one side, be an heads.
Yes!
3 tails.
Go again.
3 tails. Can't believe it. Here we go. Bring it up.
You got to go first this time.
I'm going first with. What is that? Tails.
Heads.
Ooh.
Ooh. Go on in. Go on.
Ooh.
Go on. No!
Heads! Yes! First dibs on the cakes. You can have your money back.
Oh, brilliant.
Yes!
Heads or tails, sir?
Heads. Brilliant.
Oh, you're third.
Honestly, I'd have taken third anyway.
You're third.
Third in the 3-horse
We've
race.
got the dibs on the cake. We'll take him to the bar. Oh, amazing. 5 minutes time. You don't find this on World Series streams, do you? Dibs on cake.
25k PLO final table. We're all gonna get the coins out and flip for the cake.
Oh, amazing.
You'll have to see it.
That's our ace 9, ace jack on a 6-10 deuce king board. Galinda with the ace 9 and none of it. Yeah, what are we putting John on? Something like a queen jack. What he's got. An ace jack. Jack queen of spades will be huge. Galinda out of the way. So, final couple hands of the session. Dave walks around with a full menu. So, final couple of hands of the session and then a new table after the break. King 10 for Craig gets out of the way after a raise from John with 10s. Small blind should be in the bin as well.
If in the big blind.
Jack 3 looks like defending.
Yeah, Jack 3.
They are suited.
Yep. Well,
all spades 3, 4, 9.
1 BB here from John. Be absolutely fine. Just north of. Goes for just over third. Cool from your fate. Well, flop bottom pair. Still have some ace-X in there. Could have the best hand a reasonable amount of the time. Don't always have to have over pair. And after this fourth spade inevitably checks through, I wouldn't bet against your fate finding a bluff here on the river. May even think he's just got a bit of showdown with a 3 against ace-king, ace-jack, bits and pieces of the range like that. But
shows him the 10s and it's good. One more hand. Last hand of the session on its way, and then it's cake time. Oh, first dibs on cake. Oh, so tell you what, I run good. One more hand. I'd just like to give a walk to the big blind if you can, please.
I hope this hand takes 17 minutes.
East is already folded in his head. So last hand of the session, break time on its way. Oh, Donny, you've not seen the cakes. You've not seen them. You must have not been in the chat when we showed them to TV. They are amazing, from Mimi's Bakehouse here in Edinburgh. And everybody's standing up knowing it's the last hand. You're in the corner coming for a race. 2.2.
Yeah, all the chips suited from the button.
If he's not folding Johnny's. John's out of the way. It was the pastries, yes, Dowdonny, apologies. They were amazing. From Mimi's. There you go, see John's on. He's got a steak sandwich and chips. He's off for his dinner break. So break, last flop before the break, 9-7-4. Top pair of Garinda.
Yeah, pretty straightforward here. I imagine check, bet, fold, incoming. I know we've got some connectivity around the 7 of diamonds with holding, but we've basically got backdoor queen eye flush draw, slightly ambitious peel here in my opinion. Well, if you're picking cards out, it's not a bad one. Queen 5 of diamonds upgrading to a flush draw on the turn for your fate. Garinda might be happy to try and get this 9 to showdown here with a weak kicker.
On the river.
Wants to check back. Well, wow, what a card that is.
Wow, wow, wow. Yiffy with the flush. Garinda, river in trip 9s.
Sizing up, 11k, goes full pot, and I think against this, Garinda's just going to call.
Just going to have to call, isn't it? And does. See the bad news of the flush. And Garinda pays.
9 for Mammon in the window.
So excited about these cakes. You cannot put a measurement on how excited he is about these cakes.
See you back in 15, just less than 15 minutes with a new table. Easty chip leader on the table, but didn't play too many hands. We'll see you back in about 13.
Spade, anyone?
But Spade's
Spade for the
available.
double redraw. That's a very good flop for the A6 of diamonds.
Well, I'll tell you what, Deravianko has also got a flush draw here.
This is why we got the dealer change. Look at this. Something for everyone.
I mean, not just something, like pretty chunky something for everybody here.
Everyone's excited, aren't they?
Yeah, Piras is like, okay, I mean, if you'd have offered me that, I'd have taken it. Bosco can't believe his luck, and Deravianko's like, well, I was in the big blind, so a flush draw.
Yeah, but I'm rooting for chaos.
Yeah, but
tonight.
this is rather chaotic
Saturday
as it
night,
stands.
Nick. I need violence.
Let's not use it all at once. But let's see what the turn brings. There are a lot of interesting turns that Piras will not like that the other two would enjoy more. Oh dear, that is the card in the deck. The card.
That's absolutely sick.
It's the Queen of Diamonds.
Get this dealer a raise. Let's face it, pretty horrible beat. Flush over flush in Hold'em is always a horrible beat.
This is such a sick spot on. Piras needs to slow down here. Okay, there are 2 players in this hand, both of which can easily have flushes.
But can you imagine being Bosco? This never happened, right? You're sitting there, you go, oh my god, I hit my flush. That's awesome. That never happens. And then the first player bets, and then the second player calls. You're like, this never happened.
Great composure from Bosco just to call here. I wouldn't have blamed him for raising because I think Deravianko has a flush a lot in this spot, and you don't want to necessarily see the river kill your action.
Such a bad card for Bosco.
As the 5 of diamonds does. Bosco did the right thing by calling, but as we know, if he had raised the turn, Deravianko probably would have lost his whole stack. Now both players will check, and Bosco has to choose a price that will get paid by what he can only assume is probably some sort of ace and a 10 high flush-ish.
6,000.
I mean, honestly, that's like I wouldn't even mind it.
Maybe like 30,000 or something.
As long as you don't shove. Something very... No, I don't like this.
No, relax.
You need to get called. You have to remember, you need to get called.
Relax. His other problem is that his hand is kind of sort of crazy for face up.
Deravianko doesn't know it, and he's fairly annoyed, but he doesn't know that his tournament's just been saved.
Well, not yet, it hasn't. I keep warning you about this. Okay, now it has.
Don't worry, Nick. I'm okay with this. If Piras calls here, I don't really...
He's not going to call, he's just sad. This is the number one thing you see in live poker, which is sadness.
Stop predicting things.
He's sad.
He is very sad. He's not as sad as...
It's like, I had 2 pair. I had 2 pair, I remember it. It was just moments ago. I'm sad. Look at him, sad.
Well, he still does have 2 pair.
Yeah, but it's a sad 2 pair. It's a sad 2 pair of tears. Told you, it's sadness.
Yeah. Big blind now is Stevic with jacks.
Oh, look out. Strap yourselves in. I told you, it's a new table. It's a new dawn for this stream. Action wall to wall for the next 3 hours. That's what we're going to get.
I strapped myself in when I sat down, so...
All in a cool classic race, except for our odds on screen take account of folded cards, so we know that Stevic is a significant favourite here, but the players don't. It's 50-50. Deravianko needs to win this. He's the all-in player.
Ace Queen.
This is the pause for dramatic effect. You're not supposed to be talking. Boom!
Ooh.
Jack on the flop.
There's no club in Deravianko. Oh, the stand-up.
Stand-up, yeah. Now, he should have done it slightly earlier, but he has done it. He needs to put his coat on quickly, I think, here for it to work. It's probably not going to work now. I don't know what I'd do. Sit down, fall down, or just leave. Unlucky Derevyanko. He basically got smashed about by the deck there. Flush over flush is hard to survive. And then loses a big flip.
And Bosco on the button picks up jacks. Cresting that $500,000 mark.
Yeah, I didn't realise he was over $500,000. That's pretty sweet. Whatever that is.
Ooh. Waris wakes up in the big blind with aces.
Wowris, more like.
Here comes 3-bet. If you are Bosco, I mean, now we will lose Piras. If you are Bosco, the alarm bells will be ringing because out of the big blind.
So talk us through what you do, though. So your alarm bells are ringing.
Yeah.
But you've got pocket jacks. It doesn't look like you've got pocket jacks. You could have anything if you just isolated a limper.
Yeah.
So what are you thinking about how to play this?
Well, we call in position and hate our lives and continue with extreme caution. Specifically from the big blind. We got an all-in from Bosco. And a hold.
He'd quite like it to hold.
Yeah, he wouldn't mind holding. Only spades working for Bosco.
Let's see if it holds. Huge pot. Clean flop.
Yeah, hearts covered by Waris as well, so only a jack, which there are 2 remaining of.
This is the biggest pot we've seen on stream, Nick. Nearly $500,000.
Yeah, 477,000 in there. Big, big moment for both these players. Waris on the line. Turn card. Oh!
Oh, that's gross.
The jack of clubs is a dagger to Waris, and now only one remaining ace would save him from elimination.
Absolutely brutal stuff.
Bosco.
Pain in the chat, pain on the table. Waris has done the full bottle, bag and coat manoeuvre.
Hammer blow for Waris as the 5 of spades sees the end, and he is not happy.
And Bedell's lucky that he has missed ace king. By the way, Bedell's only been dealt premiums, basically.
Yeah, he has, but...
Now there could be some trouble. See, we asked for action. We got a lot of action.
We can barely finish talking about the previous action before we're at it again. Check on the turn. Bedell finds check back. King on the river. How are you ever losing here? Check again from Bosco. 3 checks. Bedell's going to bet. He should bet large. He's going to believe he has the best hand almost all the time. Bosco's found the sneak attack. Triple check raise with a set.
The only problem for him here is when he raises, it's never a bluff. I mean, Bedell's so strong that he's probably going to have to call. But he knows immediately, you can see from his reaction, he knows immediately there's probably not a bluff, and he also probably has to call. It's so sick.
Wow.
That's such a sick spot. I want to come back, I want to die and come back as Bosco, but just with my hair.
Ooh, aces again. Red aces for Peretosio. Mammon, though, might fall foul.
This is tricksy.
What an awful spot.
Yeah, horrible. Because obviously he's ahead of range, and he does put his money in. You can't blame him. He doesn't know he's running into aces. Just sucks.
And as you'll be able to see on the screen here, Mammon's only got 14%. Now that's a product of our folded cards that have already been dealt, which means that there aren't 2 9s left in this deck. Probably only has 1 9 available. And
or
then
some running
spades.
cards or spades.
Yeah. Oh, the last 9!
Wow. What a shot from Mammon.
The last 9.
Aces all in has not worked out well on this stream, has it?
Oh. 9 for Mammon in the window. Ace on the turn.
Spade, anyone?
But spade
for the double redraw.
For the double re-get there. Only a spade for Mammon now. There are no 9s left in the deck. As you can see there, grayed out 9 of hearts. A roller coaster of emotions as the river is dealt. And
it's
not a
black, but
spade.
not a spade.
So crazy.
And Mammon goes
Mammon,
through the ringer.
Well, he leaves with a story, doesn't he? He leaves with a story.
Top pair for Ian. No backdoors available. It has to be running sixes or running fives, or Ian's the champion of 888 Live Madrid.
Ian Simpson picks up the aces under the gun.
Not again. Surely not.
Penn has ability to read Ian, and when he has a good hand or a bad hand, is amazing.
This is actually ridiculous. Ten Carter has 3-bet Ian 3 times.
3 premium pairs.
And he's had queens, kings, and aces.
Yeah.
Oh
hello.
my God.
Hello. This is going to be huge. There's already 750,000 in the middle. What does Serra do?
Well, he 4-bets. He just 4-bets. What about sizing? Is it just all in? Is Ian about to be absolutely gifted chip lead here?
He's going to make it 800.
Wow. I mean, wow.
Ian is in the situation that tournament poker players dream of. He's opened the action. He's got a 3-bet and a 4-bet back to him.
And Ian doesn't need to dream of it because
just going to check he's got the 9-8.
it happens to him every other level. So what does he do? Does he continue with call or does he just bang it in? Yeah, just all in.
All in he goes.
Now this might...
There is a chance he folds.
I think that Serra should fold.
What would you do, chat? Fold or call? You're at the final table. You 4-bet. Ian Simpson has just shoved all in.
Think of the positions though as well.
I'm saying.
Under the gun.
Yeah.
First under the gun 1. 4-bet from big blind. The most underdone spot ever.
Yeah.
And
so
then
you have shown a lot of strength.
Yes. And nobody cares, it seems.
Yeah.
So why don't they care?
Why don't they care?
Well, let me tell you why. Ian's got aces.
What's he done?
Great fold.
He's folded. Wow. Highlight reel stuff.
This has got to be some sort of record.
Wait, let's just read. What's he had? He's had
kings twice, aces twice, queens once in
That's
about
right.
in probably 40 hands.
Yeah. Yeah, 40, 50 hands. If you tuned in as an Ian Simpson fan, this has turned into a not safe for work video.
I mean,
wall to wall pleasure.
This has easily got to be one of the biggest heaters I've ever seen towards the end of a tournament.
And he's got action every time. Does he get action this time? Let's see.
700,000 from the small blind. And Diaz barely skips a beat
Doesn't
before
skip a
calling.
beat. Pretty nice slot for kings.
Yeah, another safe looking board for
He's
Ian.
he's actually a little bit unlucky here that Diaz hasn't connected with this in some way, because...
Yeah, I mean, it's going to go C-bet fold, I imagine.
450 maybe? 350, even smaller.
Looks good to me. Diaz has a fold here, I believe. It's just too hard to navigate this situation.
It's exactly the same concept, isn't it? What are you hoping for on the turn? Unless he's going to make a move here.
And there's no way.
He is going to make. He is going to make a move. He is going to make a move. Is this a click raise? Nick Eastwood has his head in his hands in the booth. Bit more than a click raise. Makes it $1 million. He's got 1.7 back. What does Ian do here?
He shoves.
Shove, yeah.
Because he won't believe there's many bluffs in this line.
This is why you have an aggressive image, right? Is that people will play back at you. And as you were saying earlier, this is the kind of spot... What?
Oh my God.
What?
Ian's folded.
What?
Ian's just folded.
So he didn't have kings. So he didn't have kings.
Either he didn't have kings,
No,
which he did.
no chance he had kings.
No, I think he did, and I think he thinks that nobody is ever bluffing in a million years in that spot. Because they shouldn't be, because at this stage of the tournament, it's the most tragically underbluffed spot in the world, and you have to find someone randomly clicking something like that in order to be ahead.
I should be celebrating the fact that we're playing 50-100,000, which is the spectator and commentator viewer friendly level. Easy to work out your big blinds, and Serra here with a what feels like a no-brainer spot, but these players can always surprise you.
As you said.
Oh, okay, there you go.
Off of 15 big blinds.
Yeah, it just feels like the most perfect shoving situation in the world, but he decides not to.
We've got a shove here. against cut-off open range with a hand like this. We're going to let Ian in as well in the big blind with 8-6 of hearts. King high. Pair of sixes for Simpson, who is still last.
Whoever wants to play nines out of position anyway, but especially when you've got the stack that you can just shove it in.
It's actually like the most pleasing situation to find yourself in, because you're begging for a spot to have a slam dunk situation.
Slam dunk situation where you get in with dead money in the pot.
Yeah.
Didn't want it. Didn't want it, Nick Eastwood. He said no.
Here comes C-bet from Murphyano. Now what do you do?
This is the problem, isn't it?
It's Michelangelo.
And this is the problem. Call one, and then what do you do to a barrel? Life is pain. Life is pain out of position in Hold'em. Write that down.
Michelangelo hardly painting the Sistine Chapel with this line.
Now if you're the nines, you're like...
Yeah. I mean, everyone's like, no one's happy.
Can you turn me a 9, please?
Nobody improves. Most often we'll get through to river here.
Yeah, most often.
And I think given the amount of showdown value that each has, unless someone improves, I think everyone will be happy to get to river. And Michelangelo potentially still could win this pot. The only thing I can see happening is Ian getting extraordinarily creative, as he often does. Queen of Spades on the river. And I believe we will see 3 more checks.
Does Ian ever turn his hand into a bluff here? Just on the grounds that everybody's capped.
The only person that could find a way here to win this pot is going to be Ian. I don't see a reason for Serra or Murphyano to bet, but Ian's got an interesting spot where he could.
Okay guys, we are back after the break, and we've got a new feature table lineup for you to get stuck into. Tower just finishing off his break, he'll be back with us shortly. But yeah, we're going to have a new feature table lineup for you. We have got the following players. Steve McCabe in 1, we've got Will in 2, Garinda in 3, Arman Kochar in 4, champion of the high roller. We got Lewis in 7 and Vaib in 8. Going to be filling up the table as we go along. But welcome back, those of you that have been with us for the first couple of sessions, and those of you who are tuning in for the first time today. Welcome in. We are covering Flight 1D of the main event here in Edinburgh for the 888 on the UKPL. Chip counts on the screen for you, and Garinda with a stack. 310,000 this early into proceedings. Good for 258 big blinds. Don't see that very often at this stage. We got Will, who was moved off the feature earlier. Stephen, we saw on the feature earlier today as well, busted out, re-entered, and is now playing a stack of about 67,000. And new lineup after the break. So Stephen in the 1 seat, 9-5 off seat here. We saw him get down to the final 2 tables, I think it was, of the high roller yesterday. I don't think he was at the final table. May well have been, but if he did, then it would have been, I think it might have been 8th he busted in if he did make the final table. I know it was Harry Sanford, who was the unfortunate 9th place finisher yesterday, going through as chip leader from Flight 1B though, Harry, from Flight 1C, sorry, so we'll be happy with that one. We've got blind on blind confrontation here. Terry just going to call the small blind with the 6s, and Lewis going to check option in the big blind with the King Queen offsuit. Flops best on Queen Jack Deuce. Terry going to check it over to him. Terry just going to get out the way. Yep, liaison, we've got a new lineup here. Eastie moving back out into the field. We may see him on the stream a bit later on today, you never know. But you can keep up to date with how Nick is getting on. He's posting updates on his Instagram channel. So if you want to see how he's getting on, stories being updated on there, you can go check those ones out. How are we doing, Parabellum? Hope you're well. Spoiler alert for Tom Gill and the cricket fans in the chat. 5 seconds to mute now. Looks like a pretty reasonable recovery from England in a rough spot earlier, but 107 for 1 at tea by the looks of it. India getting all out for 471. How's Nick been doing? He had a pretty quiet feature table, I think it's safe to say, song for Sunset. He came to the table with about 85k and I think left the table with about 85k. Won the first hand at the feature, had pocket 8s from gun, took one down there, and then after that didn't really play too many hands, just had a real rough end of the distribution for a good solid 2 hours. And after that, didn't really have much going for him at all. Found ace queen of clubs late on, 1-1 there, but nothing else really going for him, unfortunately. But he'll be out in the field battling on. And we've got aces for Baib in the big blind. Just decided to call here. Will's open from +1, getting a little trappy. And I'm going to play check call on ace king 3. Six of clubs on the turn. Checks it over again, and that's going to invite another barrel from Will. Going to make it 36, is that looks like? Yeah, 3,600. Back over to Vaid, going to make the call again.
I like the call.
Yeah.
Like sometimes you can get over aggressive with the best hand and just get excited. Not the best river card. And we go check check on the set of aces. Will in seat number 2, back in the game. Steve McCabe back in. 310,000 for Gurinder.
Yep.
250 BBs.
I know some day for him so far, isn't it?
He could leave now. Right, some stack on level 7 of the day. Some stack. Oh man, looking different. With the hat backwards round and no hoodie on and no scarf round his neck.
Yep. looks just generally a bit more comfortable today, doesn't he? A little bit more relaxed. Oh, not surprised after securing 18 or 17.5k yesterday.
And gladly he took the advice and played the main event and not just fly straight to Vegas. I'm going to fly to Vegas tomorrow, he says. Come and play the main. 100k guarantee. You know what you're playing for at least. We've smashed that anyway. And it's a form game. Say it a lot. When you're on form, you seem invincible sometimes when you start playing.
Yeah, nothing better than fresh momentum, that's for sure.
Yeah, I do. First game of noughts and crosses I win, I'm like unbeatable.
Okay.
Kids hate it. Grandad, let me win. What? You learn the hard way.
Yeah. I remember going away with when my parents were still together. We went down to, I think we were in Cornwall for a holiday, down somewhere down that way.
Yeah.
And we were at this sort of cottage on a setup where you had 5 or 6 cottages with some shared sort of a games room, a barn with a pool table in it, bits and pieces like that.
Yeah.
So I'm just starting to get into my snooker at this point. And my dad, there's a pool table down there, so I fancy myself. I'm about 8 years old or whatever, thinking I'm going to be the next Ronnie. Dad goes, come on in, we'll have a game of pool. I said, all right, great, here we go then. So my dad proceeds to cover every single pocket with the balls on the table. And I've only really realised what's going on once 5 of the pockets have been covered. I just think you can't pot a ball for anything. He said, don't worry son, you'll learn.
That's it.
That's sometimes you got to get hustled by your dad. That's the way to go about it. Never forget that one. Well, Gurinder opening up from under the gun with the Jack 10 offsuit. Oman, ace queen of diamonds, still finding that slightly unorthodox manner of assembling his chips that we saw at the final table yesterday. Goes for the 3-bet from +1, and Stephen here with ace queen of clubs in the small blind, facing gun open and +1 3-bet. This might be dynamic specific against what these guys have seen of each other on the outer tables as to how we elect to proceed here, because certainly some situations where Stephen could flat here, but I think that would be dependent on how often Gurinder has been shown a tendency to get aggressive behind. It's absolutely remarkable to think at this stage in a tournament we've got that many 25k point chips in our stack as Gurinder.
It's just an amazing stack at this level 7.
Yeah.
The BB, the big blind is 1200. It's just phenomenal.
Yeah. Stephen here just mulling this one over. Don't know whether or not we think Oman ever really has ace jack here. That's the initial query we're presenting ourselves with. Does elect to fold. Will out the way from the big blind.
Do you know what? I think on the first bullet there, Steve McCabe would have called.
Do you reckon?
I do. I think that's the way he played in his first bullet. Maybe he had, I don't know if he had a satellite ticket or he got himself a seat in here for cheap or he won his seat into the comp, I'm not sure. But I think in the first session, I think he would have called the ace queen.
Well, the fact that Gurinder's folded the jack 10 here with all those chips versus the 3-bet from +1 likely indicates to me that That's probably the right avenue to be taken here as Stephen.
So in about an hour's time, it'll be the final day of the Millie Maker in Vegas. 10 a.m. start. 7,000 runners.
7,000 players back for day 2 with a 10 a.m.
No,
start.
no, it's still another one more flight.
Oh right, I was
10 a.m. start.
Well, one seat brings total entries to Millionaire Maker up to 8,007. $8,007 before the final flight. Chip leader's got 1.2 million. I was just starting stacking that at 50k.
I'm not sure. Ludo's got chips.
Is he? He has. He's 4th in chips.
Ludo, not having a bad season. He seems to be getting there or getting very close. He needs just staying for kings and queens for nearly all the chips in the 1500 monster stack.
Who did Ludo? Sorry?
Yeah, kings into queen. Yeah, kings obviously. Kings against queens in the monster for chunks at the time. Looks like top 3 stack at the time, and ended up min cashing.
Wow. Well, I've just had a push notification through from Eastie's YouTube. Is this my last bluff ever? Well, we've got to play a hand to bluff, sir. We've got to play a hand. Afternoon, Rich Pierce. Hope you're well, watching on Facebook. Yeah, good to see the guarantees being hit up here in Edinburgh.
Yes,
and,
it is.
really good numbers all week for considerations that everything else is going on around and about. A lot of guys out in Vegas now. Cyprus is going on, Malaga's going on. There's lots of bits and pieces. We've got comps in the UK elsewhere as well. We know NPL leader Dale's down in Walsall. We know there's some bits and pieces going on in Manchester. So to get the numbers to meet the guarantees in all the comps so far has been really good.
Walsall Summerfest doing the business down in the Midlands. If you're there, let us know how you're doing. If you're watching the live stream and clicking in, say hello. We'll do another keyword at 5:30. 20 minutes for another keyword.
I was saying I was on the right path, and then you guys were like, "Oh, you had took me down the wrong path." It's kind of good. How much is it? Irish.
Coda's saying that Walsall is hitting the guarantee, so that's good. I'll be there tonight playing the 6 PM and day 2 tomorrow of the main. Good luck, Coda. And good luck to anybody else getting involved in any of the comps around and about. You know, it's Saturday night approaching here in Edinburgh, 5:10 in club. Lewis going to be opening ace jack here to 2400. Forward him round to Gurinder, going to get out of the way on the button. Oman here with 3s in the small blind.
So 3-way action to the flop. On another small calling. Teddy making it up with a 10-9 suited. 8 to 8. In the middle of a state. Oh no, that's 8 to 8, isn't it?
It is. I'm going to check over to Lewis, going to find a C-bet. Oman will feel that he can have the best hand a decent amount of the time here, but a bit awkward 3 ways out of position. Take a turn.
Lewis bets 2.6 Oman calls. Snap check with the king of clubs.
Lewis probably thinking that we got some showdown with ace jack hot here. Check back, turn. Oman going to be checking river here. Probably check back. Showdown, happy to show down our ace jack.
Yep, yes, I shouted. Pair of 3s.
Did you enjoy your cake?
It was beautiful. I can't believe it had the stodgy middle as well. It was like
lovely.
a runny middle with the. It was a sticky toffee pudding, and they had the chocolate gooey in the middle.
Lovely.
All the caramel chocolatey thing. No, it was awful. The Walsall Summerfest isn't doing fantastic. It's just hitting the guarantee. Well, if it just hits the guarantee, it's a good thing.
I'd say, yeah.
Especially with so much going on and it being late into June. It's time of the year. There's a lot of people missing. So for all the locals to turn out and hit the guarantees is a good thing. Just shows the locals who can't get out to Vegas, can't get out to Cyprus, can't do Malaga. There's so much going on all the time. Like Edinburgh, we thought it might have struggled in the main, but they smashed it. Not too many people travelling from out of town.
Yeah.
But they've done well. So fingers crossed. It gets the 50 runners it needs to hit the guarantee. Nobody likes to see a guarantee not being hit. Nice one, Cammy. Glad that they do satellites and giveaways from local comps. Should always do that. All your local comps should. Encourage you playing the bigger festivals that turn up.
Yeah. I know down my way, Reading were doing that before the 888. Their end seats were included as part of the prize pools for weekly comps, and got a fair few into that one through included seats. Completely agree, Cammy. Always good for some of the local card room guys in the Rex to be able to get in for a fraction of the price.
Exactly right. Exactly. And I know the way you look at it about guarantee comps, when you have an overlay, it's good for the players, but in the long run it's not good because we just end up not running the comps that you want to see being played in your card room. So in the long run it's no good. You can't just keep hemorrhaging money for big comps.
Zejuan here defending big blind with 8-5 offsuit, flopping second pair and check calling. Flop bet from Lewis. Lewis comes with 10,000 on the turn. It's chunky sizing. Gonna size up to 75%. Probably going to perceive that it's difficult to get 3 streets of value here, so sizing up on the turn gives us the opportunity to evaluate rivers when check 2 again, but not going to come to that one. We're going to lose Zejuan on the turn.
And the cord has got 2 tickets for Goliath already. Have you bought into a day 1 yet? Into your flight? You can actually do it in Walsall if you want to. You can buy into the Joker's Wild if you want to. At Walsall. Pick a flight, get your ticket, into the system you go. Nice one. Bought into day 1 here, love it. First Saturday of Goliath. Love it, love it, love it. He's a good lad. Working as the valet, Australian lad. In Brisbane, I think he was. Or still is.
Yeah, go on, Brizzy.
He's a good lad. He's a nice lad.
Man Blake lives in Brisbane. He's down in Brisbane. Wasn't even last Christmas, Christmas before, down in Brisbane.
What, for the cricket?
No, just my best mate was getting married down there. He moved out there about 9-10 years ago.
Yeah.
Was getting married, so his best man at his wedding went down there, and we had the wedding down there. Did a few days in Sydney beforehand. Lovely place, Sydney. What a spot that is.
Yeah, I was there for New Year's Eve one year.
And went from Sydney down to Brisbane and spent some time down there with Blake, Emily. We actually went to the casino in Brisbane with the intentions of playing cash. Blake actually introduced me to poker, a friend down in Australia. So went to the casino with the intentions of playing cash. Told we need to bring ID, no problem. Take my driver's license down. Get down there, so we go drive to. He lives in a place called Griffin, which is probably about an hour out of Brisbane by car or so. So we drive from Griffin to this train station, 10-15 minutes whatever. Get on the train, half an hour in, walk from Brisbane train station to the casino, probably all in all about an hour and 25 minutes or so, get to the cash desk. We want to play, okay, you got your ID, yeah, here it is, don't accept UK driver's licence.
What?
Come on!
Really? Wow.
Painful. So, if you're from the UK and you're looking to go to Brisbane Casino, I think they've actually just finished building a new super casino in Brisbane. That was the old one. Armand here, Queen 8 of Hearts, coming in for a raise from the hijack. Zejuan folds the button. Lewis in the small blind, 6-4 of clubs. Looks like he's going to take this one to a flop. Fade with the Queen 6. Doesn't fancy defending, so 1-6 accounted for already as Lewis.
7-4-3 flop.
Well, that's a good start. Take the lead now, become a 3-1 favourite as Lewis. Check this one over to Oman. Comes for a lead. That's 5k. Oman backdoor flush draw, 2 overs. What are we?
Oman. Oman. Well, he knows it's on him.
Yeah, so I think he asked how much it was. The dealer said it's 23, and he was pointing at the screen because the action hadn't quite picked up that it was 2300. So he was saying, I'm going to wait for the screen to confirm it's 23.
Fair enough.
And then went from there. So.
You got your name wrong? It says your name is Huang. They missed the S.
Almost.
Is it Shuang or Huang?
Zashua. But Zashua is too hard to say.
So that's why they write Huang. Huang. Get the aircon turned up or something. You get like a fan or some shit. Table fan. Yeah, would be nice.
Will opening up the pocket fives from gun. Oman again, waiting to see what happens on the screen.
Excuse me? Iconic. Can I request you for one hot water with lemon and honey? Can you bring the honey separately? Is that possible?
You want to put it in yourself?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a squeeze.
This one. In the tank, in the cut-off. 2.5 to make the cut. Does make it.
Wow, spot now for Lewis on the button with the aces.
Right, can we squeeze this one?
I think I like slightly smaller size on the squeeze, something like 8.5k would be quite nice, but looks like we're going to bump this to 12.5. I think this is quite big. Wow, pocket fours for Stephen. Any more pairs about, guys? Aces, threes, fours, fives. Stephen out of the way. And I think this is just an opportunity where it's going to allow everybody to play well against these stacked depths. And just go smaller in position as Lewis. Zeshwan has not folded yet. This would be ill-timed intentions.
He was the unlikeliest one to be calling. Wow. He decided to call.
With less than pot behind going to the flop.
King eye flop, king
a
a
five on the flop.
Oh.
Will would have had bottom set.
Ouch.
6K from Lewis. 20% up. So Schwan got to be letting this one go now. Should have been letting this go pre-flop. Wasn't even a massive fan of the overlimp really, but
Lewis up to 70 BBs.
yeah, Lewis Aikman. $56K total earnings, Lewis. So been about most recent scores on the database included the mini at the Irish Open.
Nice.
Cashed that for 762nd place there. Playing cashed the Liam Flood Memorial 6 Max Turbo. 44th. Had a cash in the 2550 Edinburgh early in April as well, so got a few flags here as
our little Lewis.
As Lewis. Maltese flag, Irish flag, Scottish flag, English flag, Italian flag.
Gets about a bit.
Marrakech flag, Portuguese flag.
Portugal?
Yeah.
What's
I
in
think that's
Portugal?
that one. The Gladiator series.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure that's a Portuguese flag.
Never heard of it. Didn't know they did poker in Portugal.
Estoril, town in Portugal.
There you go.
Lewis Aikman.
Estoril.
Yeah.
Is that Jimmy's sister?
It's so bad. So bad. Alright, so in this one we had Zeshwan opening King 10 of Diamonds. Lewis calling the cut-off with Queen Jack of Hearts. And Stephen bumping it up from the small blind with the pocket nines. Got the big blind of Will out the way. Going to be option back here for Zeshwan. Calls the 5100. That's going to invite Lewis in as well. So we're going to go three ways here with relatively evenly distributed equity, considering some three-way spots we see ourselves in a 3-bet pot. And although Stephen has the best hand at the moment, you can see from the graphic he actually has the worst of it equity-wise at the moment.
And the 7-9 flop, 7-5-2.
Pretty pleased with that one though.
Yeah, nines are good at the moment with Steve McCabe.
Spot for a C-bet here is Steve. 7-eye board. Not going to get that very often in a 3-bet pot where we've got nines as an overpair. Almost certainly not up against bigger pairs. Way the action unfolded pre-flop. Expect this is just going to get through both.
Should do, indeed it does.
Yeah, Stephen's lost cash on the database as well, international. He actually won the €250 deep stack at the Spring Polish Poker Cup in Bratislava.
Wow.
For $4,000.
Very nice.
So nice little one for Steve there. Had a good festival in Luton as well. What you got for us?
We've got a keyword.
Okay, all right, cool.
We've got a keyword, ladies and gentlemen. Lime's been on it this week. I absolutely love it. So you know what to do for the next keyword. $22 token to be given away. We've got 10. This is number 3. We might do a couple at a time. We might do one at a time. But this is for one. Oh, you know, you need to be on Twitch, 888 Poker TV on Twitch for the keywords, and all you have to do is type in the keyword when we give it to you, and you will have a chance of winning one of the $22 tickets that we have to give away. And also we'll be giving away the password to the free roll that's happening a little bit later on tonight, so we'll do that in about 20 minutes time. But the latest keyword that you want to get involved with is knit like Nick. Poor old Easty, he gets it both pals. Knit like Nick.
Poor Easty.
Good old Lime.
Poor Easty.
And there you go, off you go. Give yourself a chance of winning one of the $22 tickets. Brilliant stuff, and we'll do another one in less than an hour. And we also have the password for the free roll that's happening in 2 hours time. So we'll give you that in about 10 minutes time.
Ah, thanks Mark on YouTube chipping in with a fun fact for us there. Lewis finished first in the high roller in Malta, where Stephen finished second. They travelled over together.
Whoa, and fetched all the money back in the same
Yeah,
car.
how about that?
Very good.
Come back with 30% of the dough in the same car, yeah. Good spot. Thanks for that one, Mark.
How are we doing, Mark? Hope things are well. One of our former dealers, Mr. Mark DeGreed. Where are you working now, Mark? Did you play Edinburgh? I think you did, didn't you? When we were up in Edinburgh for the Glasgow, sorry, for the 888. So knit like Nick. With a chance of winning a $22 ticket. Well,
so Zeshuan here, +1, pocket sevens, has had a pretty turbulent orbit. Has seen his stack diminish by 50%. But Vaib calling his open from the hijack with the Queen Jack of Spades. Arman here, King 4 offsuit in the big blind. Don't think we're going to see this topped up. Well, does decide to make the call. Three ways to the flop as Steve stretches his legs with a cup of tea. And it's Jack high, so I'm pretty happy with this one. Checks.
Optional Vaib.
Yeah, I think we want to have a bet here. Start thinning a little bit of equity. Just get this big blind range thinned right out. Wouldn't be surprised to see Sichuan take one, but this is the problem against this sizing now, and we're opening off this stack size. We are kind of shackled against this exact formation of action.
Into the bin they go, does not take one off. So, Lime says we'll be doing the draw after this hand, and here we go. Good afternoon, Logs.
Right.
Keyword logs. Keyword. You've got 10 seconds.
To get over to Twitch.
Knit. Like. Nick. Oh, you're on YouTube. You'll not get there in time. We've got plenty more. We've got 7 more, to be fair. We've got plenty more. How's Dean Sinclair doing? We'll try and get a chip count from around the room. Congratulations! Marza 25.
Guess how old I am.
Marza 25.
You read that somewhere or you did that?
Congratulations. I already won one, it wouldn't be fair to others.
Still be entering them later though, won't we, Logs?
Yeah, absolutely.
Still be getting involved later.
Get them lined up.
Get those bullets in the gun.
So blind's 8-16.
Yeah, well done. What's that?
Morsa 25. Dean was final 2 tables in Goliath 2017. Kid can play. The lad can play.
Ten 5-4, 2 clubs. After I raised +2 and Terry defended the big blind with the ace-5. Pretty nice one for us to continue here as 3k. Don't think Terry's going to fold to 1 bet. Does make the call, so heads up to the turn.
Into the turn. Queen of spades.
Card we can go both ways on as we can either take a second bet line here, charge flush draws, and then play in position on river. Does opt to take
again
that line. Don't think we're going to see Terry continue here. Does fold.
I've been playing poker for like 17 years. Long time. Yeah, same. Yeah, same. That's the year I graduated from high school, 2008. It's been a long time. Good guess, man. I just feel like you read that shit somewhere.
I've researched about you, yeah, before you sat down on the table.
Huh? What was that?
Well done yesterday. Well done yesterday.
Ah, so you did. Then you did watch.
No, I mean,
some of it.
obviously. Grover's got a very good marketing team. I would say that they've got a very good marketing team. It's hard to miss.
Did you also play?
No, I
High
came to
roller?
play, bro. I came to play.
Raise. 32.
So this is the last day one for the main event, level number 8. We are in. Level 12 is the late reg ending. End of level number 12. So you've got 4 levels to buy into if you want to get involved. As we see this one flopping top set to just about kill Terry off. Oh, any chop outs about? 8 or a king for a chop, which would be ill. It's not, it's a 3, Terry busting out. Oh no, not busting out, apologies. This one with a full double, my bad. So yeah, tomorrow is day 2. At this moment in time, we have 22 going through so far for day 2. This one will be big. I reckon there'll be 30 plus out of this one coming back for day 2. So it'll be a good day tomorrow. 50 odd down to a winner tomorrow. But level 12 is the last buy-in for this, and then we play 3 more levels of the day and then finish the live stream round about 11:30. Nicky's will just move tables. We move tables every session, so we have 2 hours on the table and then we swap tables around after the break, and we do that all day long.
You study? College? University of Edinburgh? Masters? Undergrad? How is your final year? Just finished. I had a friend who used to study. Came a few years back to visit. You look familiar as well. Maybe I saw you in the Genting casino. Chinese people love to gamble. Yeah. Sorry for taking out these jokes. Sorry for.
Team run. So 122,500 in the prize pool will get bigger.
I honestly don't care. They weren't letting me watch videos. We don't want you to get into trouble. We don't want you to get any penalties, you know? You know what I mean? Oh yeah, tell your friend to watch and then he can update you. That's what my friend was doing yesterday. Oh really?
Yeah, for those looking for updates from Easty, you can follow his updates on his Instagram page.
Okay,
Easty22
like it.
Poker. He's going well.
Is he?
He's going well. Go check out Easty's Instagram page and all the 888 associated content on there if you want to find out how Easty's getting on out in the field.
Out in the field, the fighting has begun. In the field, falling one by one. Tune that was, by the way.
Oh yeah, sounds it.
Jacks against Ace Queen, are you mad?
Yesterday also is pretty warm. Because yesterday I played till pretty late. Yesterday was really warm, but the day before yesterday it was chilly. So I don't know what happened. The gas is finished and the air conditioning or something. The air conditioning needs servicing. Maybe the thermostat's broken.
Corinda opened jacks from +2. Szechuan 3-bet the ace queen of diamonds, and he decided to opt for a 4-bet from the big blind with his jacks. One of those is Corinda, where does doesn't necessarily feel great 5-betting this against button 3-bet and the big blind 4-bet. So may see him let this one go. Does fold the jacks, and Szechuan here will know that this is never ace jack from Vaib himself, but might just feel like, you know, 4-bet 25 we want to run ace queen, but it's just never worst how that's the problem. Does decide he wants to run it, and gonna have to call.
Yeah, has to call for 24. Once you 4-bet, we're not 4-bet folding. We know jacks are in the bin. Well, we shouldn't be 4-bet folding on a day one. So we don't, we call. Ace queen against jacks. Ace on the flop, and now we know we can't improve with a jack.
Running hearts is the only out for us here, Tower, or queen 10.
Dead on the turn. Yeah. As we know, both jacks folded. So Szechuan up to 88. Vaib down to 45, just under starting. So Gorinda still over 300,000. Not done too much this sesh. 300k, it's still a huge stack.
Seven of spades for Arman. Going to come in for an open. Fold from Terry. Szechuan here with the ace king of clubs.
Getting some hands now as the Szechuan, and now we've got the chips as well. Just doubling with the ace queen now, got the ace king.
We have a pretty spicy image at this table, Szechuan. So, wouldn't necessarily be surprised from what we've seen from Arman if we saw him take a flop here, but doesn't decide to on this occasion. Folds correctly, and Szechuan takes another one down.
So, password.
Oh, hello.
Password for the free roll that is on at 6:30 GMT, so an hour and 40 minutes on 888 Poker. The password for the free roll that thousands get involved in, and we always have updates during the stream, which we'll do again today, is Edinburgh ME. Literally Edinburgh ME, as in main event. So the password for the free roll today is Edinburgh ME. That'll be on the stream, that'll be in the ticket, that'll be on the Nightbot and all that malarkey. Edinburgh ME. For the password, get yourselves in. Might play myself. Shall I play it? Get myself in.
Should we go halves? Should we go halves on the free roll? Can I have 50%? Is that right? Have a go. Go on. Have a go. Get yourself involved. Terry with the 10-8 of hearts is all in from +2. Eight blinds. 5 out the way. Round to Stephen, Queen 3, not going to be calling Will. In the big blind, not going to call the 9-4, so we're going to get through for Terry. Terry Graham, 9.8 blinds now. Garinda with a huge portion of chips at this table. Actually going to fold around to Terry. Terry's just decided he's got somewhere to be all of a sudden. All in, back-to-back hands, 10-8 suited, now Queen Jack. Will going to have to fold the small blind, and Garinda in the big blind. Queen 3 offsuit folds as well, so another pick up for Terry. Just 12 BBs in stack now.
You'd rather move to China than to US, eh? No guns. You have guns in China also. You have guns in China?
No in the streets.
No gun law. Like the gun laws are strict. They prohibit use of sale of guns.
It's only America and obviously Mexico and Honduras and other countries.
No, the WSOP was in China when you go for it.
Nowhere else can you freely buy guns like that. You're not even in the UK. You need a license and everything. Properly. It's not easy to get one. It's not easy to get a license. That's true. In the US you're talking about? Scotland.
So registration for the free roll is Edinburgh ME, Edinburgh Main Event, Edinburgh ME, the password. Get yourself in. Starts in another 90 minutes or so.
Yeah, it's a chatty table, and
It's
when,
good.
when the table's chatty, we tend to just sort of let them have their chat, get a few insights from the guys on the felt. If you've got any questions or anything you need answered, then do let us know. Between hands, always good to get some players' insights. And if Terry felt 10-8 suited and Queen Jack were enough, I'd imagine Ace King is. Just going to raise this one up as opposed to playing open jam. Zeshuan here with Ace Queen of Hearts. Terry's going to get the chance to run it. 3-bet incoming from Zeshuan. Makes it 8,000. Going to fold out Lewis, Faib, Stephen. Will looks just about ready to fold the button. Garinda out of the way. Well, there's a king for Armand, but he's not going to be putting any more chips into this pot. Ace King, Ace Queen. Sichuan, a little frustrated, no scratch. Hasn't really had too much of it going more. Straight to a flop, nice and quick here from the dealer. 8, 7, 3, 2 spades. 6 of hearts on the turn, so just dodging queens now as Terry for a full double. And it's a deuce on the river, so Terry is going to double here.
Go on, Tezza!
3 hands in a row we've been all in, and full double achieved up to 43k. What's back to starting stack now for Terry?
If every big hand as a Schwan would have won, he'd be on about 1 million chips by now.
Yeah.
He's at every hand possible.
Yeah.
बहुत गर्मी है यार मर रहा हूँ मैं यहाँ पे टोपी में और गर्मी लग रही है आप भी पंजाबी हो आपका लास्ट टाइम क्या है
That's right.
The free roll password is Edinburgh ME. I'm going to try it. I've got 888 poker downloaded on my phone.
Have you?
I have. I have. I don't play too often. I really should. Well, I really should play a lot more. In fact, I play every day, 12 hours a day.
I was going to say, you can have pick of the bunch here.
Tournaments. Tournament start time. That's what we like to see. Yes.
You in?
Not yet. We'll go to find it. Starts in what? 90 minutes. Starts in 1 hour and 1 minute. That's me. Where's it gone? I've just seen it and now it's gone. King Queen for Armand, Stephen with the ace 4.
So Stephen on 863 all diamonds. Checks his option over to Oman.
Welcome everyone to the Rumble. You each have a 30 starting stat. Will be played on a 20-minute clock to conclusion.
We're going to have Tower in the free roll.
Is it case sensitive?
I don't know, you gave us the password, mate.
Asking for a friend. I'm just asking if it is or not.
I'd imagine it is.
Shouldn't be, says Line. Oh yeah, I'd spelled Edinburgh wrong.
Oh well, that'll do it. At that point, it doesn't matter if it's case sensitive, does it?
You've registered for the 888 Poker TV Special Free Roll UKPL Edinburgh and are good to go. You will appear on the players list shortly.
Right.
Get in.
So we are going to be doing... Tower is in the free roll.
I'm in the free roll.
So everybody, as part of today's stream, is going to be witness to Tower's initial training session for the World Series of Poker main event in the 888 free roll.
Just to let you know, in my account I have got $1.08.
Excellent.
I expect a lot more.
Alright, so straw poll for the chat. Tower at the moment in his account on 888 has $1.08. I would like everybody to have a guess at how much Tower's balance will be after the free roll.
As Lime says, I'll completely forget. Yes, 10 cents profit from the quantum.
You might be the only person that could enter a free roll and end up with $1.07. Look at this, the faith placed.
I'm going to make 10 cents like Quantum Criminal says.
Alright.
I might even play the first hand blind.
You can do that in Vegas as well, yeah?
And no.
Listen, we need to be approaching this free roll as if we're playing the main event, buddy, alright? It's on a the free roll's on a 2 hour clock. Imagine that, day 7 of the 888 Edinburgh free roll next week.
You're not wrong, Valerie. His Vegas account has $10,000 in it.
Well, yeah.
Oh, that was a nice cup of tea.
That was a good one, wasn't it? Yeah, it was a good one.
So, good luck when you're entering the free roll. You're all playing for second.
It's not in a sexual way. You're just giving you therapy, bro. You're just loosening your knots and... We're not talking about happy ending massages here. I think maybe you're talking about the wrong massage. The wrong kind of massage.
Line's 8. 16. Oh, we've got 2 comps running now. I can't see the clock. Gutted. Big screen for Steve. We've gone over the 100 mark with players today, 102.
Lime already giving you a get out of jail free card. It's very hard to make any money in the free roll, to be honest.
Oh, cheers,
Lime. That is not the attitude we need. Sending our horse to Vegas for the main event, alright?
The Deprived King says, have we got a WSOP contender gracing the 888 free roll? Yes, you have. You know, if you're registered, Line, and you don't play a hand, have you got a certain amount of time to play a hand. Because I know when we used to run a live stream free roll or when we do for a GUKPT, you've got like 8 minutes to play a hand, and if you don't, you get taken out of the equation.
I guess you just get sit out and blinded out.
Or do they just sit you out? Because with the GKPT and the Grosvenor poker, they take you out of the comp if you don't physically play a hand or click a button. Or just get blinded out. You get blinded out into the money. Gurinder folds the ace jack.
This is gun from Will for for 8.5. 9 lines. Well, I don't know about this. Just folds the ace jack. Terry folds Szechuan also into the bin. Lewis folds 9-7 of diamonds on the button. Out the way. Steve out the way as well, so that gets through from Will. Wouldn't have been expecting that, I think. Corinda folding from gun. Armand with the Queen 10 plus 1. That's 3-2 Szechuan in the hijack. I think we're going to see him come in for an open here. Lewis calls the ace-7 and Vaib here on the button with the ace-king. 3-bet incoming. Expect this to be made something in the region of 12. Maybe slightly smaller, maybe like 10.5, but that is huge.
Well, that is a biggie.
That is
19.
That's far too big. Is it that Lewis just gave him there? What is that, buddy?
18.5?
Yeah, 12 was probably even just a bit too big, really, actually. Tower in position on the button. We just don't need to. I'm just going to... That was a massive free bet. Vaib.
What song's that? It's usually on an advert.
It is very advert.
Yeah.
It feels like is it a banking advert? Feels like it's an advert for one of the banks.
But what song is it? Because it's obviously a song that's been played.
When I care about the young folks. So,
Anybody do any good at Royal Ascot today? Last day at Royal Ascot for 2025. Yeah, what is it?
I think it's called Young Folk.
Called who?
Young Folk, I think it's called.
Young Folk.
I think.
Why can't I AI that?
Funnily enough, Spotify is not. What's that app? Shazam. Shazam's the one where you can play it to.
Shazam's one of the best apps in the world.
It's good.
It's crazy how it works.
I know. It's good.
You hold your phone up, it plays it, and then you can even have the lyrics going in time with the music of the song, so you can sing along to it.
Yeah.
It's mental. It's just mad how it picks up the song and then it's got the lyrics and you can sing along. They highlight the words that it's coming along in time.
Yeah.
Brilliant. No, not turning Japanese. That's totally different.
I'm pretty sure.
Turning Japanese. I think
Lime
turning
Ricky's on it,
Japanese. I really think
people.
so. Turning Japanese. I think I'm turning Japanese. I really think so. That was the Vapors back in the 1980s.
I don't know. It might not be called Young Folk. I can't remember. I thought it was. Well, if anybody's wondered what's just happened, we haven't had the Highland Show move in next door. We have had the
side events.
Yeah, the side event. The bounty comp is underway right next to the comms booth.
Peter, Bjorn and John, young folks.
There you go, round integrity.
Very nice indeed, thank you very much. From the home base adverts. Yeah, I knew the music, but I've not heard the song for years.
More than him, it's something like that works out, you know what I mean?
There's 3 for arm on, 3,000 to call, and the small blind.
Terry finding the 9s in the big blind, coming in for a 3-bet versus button. Dorinda just going to get out of the way here, I expect.
So the blind's now 1,000, 2,000, level number 9 of the day. If you want to get into the free roll, hour and 15 minutes till it starts. Password is Edinburgh ME. So Dorinda's not done anything with his stack since he came to the table. Just makes you wonder how he got them.
Just thinking actually a couple of minutes ago, Tao,
Mhm.
it must have been some kind of car crash hand to get rid of those
Yeah.
chips so early.
Yeah.
And maybe it's just one of those like insane boat over flush situations that just happen every now and again, or we haven't really seen him too involved in much at this table, have we? Will, on the other hand, has been desperate for a spot to try and double. He's going to try and take the Queen Jack suited for a ride. Szechuan with the ace-10 offsuit here in the small blind. Facing this jam for 8 blinds. I expect we're going to be looking this up. Lewis, 10-7 of clubs in the big blind, gets out of the way, so Szechuan ahead here, but Will with 2 live cards.
There's 10.
And we're going to see 5. We'll start with 3.
Eight, 5, 3, no good for Will at the minute, needing a bit of help and a bit of paint. There it is.
Yeah. Lady on the turn, we're going to need a battery on the river to eliminate. No, Will doubles back in.
So level 9 of the day, end of level 9, there's a 15-minute break. As Ingurland doing in the old smash the ball as hard as you can game.
Well, you're going to get 5-second spoiler warning for those
Oh
who are
yeah,
sweating.
sorry Tom.
Don't worry, mate. 5-second spoiler warning. It's got 1 second left. They're 147 for 2.
Oh.
So going along okay. 151 for 2, should I say.
I have a chance to get it. It's one in a trillion. I have a chance.
Swivel Steels, is Easty still in or has he bust? I think he is still in, but we'll double check for you. You can do exactly as I'm doing at the moment should you want to keep track on Easty's progress in the main event, and go to Easty22 Poker on Instagram. So it's East, 3 Ys for Easty22 Poker, and he's been updating his story throughout the course of the main event flight, giving everybody an update as to what's going on. So he is still in, looks like it. There you go, Lime Ricky just putting his handle in the group chat for you. So Stephen from Gun, opening proceedings, and Lewis free betting up to 15k from the small blind. Gonna get that one through. Chip counts on the screen for you in this flight. We are playing 1,000, 2,000 with a 2,000 big blind ante. And this is the last flight for players to register for the competition.
No, it's not. Level 12 is.
Last flight.
Oh, last flight. Wait a minute, last level. Because we're in 9. There with me, my bad. Yes, it is. One more level and then we have a break, and then the last session is the last buying times for this event. £125,000 in the prize for the last time I saw.
Great stuff.
Yeah, super. Over 100 players in the main today. Very, very good.
Great stuff. We'll have another keyword before long, I imagine. We've got a few bits and pieces to cover first, such as Will with Ace King here. Newly found riches after the double in the last hand. Gonna make it 4.5 from Gun by the looks of it. It's always amazing that you do find that if you manage to find yourself a double as a short stack,
yep.
I feel like the hands start to flow quite quickly after.
Yeah.
I don't know, it's always just the way it tends to happen.
Timmy Mallet. How do I find a free roll on the app? Make sure that your filters are set so you can see free rolls in the tournament area. And I normally go by start time. So it starts in 1 hour and 7 minutes. And start time, it's there, and it's an 888 Poker TV free roll.
Crypto Zindabad. Crypto Zindabad. Your money is safe.
Will with the King Queen, 2.5 to call. Seat number 2. And there's a big blind, I think he's at least calling. So just does call with the King Queen. Well, flops a Queen as well, but the Ace for Zeshwan. Nine of Spades keeps us involved as Will Right, so he decides to check again, so he always check calling. If this one wants to try and inflate the pot a little with the top pair. Makes it 7.5. Off to the river. And it pairs the 9, so there's a Schwant with a better 2 pair. Won't be too worried about a 9, so I might bet again on the river. Keep it small. 11k maybe. So incoming, it's quite chunky. It's 18, and it's good. Break after this level.
Yeah. Kev says that key fella must do 50,000 steps inside the Maybury alone. Yeah, that's Davey Chan for you. Been our resident floorman for the last few days. Very well known in these parts. Saw him on the feature the other day in the turbo flight for the voyage. Get queens, aces, kings and tens in consecutive hands. Saw him at the bar the next day and was moaning about the fact he never gets any hands not on the feature table.
I know, yeah.
Amazing. So Schwan here with kings. Corinda going to defend the 7-3 of diamonds off that massive stack, and it's probably just going to go check, bet, fold. So proceedings just ticking over here in Edinburgh. 1k, 2k blinds.
He has had some hands this session.
Szechuan,
Yeah, he has had some hands.
Not all gone his way though.
No,
he's,
not at all, but he's had some very playable hands. And this time with the kings on a queen high flop with him.
Yes, no runners for Garinda.
None.
Every time I call, I'm right by calling, and I'm losing.
You like shark fencing? Bye, chicken tikka every time. Yeah, you like Indian food? Don't tell me. Chicken tikka. How much? 1, 2, right? 2,000.
They are the right ones, but the wrong ones.
This one with the 8s this time. He is getting some distribution. Like I said, not always getting the best of it, but really stuck up to 75k with the lines at 2.
Gonna get out of the way, Will out of the way, Gurinder out of the way, and Arman in the big blind with 8-9.
So Arman making the call and flopping best with a 9, queen at 6 flop.
Check, check. Going to be the outcome a lot here.
6 of spades. Flush not available now with the 8 of spades playing. I'll be overly impressed with that turn card, to be fair. But
Probably check, check again here,
we'd
Tal.
rather see a river. So I'm checking back on this one.
Yeah.
Off to the river. And it's a 6.
This might be slightly problematic. Arman certainly's got the best hand now. Six is full for Arman. Bets 5,800. Against this size, there's nothing we're going to be doing other than calling in Szechuan. Hand is reasonably well disguised.
Makes a goal and see the bad news. Arman with a 9. Against his stack up. So just north of starting stack. And about 20 minutes to go till the end of the session. And end of level 9.
I don't sleep. Wake up very early. It happens in the evening, bro. Because you're talking about UK. I don't live in the UK. I live in India, bro. India. Namaste. 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 Or in Dubai. UAE time zone. UK is morning. I wish I was in the UK, bro. I would be fucking killing everything. Wake up fresh and fucking
Five raising from +2 with the queen 10. Out of the way. Terry going to fold the big blind, so not too much going on at the feature at the moment. Just
plodding along.
Yeah, just ticking over. And these things can happen now, particularly when we're getting towards.
I thought we were expecting fireworks, weren't we? We were getting to walk in with 350.
Yeah, but I think particularly when you get towards the end of sessions where the rebuy period or the re-entry period closes for these kind of flights. I think we're going to be in for quite a quiet final session of the evening tonight in terms of activity. These guys will be hoping to make it through to day 2. Not to say they won't be playing hands when they've dealt them, but whereas
we actually have a restaurant in Delhi as well, in the Overall Hotel.
other sessions of the day we might have been pushing the equity a little bit. I don't think they're going to be taking the higher variance spots as the day goes on, closer to day 2.
They have a kitchen game as well. Kitchen poker game.
Roll with the nines. We'll see number 2.
Playing 12 and a half, almost 13 bigs. Going to play open jam from hijack. Seems perfectly fine. Folding round to just one. And on this occasion, doesn't have one of those hands to make the call.
I studied in something. That was in 2008. I graduated a long time ago. I think especially for the trophy, bro, and I got it. I've taken one, and I'm aiming for the second one. So a lot of competition. On my right, on my left. Huh? For the what? That's next month. I'm gonna go to Vegas before the main event. First maiden voyage.
So, for those of you that have just tuned in or tuned in recently to the coverage, we are streaming live on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. 888 Poker TV live from the Maybury Casino in Edinburgh. This is Flight 1D of the 2-day main event here in Scotland. We've been up in Edinburgh since Wednesday with the team covering the festivities. Wednesday evening.
Wander around here.
Yeah, Wednesday evening we had the Turbo on stream. Thursday we covered day 2 of the voyage down to a champion. And yesterday was the turn of the high roller. Attention has switched to the main event today, and there's been a good day of poker so far. Buy-ins still open for the remainder of level 9 and then session number 4, which will be levels 10, 11, 12 and the break after that, at which point re-entries will close and we will begin our quest down the other side of the mountain, indeed, to a champion. Day 2 of the festival will be on stream tomorrow. We've also got the bounty tournament running in the card room at the moment, just to the side of us, which you probably hear in the background from time to time. And tomorrow we've got the seniors and the big shot at 2 and 3 PM respectively.
36 in the rumble, the knockout rumble.
36, you say?
Yeah. Still a slight overlay, to be fair.
Good effort.
Just sounds a lot more. But good luck if they're all playing and whoever's playing in it. Stormy Norman, Paul Green, Jamie Munro's in. 103 in the main event. Cracking turnout for that. Heading towards the break. Kings for Amon. Raises to 4. Just clicks it over.
So Schwan A7 on the button. Gonna let it go. Lewis out the way in the small blind and Vaid with queens in the big.
Oh, this is going to get fruity.
For 24 effective here, this should be going in pre. Anything else than this in pre is going to be bizarre. And we've seen Vaid upsized 3-bets for most of the day. This one looks a bit more standard in terms of sizing. Makes it 14k over 4k.
Wow. Just calls with the Kings. Just calling.
Can't really explain this one. It should be in pre, but we're just going to lose our customer now. I think well, at least gives him the opportunity to get away, doesn't it? I mean, not saying we're going to lovely spot being barreled into almost out the top set, or King Jack 9, but I'm going to assume Amar's just going to play cool here. After
Hope
taking
so.
this one post. We have an absolute hammerlock on this board. Just want to play cool. That's cool.
Like it. Anything low? There we go, there's a 3.
Babe is gonna jam, snap call, Queens versus Kings, and we're drawing to a 10.
Babe has a chance to re-enter in the final session of Baines 9 to 12. The river's an 8. So it says that we've lost him, yeah. And I'm on up to 107.
Yeah, that's all right. I think if you prefer this line, you prefer the line.
I don't think he's got a bluff in that lane, so I would put the money in pre, but
You would put the money in,
yeah,
right?
I don't think he's got a 3-bet fold there.
Right.
I don't think so.
But then you think just in case he has some bluff, then just flat it.
Yeah, but you won't realise exactly like ace 5.
Right, by just flatting, right?
You let him think about it sometimes, 30% of the time.
We probably don't do that with like ace 5, so I highly doubt. Against me, that too. I've not been V-pipping a lot.
Yeah, I like it.
Not been opening that much.
Very standard stuff, mate. They're very shallow.
I think it's fine. Both is fine. Slice to every point.
Gorinda going to kick off proceedings in this hand with King Jack of clubs from +1. Honestly, Kev, it's been a session, mate. It's been a session.
Get like thousands of them, make a patty out of it, and fry it, and then eat it. Apparently it's high
10-6 in the big blind for Stephen. Probably not going to defend as wide as 10-6 offsuit versus chip lead. Yeah, it's a 560, mate. Yeah, 560.
So Kevin, you're doing the new table, table A, seat number 1, please.
Gorinda, King Jack offsuit this time from under the gun. Decides better of this one. And it's probably wisely. I'm on here, Ace Queen from +1. Going to be finding an open here.
So the final 6 to 7 minutes.
That's 2k. I'll sell these 300 to Ross for 1k. So.
Going once.
Let them do this on the break. Come on, man. Get your hands in. Tell me you are mad, man. We're not going to horn. Who's are these? Win one horn every 5 minutes.
Yeah, sure. I know what you're doing. Who's the purples of these?
They're mine, mate.
So the last 5 or 6 minutes of the session, we'll come back, we'll give you plenty of time to get into the main event. We've got another giveaway coming up with the keyword in the first level of the next session. Here's King for Steve.
Yeah. I was going to say, you might want to size up here, try and does want to go for conventional 3x here against Terry. Terry's out of the way with the Queen Jack. Another uncontested pre-flop situation.
Can I tell you something funny? The minute I registered for the tournament, they moved us all to the feature table. I think it's because of me that all of us got sent to the feature table.
Definitely not.
No, you can ask him. The minute I sat down, they shipped it. The minute they saw me, they're like, oh, you're here. Oh, that's the high time. It's about time now. Hurry up, feature table. Seat number 4. That's what he told me. You don't believe me?
You seen the high roller champ come in, so you thought someone else was on it, and they busted before we could move.
I was going to say, I can't exactly what was happening. And he's the streamer asking for him, so.
Ross is the poker god here. Poker authority.
Steve with the King Jack. 5,000 to call out the cutoff. Does call.
Will folds the button. Garinda in the small blind. Queen 6 into the bin. Arman in the big blind. Folds nice and quickly. Ace, ace, deuce, 2 hearts on the flop. Probably one we want to find some checks on as Lewis does opt to send it over to Stephen. Stephen checks back. Queen of hearts on the turn. Well, check again. Does send it over. I think Stephen going to be pretty comfortable that Lewis doesn't have an ace at this stage once checked to twice, but can still be ahead some of the time. These two pretty familiar at playing with each other by all accounts, finishing first and second in the high roller in Malta together, travelled over together as we were informed earlier, so they know what they're doing. And well, Lewis knows what he's doing. He's going to check it down and make a boat on the river. Eight's full for him.
The old 888 and the festival nuts. Unfortunately, not getting paid. Steve McCabe's already binned them. Big wry smile. So they're leaving. Oh, no. The dealer says one more.
Well, Baby Chung's back in the building just to keep things in check. He just keeps appearing through that doorway. I don't think I've seen him go the other way.
So, last end of the session, as the break was already down to 0 when we flicked in the cards. Steve McCabe on the hijack makes it 5. Govinda Ducks gets out of the way with the pocket 4s. Armand with the 2s. Gonna see a flop. So going 3-way.
It's going to bring Terry in.
Yeah. Nine, 10 jack flop. Going to keep Steve involved.
Yeah, I expect this one's probably going to check through. Steve deciding to try and take initiative.
Omar should be out of the way already. On you, Omar. Yeah, it's on you, pal. In the bin.
I don't think we're going to see Terry fall to 1 bet.
No, not at all. Bottom pair and open ender. Whoa!
Wow.
He did.
Yeah, there we
Didn't
go.
fancy it.
There we go.
See you back in 15 minutes with the brand new table. You know it's never easy.
Just a little deuce.
You know it's
Just a
never
little deuce
easy.
in the window.
And we're going to have a quick move over to see what is occurring there on the outer table, guys, because we do have
look at this.
our first
What's happening here?
all-in and call on the bubble. So it's Tom Hall and Wilco. Wilco has Tom covered. This is our first all-in and call on the bubble.
Not much to do, man. Nothing ace king against ace king.
Boring.
Off we go. No dramas, please. A dealer.
Wilco's suited.
No dramas, that'll do nicely.
4% free roll goes Wilco's way.
No dramas, dealer. No dramas, dealer.
It's never easy.
Oh man, no dramas, we said.
Oh,
no way, man.
Did that just happen?
Oh, Tom Hall. Feeling for you, buddy.
That is an absolute filthy one for Tom Hall to bust on the bubble. Ace King versus Ace King.
Look at Wilco.
Sorry, I just rock up to Jack.
Oh, wow.
3-betting the aces. All right, Jack.
Wilco with a nut low.
Suited nut low.
That is true.
And he's thinking about something here.
No way.
All right.
Oh my word.
Let's just give Jack a
What
double up,
is
shall
Jack?
we?
Look at Jack's face. What's happening here?
All right, yeah. Was that the limp jam with 3 deuce
Dave
suited?
Dawkins is saying I'm not expecting them 2 cards.
Wow, okay.
80% of the time he's up to 1.2 million at 30 big blinds.
40 big blinds in the middle.
You know it's never easy.
Just a little deuce.
You know it's
just a little
never
deuce
easy.
in the window.
You just know it's never easy.
Hold your breath, Jack. Oh, the dealer just puts the triangle over Jack's cards there, yeah.
The dealer must have thought the 3 deuce was in.
Mm.
Oh, no way. Are you serious?
Oh my, 6-8 or ace for Jack. 6-8 or ace.
Oh,
final table of a high roller.
3-2
for 40 big blinds.
Oh, Cammy. And 13 could just be in.
Yep.
Probably should be.
Couldn't agree more, Tower. with the outright short stack. Want to be playing closer to chips, and Cammy
is at risk again. He's going to get the bad news.
And don't get me wrong. I believe Cammy has taken every reshove spot correctly and shoved the hands he's supposed to. But can you recall one when he's not been drawing to 3 outs or needing to hit? I actually can't recall one where he's been in front. But take nothing away from the shoves. They're good shoves. They're winning shoves in the long run. He just keeps getting cold decked. But he seems to have an art of coming from behind this final table so far. Any jacks about?
No.
There may just be 1 3 outer too far for Cammy.
Is it one too many? David sitting, looking like he could be commanding chip leader.
Well, how about a chop?
We're gonna chop it up if a 4 or a queen.
Oh my word!
It's a jack and sit back down again.
Why have a chop when you can have it all?
Wow!
Cammy Williamson is on some heat this FT. Queen 9 suited for Margen. There's the triangle into the 2 short stacks. A lot of time for this. Effective stack is Cammy, who has 15 bigs, and here we go. David Doherty with the 10s.
Yeah, loving this. He is loving this. 4 players left. If we get outdrawn, it's 9,000. No, 9 ace jack.
There's some runners, queens and 9s fading at the moment for David. Well,
whoa, that's just made it 10 outs.
All the sweats, a diamond, 10, a 9.
Oh, and it's a diamond. Oh no, runner. Runner, when will it end for the Doherty?
This will qualify.
Jack Queen for Cammy and 11.
Have I moaned it in for him?
Indigo. Oh no.
Yeah. Of course. Of course he has. Why wouldn't he have aces again?
Just the 7th time, just turn round, I've got aces, boys.
Do you know
They're
what?
all like, and?
Of course, he could win the tournament with aces. Why wouldn't he win the tournament with aces? 6th time on the final table to be dealt the boot. 7th according to Tower.
Of course he did.
Basically,
drawing dead.
Flops Cammy to runners.
Runners, and that is it. Aces, live poker, ladies and gentlemen, full on ring. And that's it. We've got a champion. We've got a champ, and it had to be. It just had to be aces as the winning hand. Look at this. That's what it means. That's what it means. Maugen, fantastic. Whether it's aces or whether it's not, that was just absolutely super. Oh!
Alberto with the king queen. Bad timing. And this is going to be really interesting for Dale here. Because Bernie has been one of the few that has been active. We saw a squeeze a couple of times as a bluff. We saw a cold 4. And there you go. Dale shoves the ace queen here for what is 70 effective. But once we're this under rep with ace queen and we just call Bernie's open from low jack, don't mind it from now. Just because we run into top end doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad play. Bernie can ISO so much wider than top end. So here we go. What a spot for Bernie. 3-way all in. I was just saying out, you don't usually get much carnage these first sessions.
Here we go. King high flop as well. So Bernie. He's going to be taking Alberto's out, but that's a stack not to be worried about.
Well, Alberto can still draw live. It's Dale that is drawing dead.
He is indeed. Dale will be down to less than 10k.
Just another king for good measure. Bernie up to 43.4. Sarah
when I wake up
with the king queen opens the 700. What is Bogdan up to here with the 9-5 of diamonds? Like at this stack depth, yes, we get to like 9-7 suited would actually be fine here. Like 9-5 suited is a bit overdoing it. 100 deep, we can 3-bet middle in, gapped, middle in, connected, suited. But the 9-5 diamonds does seem slightly too wide. Well, don't think it's ever going to be in there for Bogdan. But like 9-7 suited, I'm pretty confident we'll be in the 3-bet range here. Low jack versus cut off.
Jack 9-5, 2 clubs, bottom 2 for Bogdan. Got short overs for Sarah.
Yeah, it's pure check here for Sarah Tower. Shouldn't have any leads. Jack 9-5 as the caller of the 3-bet, meant to play 100% check, and that is just to do with our opponent still having the bigger overpairs, still has jacks and 9s. Yes, we have 5s and our opponent does not, but they still have a huge advantage in terms of range on this board. So that just means we don't get to lead as Sarah. She has gone for lead for 2.5k, 40%, and now Bogdan with his 2 pair. Is he going to spring it straight away? And looks like he's going to do exactly that. Makes it 80k, and now it's kind of annoying for Sarah to have. We check, probably met by a small bet. We just get to call and realise our equity are 2 overs and a gut shot. But now,
and then we get to see a turn.
We're in a pretty rough spot here. Bogdan makes it 8k, and Sarah sticking around with the overs and the gutty.
Oh! Whoa! Oh, ping, ping, ping.
What a ridiculous turn card this is. So Bogdan now turns a flush draw. Oh my word, that is the most ridiculous run out you are going to see today.
Wow.
Sarah turns the nut straight.
All in and a snap call to see the 9-5 of the bad news.
Bogdan rivers the bow. That is some sick run out for Sarah.
Whoa.
Well, here we go. How are we going to flip here with the ladies? Because now, as Eastie, we're going to be in a big flip situation for a lot of big blinds here.
Just going to put in the cold 4, is he?
Has to, yeah. No cold calling going on here.
There he goes.
Size is pretty nice as well. Like, yeah. And then just going to be a jam from Roderick. There's the fold. And now, as Roderick knows, no fold equity, but we got ace king, sir, and we start the hand at 35 effective. There's the jam, there's the call.
Used to expect to see aces here, I think, but
same thing. Aces, kings. We lose the flips anyway, according to Eastie. So might as well be aces or kings we're up against. Look, he's already
he's
beaten.
Already lost. Yeah,
he's just a beaten man already.
It's a good flop though.
The 4-5 would have had some fun.
Oh, there it is.
Well, just seal it on the turn, Eastie. Never wins a flip. Yeah, all right, mate. All right.
Just top boat. There we go.
Up to 96k, 3 stacks for Eastie.
Wow, 96k already, okay.
And he's actually having a good session on the feature table for once.
Table chip leader too.
The Swan raising to 3.2. And now the triangle is in for David with pocket jacks. Dave Camera with the jacks. Szechuan says call with the ace 10 of diamonds. David Camera, pocket jacks. King 9-6, no good at the minute. Two on the turn. Needing to fade an ace. Oh, one of the 2 aces in the deck. Oh, that is grim. The fish pump.
Queen Jack of Spades on the bottom for James. Love to see jam here, Tower. Would really love to see jam. Zexwan's got about 20. Mel's got? Yeah, it's a really nice one to just say the words, I'm all in. What is it, 20 effective, I think. I could be wrong. Yeah, I might have just said the words, I'm all in here as James at 20 effective, 2 to get through.
Yeah, the one gappers are definitely seeing a flop. Man in race.
Nah, just cool. With the 8-6 of clubs, pretty standard. Yeah, when the effective stack's 20 bigs behind us in the button, I feel like this is one that does like to do some jamming.
Oh, what is that for the flop? How does this not go in?
2 against the flop flush with the redraw to the straight flush here. And there's a continue for 2K for James. X1 with the fake club check. Have I got a club? You got two, sir.
What a flop.
I'm going to raise straight off the bat.
Oh. First time back. Welcome along. 7:05 in the evening. GMT, that is. And we've got 25 minutes to get in the free roll.
Right, good evening everybody. Welcome back to the fourth session of the day. We've got a new feature table for you for this session with Craig McCairns in seat 1. We've got Tom Pern in seat 3. Charles Lamont in seat 4. Ali Ahmed in 5. Gary Wilson in 6. Roddy McNeil in 7. And Dino Sinclair in 9.
Dino! Three levels of buy-ins still to go. $9-7-3 flop.
Gary raising hijack in this one with the ace king of clubs. Dino just calling on the button with ace jack. Gary with a bet of 4K called by Dino. I wonder if Gary could find double barrel here. I think it's going to work a decent amount of the time, but opts to check it over. Dino may opt to check this one back if he thinks he's already got enough showdown value with ace jack high, which he does. 8 on the end, and if we're checking that flop texture, then almost imagine we're going to check this river texture 100% of the time as Gary. Seems like it's going to be hard to get value here.
Well, he's going to bet 3.5.
It's a bit more than that. I think it's about
Is that
7.5.
7.5.
Yeah, not really sure what this 7.5 really achieves, but there we go. We get called by a worse hand, so.
There side. Bigger kicker. So welcome on board 888 main event here in Edinburgh. 123,000 in the mix if you want to get yourselves involved in the final couple of days. Then the rumble's going on. Players in the background, that's a 5k guarantee. Tomorrow we have the seniors at 2 and the big shot at 3. Thought the seniors might have been at 1, but as it normally is for the UKPT last event, but 2 o'clock it is tomorrow. And then 3 o'clock for the big shot, which is a juicy £15,000 guarantee to finish off the events here in Edinburgh. That's a big guarantee. It's a big guarantee for a tour.
Yeah.
It's a big guarantee for a tour. Should be well attended, but 15k to play for at the end of the week.
Thomas in the small blind, going to get out of the way. It looks like Charles in the big blind out of the way as well. So chip counts on the screen for you there. Blinds this level, the first of the new session at 1,500, 3,000 with a 3,000 big blind ante.
Nines for Craig in C1. How's Easter doing on the outer tables? Is he updating us all?
He did, I think it was about, the last one I saw was about an hour ago, and he had a decent stack.
He's got 200k. At 3k.
Go on then, son. Nick Eastwood, update from the outer table, 200k at big blind 3k.
Very nice indeed.
Yeah, ran that right up. I think at one point we were back down to about starting stack, so he's got that right back up there as Eastie. Good news for the 8 ambassadors. Nick is flying the flag in Edinburgh this week.
He is flying that flag. That is the same Nick Eastwood. The tournament's on soon. At this moment in time, there's 1,391 people to beat.
So we've got Craig in the hijack here with ace-9. And Ali in the small blind with the ace-ace. Bullets for Ali. Gonna play this as a 3-bet for sure. Like to see somewhere in the region of 17, 18k. What's for 16.5? Don't think we're going to see Craig continue ace-9 offsuit here from the hijack versus 3-bet from the small blind. Don't think we're going to perform particularly well. Well, opts to take a flop. Ten, 7 deuce, 2 clubs. Not much going on there. So free roll starting in 14 minutes. Ali just going to bet here, and this is going to be end of hand. Craig not going to continue. 10-7 deuce. Could have probably taken the safer route here and passed this one pre, but well, Craig really thinking this one over. Does finally get out of the way. Yeah, I think it's just a fold, Kev. I don't necessarily think there's much 4-betting in there with ace-9 offsuit. Maybe ace-9 suited we could look to mix in, but so moving on to the next hand. Feature table has been the centre stage for proceedings this week in Edinburgh. Action tracker Mikey just in the background there, taking a scope of the room. Dino with the ace queen.
Chico!
Chico folds Ali out of the way as well. Roddy, Jack 5 offsuit in the big blind, not going to be defending that one either. So a new player coming to the table here in seat number 8.
Oi, oi.
You got just under 12 minutes, guys, till the free roll starts. So if you're not in the free roll,
why not?
Yeah, exclamation mark password in the chat will give you your password, which is Edinburgh ME. Edinburgh ME. Or exclamation mark free roll, as Lime has put in there. How are we doing, Gully? On Twitch, hope you're well. I hope everybody in the family's well too.
Nice one, Gilly. Good evening. Do you wait with bated breath for the football fixtures, Gilly? Now you've gone into League One. Got up 97th minute with the luckiest goal you've ever seen in football. Who are you looking forward to playing?
Action round to Gary here. Tom opening up the Jack 10. Tom from +2. Gary on the bottom with pocket jacks. Going to be clicking this one. Something like 14 maybe. This looks a bit like 16.5 to me. Either way, I don't think we're going to see Tom continue Jack 10 here.
Missed it in the minute.
Michael, the free roll will be on 888 poker. 888 poker.
Sorry about that, guys. Missed the hand completely. Can't be easy for the action tracker sat in a full room of poker players. Oh, we get a new player to the table as well. Tens for Chico. The Rumble has now hit the guarantee. Very nice indeed. Well done, the Rumblers. 54 in the Rumble. Main event going along nicely. 128,000 in the prize pool for this one. 111 in the main. Then the level 12 is late reg. And then tomorrow we've got the seniors at 2 o'clock with a 5k guarantee, and then the big shot has got a 15k guarantee on tomorrow. We've got Dino in C9, 3 betting to 19.5, both pretty deep. So Chico with the 10s comes along for the ride. Top kicker. Not the best flop for Chico. King Jack 8, 2 overs to his 10s. Just can't call. Gilly says, for once I can't wait for next season. Recruitment has been good so far. Not used to us looking organised and professional. An early visit to Cardiff would be nice. Cardiff? They're not in League One. Yeah, cheers. Iced water. 7 minutes roll call for the poker. You got to play somebody in your own league, Gully. Cardiff City are not in your league. I'm pretty sure they didn't go down to League One.
Cardiff?
Yeah. Or did they?
Don't know.
Did they? Cardiff came down, did they? I have no idea. Cardiff City in League One, what happened there? Wow. No idea what happened there then. No bet, I'm not going to bet, I just didn't realise it was that bad. Trying to take me money off me. I do that on my own. Plymouth, Luton and Cardiff all relegated. Well, I did not know it was Cardiff City.
Right, Gary with the 5s from +2, going to open proceedings in this one. Roddy, Gareth out the way. Dino, King Jack on the button. Gets out the way. Tom with 10-7 of diamonds in the big blind. Expect this one's going to get defended. Ace, 6-4, 2 hearts. I imagine check. Gary probably happy to find a range bet here with the 5s. Don't want to be giving up some free equity to our opponent. Finds 6.5. Going to get it through. Absolutely not, Gilly. They are on it, the Reds. From Pongdan, Verts announced yesterday. Looks like Kirkes next week. Heard a few rumours about Mark Gahey next week as well.
There we go. Update from last year's football. Plymouth, Luton and Cardiff relegated. QPR ended up safe. Wrexham, Birmingham and Charlton, League One. Carlisle and Markham went down to the National League. Liverpool won the Prem. Palace won the Cup and Rotherham sacked Evans. Thanks, Kev.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I really like the midfield lad that City have signed, Reinders. I think he looks really good. Going to be a strong addition for them.
2 minutes for the next keyword. 2 minutes. And then what we'll do, and then as the free roll starts, we'll get in that as well. We can multitask.
Speak for yourself, buddy.
We can multitask.
I'll crumble.
We can multitask. We're that good.
Yeah, I think Reinders is going to be really good for the Premier League.
Oh, Ryland.
No, there's a chap called, I can't remember his first name, I think it's like Tajana Reinders, I think it is. They signed him from AC Milan, Dutch midfielder. Played quite a bit with the lad from Liverpool, Gravenberch. And yeah, looks really good.
So, the free roll is about to start. The password is Edinburgh ME. The next keyword is after this hand.
So Chico opting to just call the ace queen of clubs out the big blind and will almost certainly be check calling down now on a reasonably safe run out. 9 of diamonds on turn. Checks over to Gareth again. Could do some checking back here as Gareth for a bit of pot control, but looks like he's not interested in checking back at the moment. It is getting rowdy in the rumble.
That looks like 20. Chico with top 2.
I think check feels good on the turn as well. Going to be hard to get through streets and kind of sucks when we get check raised. But looks like just going to play as a call, Chico, like this has played so far.
Like it.
Jack of spades on the river is a bit of a scary one, and that's going to go check check. And ace queen for Chico, going to take this one down.
The free roll password is Edinburgh ME. But not so much that. We've got another keyword. And the next keyword, don't forget you need to be on Twitch. 888 Poker TV on Twitch. For that one, you need to be on Twitch, you can stay wherever you want to on your other platforms, but the keywords and the prizes are only on 888 Twitch. Type it in as we type it in for you to start with, and then you've got a chance of winning a $22 ticket. And the latest keyword is bring the teas. Bring the teas. Away you go, 3 or 4 minutes, and good luck if you're in the free roll. Bring the teas. Bring the teas.
So Craig with the jacks in the cutoff. Tom just going to pile it here in position on the bottom with King Jack offsuit. This is going to get looked up, so we are all in and cool here at the feature table. Pocket jacks for Craig, just covering Thomas, but this is a super close spot. Gonna need to find a king. No help on the flop for Thomas. Eight of diamonds turn, nothing more added there. So just the king on the river, or we are going to lose Thomas here. Oh, king on the end, rolls it off. 3 out of a Tom.
Sit back down, kid.
Crippled.
He was off for the bus. He was off for the bus, then he was gone. Craig now down to 11. 3.5. So bring the teas. 1 more minute. No bounty. I'm going to play it like I'm playing the first level of the World Series main event.
Not going to 4-bet kings.
Been told I can't 4-bet kings.
Craig here, really short with the ace-3 of clubs.
Last chance for bring the teas as the keyword.
All in for his last 11,000. Chico going to call from the bottom with the king-queen. Roddy with 4s in the big blind as well. Don't think we're going to see him call against all in, but does go for the triangle himself here, Roddy. Gonna try and play for the additional money, and Craig is loving this from Roddy.
And we're on the draw for bring the teas after this hand. Because we have an all-in. And we have an all-in. And Chico is thinking, can I call for 13?
I think he's going to end up calling tower. Just sucks to call fold here. Just like put money into the pot and have to fold. But at the same time, is Roddy ever really gonna send King Jack behind? Probably not. I think fours is. Gonna get looked up here, so we're gonna go 3 ways, guys. Gonna see 5, start with 3, 7, 5,
3, ace 3. Better chance.
Well, 4s picks up and down for Roddy.
Chico with the overs still. And a 5 on the river gives Roddy the 5s and 4s.
Yeah, Roddy gonna.
Craig's eliminated with the ace 3.
Gonna more than double here, Roddy.
So Chico on 104, Roddy on 102. Pretty deep on this table, 35 bigs. Here's the short stack. We are going to the draw for Bring the Tees. The countdown is on. Who's won it? Balabanu. Go on then. The old Balabanu. Congratulations. Nice one, Balabanu. We'll do another one within the hour. Well, not literally anymore, just past it.
Yeah, well done to Balabanu.
Well done, Balaboo. Paul McCauley in seat number 2. Roddy McNeil, who was in a high roller.
Actually going to follow around to Gary, and number 151 of the day.
Gary makes it 6.5 with the blinds now at 3K.
Gareth folds a small blind. Dino calls the big one. Actually going to check through King Queen 6. 5 of hearts on the turn, so Dino picks up a flush draw working with the 7. But imagine this is just going to go check again.
So a small win for Yanni Paul McCauley, 17B's Roddy McNeil. Thomas Byrne was on a high roller yesterday. Gareth McGee, 85 bigs, 255,000 down to chip leader. Tens for Chico.
Body with the ace-8. Hijack, going to get rid of that. Around to Gareth and cut off pocket 2s. Size to call. Quite a stack, Gareth. 3k. Big blind. Keith back at the feature. 5. Ace, ace, 5 flop. Chico. I'm just going to find range here. Could be a board as Gareth that I think we can be quite a lot of the time mistakenly overcalling. But on this occasion, that looks like is that a raise? No, just a call. And I guess as Gareth, like, the question is, what's the plan on like this exact turn? We're just going to station down with deuces here. It just doesn't feel particularly great.
He does make the call with the deuces.
bets 8.5 on the turn. I'm going to call again on the turn here, so unbeliever.
Absolutely, and the Queen of Hearts on the river. This could go check, couldn't it? Or do we think the deuces now have to bet on the river and just rep loads?
Yeah, I mean, is he just going to say I've got an ace here? And problem with repping the deuces on the river here, there are some combos of like diamonds that we can call with pre-flop, the brick out here as well. So there are some credible bluffs that Gareth can have here. Don't know about bluffs for this sizing really. I feel like if we were bluffing we'd want to up the sizing. So it does kind of feel a bit value heavy. Breaking this one down as Chico. Having 10 of diamonds in hand might take some of those bluffs out of the equation, but it does just feel like value when we go this sizing on the river, but looks like it's going to pay off and hope that we're up against some kind of random hand like this.
Chico gets a nice little pot. Gareth McGee, 218,000 chip leader at the table. Paul Macaulay has a re-entry, 17 bigs. If you want to get into the free roll, password is Edinburgh ME. Isn't it? Main event smashing the guarantee here in Edinburgh. The Rumble knockout smashing the guarantee here in Edinburgh. All looking good for the rest of the weekend as well. Seniors. And then the big shot. Look at this. My pizza, everybody's had a slice. That's the way to do it.
Dino going to kick things off with the ace deuce of clubs. Paul going to cut off the ace five of spades. Can see this one go either way, but opts to just call. Chico going to almost certainly fold the queen six from the small blind. Keith in the big, not going to be much folded here. Queen nine, definitely not.
You know Keith too well.
I like Keith, nice fella. He's only ever been polite and respectful towards me, so we'll return the favour.
Jack, king, flop. Whiffs, all three. Dino at 6.5. Paul Macaulay with ace high. So out of the way. Keith, 6.5 to go.
Gets it out of the way.
.888, Twitch, YouTube, Facebook. Plenty going on for the 888 Festival here in Edinburgh. Good evening, one and all. What everybody is doing, and whatever you are and whatever time it is. Hope you're having a great day, great Saturday. Is it out of season now, darts? I'm not seeing it on telly for 2 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, I think darts is generally all year round. There'll be European comps and whatever going on midweek, but there's not, I don't think, any majors coming up.
Good.
Premier League's finished. World Championships obviously not till December. I can't remember what time of the year the match play is actually in Blackpool.
July.
There you go.
Normally last week in July. Or last 10 days. Spend about 15 minutes if you want to play the free roll. Password is Edinburgh ME.
Queen at Jack 10 flop after we went full ways here, with Tom opening the cut-off. Oh, sorry, Roddy opening under the gun. Tom just calling the cut-off. Invited the blinds in, Keith and Gary, for the ride. Well, this might have just been limped actually. 20k in the pot here, a big blind 4k. We must have had a limp pot, which is really quite bizarre.
Just limp gun.
Yeah, I would not expect this from Roddy, from what we've seen so far this week. And then Tom over limping the ace queen, wouldn't expect either. It's just a strange hand, this one. I was thinking maybe the action could have been wrong, but there's definitely 20k in the pot there. So, very bizarre.
Very bizarre indeed. And then we pot it on the turn as Thomas, and it's going to work.
Yeah. Back. Strange old hand. Chef says darts in New York next week, Tower.
Not Vegas, because it look above.
Yes, yeah. I was trying to
He was
save
getting
him.
as excited
Chef's a good friend
then.
of mine, so I was trying to sort of, you know.
I was getting me excited then. Thought we could have been like having a chat to Luke and all them and away 501.
Hi Luke, I'm the Tower. Walked on past.
Right. They do play in Vegas though, don't they?
I
Well,
don't
they
know.
used to.
Don't know.
Because obviously that's where Jackpot got his name.
Got it,
Adrian Lewis.
80, yeah.
That's where they got his name
I think
from.
that Adrian Lewis Gary Anderson final was the first. I remember that was when I first started playing poker. That was on in Riley's club. When I first started playing down there in Guildford. I remember that final being on telly. That was probably the first darts final I remember watching, particularly PDC. We were watching a lot of the BDO stuff and Andy Ford and the coach.
Let's play darts.
Just round the corner from us, Lakeside.
Is it?
Yeah.
Never been.
Don't think it's anywhere near the attendance really of anything else nowadays. But
Not now.
PDC's definitely taken over, but darts has just gone stratospheric now in relation
Yes.
to what it's ever been. It's quite incredible.
Well, the pizzas are flying through the door.
They are.
They are the staple diet of poker players in Edinburgh. Oh, they've stocked up.
They're not fried. They're not fried pizza.
They're not deep fried, no. There's no pizza crunch in this building.
Yeah, Paul's tucking in there. King 6-4 rainbow after Tom opened the sevens and Keith called Queen 5 on the button. I imagine Tom's just going to find a small bet here. There's 7k. Keith quickly calls to float Queen 5 here. Some wrap around, just backdoor clubs. And down, it's like the Jack of Spades, Jack of Clubs. Well, good luck getting him off this turn. Mr. Littlewood picks up a flush draw on the turn when called on the flop. Tom going to check it over on the turn, and Keith comes out with a bet of 20k.
Thomas in the tank. Thomas in the tank.
I got you, buddy. I got you.
How many in all week?
Oh, non-believer. Gonna make the call.
And pairs the 4 on the river. Tom Byrne with the check mark. And Keith going
Quick
after
bet
it.
of 40k from Keith. Leaves himself 20,000 behind, and I just think Tom's a non-believer here, Tower. And what are the hands that Keith's going to have here that we're ahead of? Some of them are going to have a 7 in, so it's probably not ideal to have 7s here, and maybe better to have like 8s or 9s, but more or less performing as the same function. Literally bluff catching. And what are the bluffs? Is Keith really going to take this line with a king and just like leave himself 20k behind on the river? Just feels, sometimes the flow of hands feels pretty unorthodox, and there's something about this one, and I think Thomas is onto it, but
Can we defend someone like King 5, King 7, King 8 on the button?
we can, but like when we get called twice, it just feels like, yeah, nice call. Really nice call. You're right, Tal, and particularly, some of the hands we've seen Keith defending, we can have like King 8, King 9 suited bits and pieces like that in there, but are those hands really going to follow this betting pattern on turn and river? I don't think so. So it's just one of those where if we are like going for value, why are we leaving ourselves 20k behind? It's almost like we've set things up perfectly for a river jam. Why would we not be all in if we're betting for value? And from what we saw yesterday from Tom, I think he's assessing live spots really well. And I also think there was something else in that hand where Keith bet 20k on the flop using a 25k chip with 4 red chips available to bet 20k with. And it's just sometimes you see these bits and pieces as like intimidation bets or bits and pieces like that. So, don't know, maybe not much in that one, but I do think as Keith, it might have been one where if we'd have gone all in the river it would have worked, because like with the exact holding that we were up against, it did just kind of feel like on the river. It felt like it was a more straightforward decision on the turn than it did on the river for Tom. But newfound riches as tucks into his share of Paul's pizza. I'm not sure that element of the graphic can be right. I don't think Paul's just open Rip Queen 9 from +1. Oh, he has. Okay, fair enough. Is the stack right? Don't know, we'll see. Well, Paul getting looked up by the jacks of Gareth here. Flopping flush draw. Ace of diamonds on the turn, so queens and spades working for Paul.
Can he find one of the outs? No, he cannot. He'll be enjoying his pizza. Oh, Tom, have that pizza. I'm off.
Looks like the Rumble are on a break. Making their way back through the card room. Sounds like cash tables opening in the club. Being announced over the tannoy.
So 6 minutes if you want to get into the free roll that's on 888 Poker. Edinburgh ME is the password. Get yourself in.
So we've got Chico opening here for +1, and Keith's going to be all in for his last 20k with the ace-10. Chico with the queen's going to look him up, so Keith's going to need to find an ace here to remain in the flight.
Can he find it? The Keith.
Not on that flop.
Absolutely not.
Couple of 8-9 runners available. Not a good card. Removes the ace of hearts as an option. 2 outs once for Keith Littlewood.
Not to be.
5 on the end. So Chico's queens are going to hold. Knock Keith out of proceedings. Sure he'll be back in. Yeah. Walk straight over to the cash desk.
Yeah, big puff of the cheeks.
So 6 ahead on the feature at the minute, just as tables get rebalanced. Take stock of elimination, the floor move players around, and Been a little while since we saw the floor, Davy Chun. Probably due a tour of the set anytime soon.
Chico this time with the ace jack. Gary now with the queens. Playing 112 and 30 BBs.
Gary's turn with the ladies and Roddy out with the 8-3. Gareth going to be folding the button with the ace-5. Tom out of the way. So back round to Chico. Just looking for a high up of Gary's stack. 85k behind, just decides to let this one go. Thinks there'll be plenty of better spots.
Incoming to our table. So end of level 12 was end of the buy-ins for the main event in Edinburgh. Give you the official numbers after that. Probably get the payouts for tomorrow as we start. King 8 for Tom, folding all the way around to the small.
Come in for a complete, and Chico gonna assume check option with the 10-3. Heads up to the flop.
Queen 6-3.
Yeah, Chico taking the lead here with bottom pair. Checks back, already content that we've got some showdown, 9 of spades on the turn. Expect this to go check check again. Just going to go for a little bit of protection here as Chico with R3. Bets 5k. It's probably going to get the job done.
Yeah, no draws. 1 over. You thought it was over. Not
Here we go.
at all. Tom Pern. Loving it. Now, if he wants to, he can bet this river.
Well, this is very much Tom's card.
You always check with the king high plays. Sorry, the 3 plays from
3
Chico.
plays for Chico, yeah.
Well, they might have tried to rep there, but decided against it.
Yeah, Tom obviously feeling like he had enough showdown value with king high.
Yeah, the free roll had 2,200 people in it. Obviously, they get shared onto platforms and forums. We have people doing that and sharing it on their own websites, unfortunately.
Gary with the 10s under the gun, going to come in for an open. Roddy folds the 5s from +1. Gareth with the aces in the hijack, not really doing any folding here. Going to send this north. Makes it 20k. Oh, the size of the Gareth.
Tom says no thank you. Chico will say no thank you. And then a decision on Gary. Oh, straight.
Well, is Gary playing 32 blinds, 31 blinds? 31 effective here, 10s to gun. Be very alerted by some of Gareth's table mannerisms at the moment. It's very on edge every time we attempt to stack, so usually a sign of someone having a strong hand, but maybe one that we're not reading too much into, as Gary just going to call out of position on this one, go to a flop. Check it over, and Gareth going to assume comes for a bet somewhere in the region of 20k again.
Perfect.
40% up. A bit more. So Gary not going to fold to one bet, makes the call with the 10s. 10 will be carnage, there's only one left in the deck, so chances are very minimal. Next door with a 9. And I think if Gary checks and Gareth bets here, can't see many worlds where Gareth doesn't have a lead pair.
Yep, there's a check.
Like, do we really expect Gareth to be double barreling ace king here? From what we've seen so far, I personally wouldn't, but it's not going to go small again. 25k, 30k, 30k on the turn, goes third.
And 10s, we got it. In a bit of a quandary, just a 1 over. Well, like you said, is it anything ever looking like the way the betting's gone that he's got queens, kings, or aces?
Just
in the over pairs.
I feel like if there's ever a time to get away from it, this might be one of them, as Gary. Still going to leave ourselves like 23 blinds if we move on from this hand off to here, so plenty to work with as Gary. Taking his time to mull this one over. just when you really break it down, I just don't think it's ever worse. And on the occasion where it was worse, and it might have been 9s, then we now lose to 9s as well. So, does elect to make the call. We're dealing with really low SPRs now.
Do you think he's playing ace king suited like this? Probably wouldn't even do it with ace queen.
Or pair of 9 on the river, and Gareth deciding now whether we want to check the river. And I think for the reason that I just don't know. I think Gareth's got mandatory mandatory value bet on the river on the board pair in 9. I just don't know how much 9x there is that calls that flop, and I think Gary's going to be a bit frustrated, a bit disappointed when he sees that one back. I think we can get away with it with the 10s there on the turn. Right, Dennis giving us the old footy scores.
England 2-0. I thought they'd been eliminated.
Yeah, I thought they were out. Maybe they're not.
Are they not out, Dennis? Yeah, checking the river. Play continues. Main event here in Edinburgh. Smash the guarantee. Well done, one and all. Been a great turnout. Well done, everybody.
I just think you're right. It's a box of light tails essentially in that hand. We had the opportunity to take advantage of.
Ball from 2. Says I'm all in. You can see through. Oh, it's the quarterfinals. England are winning.
I understand. Yeah. Oh, I can't believe we checked the river there as Gareth still. With the aces in that last hand. If we were up against a better hand, like on the occasion where our opponent has Jack 6, well, he doesn't have 4s, so if he has 6s at really low frequency and Jacks or 9s, we're just getting it in our face on the turn, we're getting it all in. So when the board pair's 9 on the river, we've just got the best hand every time, I think. So just go for the rest of it, and if our opponent's not folding on the turn with 10s, we've got a fair chance of getting the rest on the river. One of those interesting hands to watch later, but I really like Gareth's sizing pre-flop for what it's worth, and I like the fact that we sized well on the flop, but I think we missed value on the river, personally. Yufei back at the feature for the second time today. Saw him earlier on the feature, didn't we?
CMC as well, isn't it?
Near enough. We've seen a lot of that today, haven't we?
Yeah.
A lot of the guys we've seen throughout the week have been drawn in the same seats. Seen a fair bit of that. Is that Paul back in seat 2?
It is.
I must have missed that one. We've got Roddy here in the big blind with the King Queen, just call in versus Yufei's button open. Check it over and call King 6-5 seems the most reasonable line. Gonna have the best hand here almost all the time versus button. Does wants to play raise straight away. It's going to get this one done here on the flop.
Ten-six already out the small as it's folded all the way round. Afternoon, Mr. Good evening, Mr. Ian Simpson Poker. Oh, how we doing, Ian? How's the family on family duties this week?
Yeah, I hope you're well, Ian. Thanks for tuning in, stopping by the live stream.
East, he had 200k at
Big bloke, 3K,
3k blinds on his latest story from the outer tables.
Yeah, we had him on the feature earlier, Ian, but didn't really get much opportunity to get involved. Pretty rough end of the distribution for a good solid 2 hours, so didn't really get any TV-worthy hands from the feature from Eastie, but who knows, the day is still relatively young, could yet see him before the close of play, and as things stand, he still has just under 200k as of 45 minutes ago.
There we go. Minus 2,000, 4,000.
Picked up the cards in this hand, but Tom has raised +1. If in the hijack makes the call, Tom electing to check this one over to Yves, who comes in with a bet of 10,000 into 26.
Seats open. 10, 6, 10, 7.
Looks like Tom going to respond here with check raise. Clicks it back to 20k, and you're going to make the call. So, haven't got the players' cards on this hand, guys. Apologies there, but Tom going to be
Weird that we don't get two hands.
Yeah, very
Only
strange.
just one.
We've got ball pairing 6 of diamonds on the turn.
Leave the room for 30 seconds. You've got them both.
So around to Tom. Tom Byrne in 3, playing really well.
Just mulling this one over. That is going to put Yufei all in. 44k effective and going to get it through. So Gareth McGee chip leading the feature table at the moment with 345k. And just a deck change on the feature. Looks like we're going to correct. Missing a couple of hands on that last one. Indeed. Apologies about that one. Right, we've had enough of a time to avoid any spoilers. I've declared.
What's happened?
209 for 3 at the end of the day, England.
209 for 3.
Not too bad. Trailing by 262. Ollie Pope got himself a century.
I thought you said they were 140 something.
Who?
England.
Yeah, they were 200. What, to get to 209, they had to have been on 140 something at one point, didn't they?
Well, yeah, that's true.
Yeah. They were 140 something for 2, I think, and then they lost another wicket at the end, but trailing by 260. 7 wickets remaining. It was looking a bit rough at one stage today, then all of a sudden India were all out. Right, Yufei here, all in with the 7s from +2 for 11. Gareth on the button, ace queen. Don't think there's too much need to so this. We can just play cool, and my opponents behind are going to play pretty honestly versus that from the chip lead.
Gareth with the ace queen, looks back down again.
Floor in earshot as always.
I'm thinking floors into earshot.
Honestly, haven't seen him for ages. Camera spins round. It does opt to click it up, Gareth.
David Chung is there.
There we go. Oh no, it does make the call. I think that's fine. Yeah, it makes it cool. So ace queen for Gareth. Yufei with the 7s. Going to need to try and hold as a 2 to 3 dog at the minute. So maybe a 7 accounted for.
How does he fare with this one?
Well, same equation. Tower, we're going to see 5, and we'll start with 3.
That's okay at the minute.
King 4-3 rainbow offering little threat to the 7s of Yufei. Off to a turn. 5 of diamonds seems a good one as well.
Aces, 2s and queens.
Does pick up deuces. Alright.
Oh, wow. No way. Back door, back door. Ouch.
Sometimes it is your day one, Tower.
Gareth.
And Gareth climbs up to just shy of 400k, 100 bigs. Grim one, that. Grim one. Hand number 168 of proceedings here today. Blinds now 2k, 5k with a 5k big blind ante, so we're into the 11th level of play. Next we go to 2.5k, 5k. It's got a 5k big blind now for the next 80 minutes. Paul in the small blind, gonna rip the king 6 for 10 against Tom. Tom with the 10-8 off, not gonna be calling. And to those of you tuning in to the coverage of the back end of day 1D now here in Edinburgh, welcome to the live stream. We are streaming live on Twitch, 888 TV, YouTube and Facebook. It's been an interesting day so far today. We've seen a variety of feature table lineups. This one's actually been quite good. A pretty long session, last one out, a good second session. But play generally on these day 1Ds, the last day one flights towards the back end of the day can slow down a little bit as the players try and bag up, get through to day 2, last available opportunity to try and do so. So do tend to see things slow a little bit, but I don't think we're quite at that stage yet. Still got 2 full levels of registration to go.
We have.
Gary going to play Ray's not all in here, but effectively all in. So 46k. So these are 41.5, leaves a stack of oranges behind.
41.5, leaves 5k behind.
A number of aces accounted for in the muck.
Gonna work.
Folds all the way around to Chico. It's going to work.
Can we get
Can
a
we have a
dealer?
dealer, please? I'm coming. Yeah, that's the shout from the Rumble. Penny for your thoughts, Davey. What's the Rumble buy-in? It's a 220, I think. 100 plus 100 plus juice on the entry, Gully.
Let's get ready to rumble.
Yeah, it's definitely been a bit spicy around the back of us. Calmed down a little bit now that a few of the players have left the room. In fact, that little breeze is starting to come back.
Yes,
isn't
it is. Shut the door soon.
We will not. We will not be going anywhere near that door. The last time you closed that door, we had prime conditions here in the comms box this morning. Tower goes, oh, it's freezing. It's like the Arctic. Not like the Arctic. Shuts the door. Next thing you know, it's like the Sahara.
Yeah, the rumble, exactly what Sam says. 100 plus 100 plus 20. Knockout rumble. Every time you knock somebody out, you get a ton. 74 runners in that. Smash the guarantee.
Dino going to get us underway in this one from the hijack with the Ace Jack. Tom calling the button with Ace 4 of hearts and round to Gary in the big blind with King 10 offsuit. Going to step out the way. Yeah, we had it on yesterday, Dennis, didn't he? Maybe it's at home in the wash. Who knows? 8, 4, deuce, 2 diamonds. So domination, rotation on the flop, and Thomas making middle pair. Dino starts with a check and can definitely have some overpairs that elect to check here as Dino, but generally I think Tom's going to be pretty happy to come for a bet now once we get check 2, thin some equity out, start getting a little bit of protection and value from exactly this kind of holding from Dino.
7 of spades on the turn. Options on Dino.
Check it back over. Tom probably happy to check this one back now. Seems kind of difficult at this moment in time to think we can get back-to-back streets of value. Nine of spades on the river. One way if Dino had reverse suit combo here with the ace of spades, jack of clubs, we might look to put the ace of spades to work, but I think with this exact combo we're just going to play check, and Thomas going to get the opportunity to show down his 4. Well, get the opportunity to show it down, but going for really thin value here. Trying to get a crying call out of ace high, and we did see a hand earlier at this table where Dino made this exact call with this exact hand, ace jack high on the river, and Tom going super thin on the end there with the 4 to get another street of value. Nice find there from Tom Pern, up to 58 blinds.
Good stack to be having at this stage of the game, heading towards the final buy-ins of the main event.
Good evening, Darwin in the chat.
Hi, Darwin Classic.
Kiss my ace in the chat as well.
Excuse me?
You heard.
Excuse me?
And apparently the free roll is in the money. So a roll call from Lime Ricky has been announced. Anyone in the chat who is in the money, in the free roll, let us know now. Now. Yeah, agreed.
And then in... Hey, Mateus from the stream team raided us as well. Thank you very much indeed, Mateus. And also, Lime, in 6 minutes' time, we'll do another keyword, please. I think this is number 5 or number 6, I can't remember.
Yeah, I think this might be number 5.
How many have we done, Lime? We'll do one in 6 minutes' time, please. $495 still in. This one coming up will be number 5. Thank you very much. So plenty to give away still with the last couple of levels of this buying, and then the break, and then 2 more hours of poker. We'll finish about 11:30 GMT. No, 11:30 British summertime.
Right, who's still in the free roll? Darwin's still in, Stinky's still in, Fox Force is still in, Mrs. Jambo's still in. Go on, Mrs. Jambo. All in +1, Queen 8 of spades, trying to spin this up, get himself a stack if need be. Would be following the re-entry, I'm sure, but I'd rather get this one run up. Gareth 8-7 offsuit in the big blind gets out of the way.
So 3 or 4 minutes and we'll get the next keyword going. We have it ready. Cheers line.
Oh, Darwin's all in the free roll. Probably best not to announce what you got in the chat, Darwin.
Just in
Otherwise,
case.
just in case someone else is in.
All in with jacks. Somebody sat there thinking with a time clock, thinking, "Oh, I've got ace queen here. What should I do?" Oi, oi.
Oh, excellent. Got it in with his queens and aces and rivers boat.
Yeah, 3-way all in. Jacks, queens, and aces, and rivers are boats. With the
You
jacks.
know exactly what's going to happen next. Someone's coming into the chat. You will not just believe what just happened in the free roll. Roddy with the queens going to raise the button. Gareth not going to be pipping the 10 deuce from the small blind.
How many cups of tea does a floor manager drink in a day while in the casino? What's the line?
Oh, I reckon the line is 8.
8?
8.
Oh, I'm going double.
You reckon?
I reckon my line would have been 15. It would. My line was going to be 15.
Well, top set here for Roddy. And Dino checking over. Roddy 80k behind. Expect he'll find range bet here. Queen 5 deuce. Go for 1BB. Gets it through.
Nice one, nice one, nice one. So the latest keyword is on us now. Chance to win a $22 token for 888 Poker. And you need to be on 888 Poker TV on Twitch. Otherwise you can't win the token. But it is, you've got plenty of time to get yourself over if you want to. And if not, just stay where you are and carry on watching it as it is. So the next keyword is free cash. As everybody who's in the money in the free roll has got free cash.
Cash money.
Away you go. Free cash. Good luck, everybody.
It's not tea, apparently it's hot water and lemon.
Is that it?
Well, if it's hot water and lemon...
4.
Yeah, Gully, we had a coffee gate this morning. We ordered the iced coffees in and we got hot coffees. Disaster. Us big lads,
dear.
we can't be dealing with hot coffee in the morning. We need that
He's
iced
like,
coffee.
yes please, can I have
like,
an iced latte please?
Start off with a nice cold drink, keep your body temperature nice and low. Knowing it's probably only going up throughout the day, get me hot flush in later.
Iced latte.
As it was, I'll have an iced latte please. Delivery, sorry, it's a warm one.
No excuses, no turning around, no explanation.
In fact,
turn
that's not even
around.
correct. It was just, it's a warm one.
No apologies, no explanation to why it was a hot drink and not a cold drink.
Yeah.
Turned around, off he went, never to be seen again.
What's the next one?
Around about 25 minutes to go of this session. Blackpool's 10k at the moment is doing £2,000.
Wow.
And they're in the break, so there's only the add-ons and the late reggers for the end of level 8 to get involved. A bit of value in Blackpool, £2,000 overlay at the moment. I've just had a...
That's about right, Dire Straits. So it's a warm one. What about the iced coffee?
Unbelievable. The scenes were mad. cash. Okay, the countdown is on as Darwin is flying the free roll.
Paul all in for the small blind here with King 7.
Come on, Paul.
Dino from the button.
King 10, so only 7's playing for Paul McCauley. 9 on the turn, so we now need a 10. Can he find it? It's not, so Paul McCauley eliminated again. Congratulations, Clon 1674. Got yourself a ticket, a $22 ticket. Well done for the for Lime and all the keywords. Congrats, Clon. Clon 1674.
Yeah.
Listen to what Lime's doing. Just whispered you. You need to uncheck your whispers so you can receive messages, and then we'll get your ticket over. Seems to move that clock so it's further into the wall.
It does, isn't it? Yeah.
Heading to the break. Around about 20 minutes to go until the end of this session, maybe 25.
Chico in the small blind here, King Deuce. With Gary effective in the big, decides to let it go rather than exercise chip advantage on that occasion. Gareth McGee still chip leading the feature table in this current level. As Tower said, about 20 minutes to go until the break, and we'll have the duration of that 15-minute break inclusive of registrations, and then the guillotine will drop in Edinburgh, and we will be taking no more reg, and we'll start the descent from however many runners we end up with to a champion over the next 30 odd hours.
Oh, Dino in seat number 9 couldn't open the bottle of water. He says, "Oh my God, just been rumbled on live stream. Can't even open a bottle of water." Had to pass it over to Tom to get the lid off. Oh, brilliant. Couldn't even get the lid off. Oh, Logs. Are you playing in Dundee, Logs? Just got 2 outed.
What's going on in Dundee?
Damn. Dundee is their 1800 guaranteed Saturday night comp for 30 quid.
Okay.
Collected 1960, 1800 guaranteed. Yeah, £20 rebuy. Progressive Saturdays.
Yes, Logs is playing in Dundee.
Nice one, Logs. Not the 2 outer, but.
Well, this is a little loose from Gareth. In here, Jack 10 from Gunn versus cut off free bet from Tom. Going to be forced to check fold here versus what I would imagine is an inevitable range bet. Ace 4 hearts going to essentially no showdown here against Proceed under the gun. So happy to try and start telling the story here as Tom. That's 7,000, which is super small. It's going for a 10%er here on the flop. Gareth decides to immediately come with raise, so had some intentions. And regardless as to whether or not this plan works, and it looks like it might work, at least Gareth had a plan. Say so often on here, what's the plan, but this is it. Yeah, check raise, King 8-3, 2 spades. Happy to go with it.
Oh, wow.
Oh wow!
An absolute non-believer.
Strap in, guys. This is just player be player now for the rest of this hand. 5 of diamonds on the turn, and
Gareth's looking down. I check raise, thinking the hand would have been over, but now bets out 50k
as well. Tom opting to check. Tom opting to bet call the flop. Check raise from Gareth. Gareth brings 50k here for Just south of half. Oh, we're going to station this off? Surely not.
So Gareth raises pre. Thomas 3 bets. Gareth calls.
Are you
Queens and
kidding
Jacks,
me?
definitely
Tom
range.
makes the call. Oh, this ace 4 high. Oh, gets there on the end as Gareth.
Gareth gets there. And just keeps it tiny.
There's absolutely no need for us to bluff this river tower.
It keeps it tiny and...
And like the sick part of this now is that if we, as Thomas thought that Gareth was bluffing before, this sizing just screams a value, and why would we bet 50k here without something? But I just don't know. This hand is wild, and if Tom was to find a jam here, I genuinely think this would work.
The 50k, oh, it
Has
doesn't
to
work.
step out of the way and...
Wow. Big hand for Gareth. A jam would have been ill for Gareth.
Maybe just didn't quite have enough in stack to get a jam to work. If we had like 200k back rather than 140, we might have been more likely to pull the trigger there. But Tom on that hand put money in at every street when we had the best of it, and the only street where we didn't have the best of it folded. And something to be said for that. What an interesting hand that was.
Oh, 5 or 6 minutes to go until the end of the session.
Is that Neil back in seat 1?
It is Neil Feenan back in seat number 1. Got chips as well.
Yeah.
I think he broke one of the tables, so we must be down to like 30 players or 36 or whatever it may be at the time.
You had Neil hit tower with the aces straight in. Get aces +1. Must be like sending it 300 yards down the centre of the fairway. Gareth Queen 6 of diamonds in the big blind, just under 500,000 chips now. Surely going to defend here, suited Queen.
I don't know how he can look.
5, 8, 7. Wrapped around it is Gareth as chip leader.
Yeah, Neil's not going to love this board, but I'd imagine we're okay to find a bet here.
20%.
Yeah, super small with a 5k. Gareth obviously not going anywhere now that we flopped up and down. Terrible turn for Neil.
He actually gets there and can only chop it.
Do think Neil can find some check backs here on this tower when we get caught in this flop. We can have 6x. We're essentially never going to have 6 as Neil, so we're going to have 6 in the big blind, decent amount of the time here, defending that kind of range.
Oh, we're going to chop it up.
What would be really
Oh.
sweet now? Come on, Neil, try and get off the chop. Doesn't, shows the aces down, straight on the board.
And he says, I had it. Oh, what's happening? I put you. Check. Nearly binned his cards.
Dino saying, you got to show him.
Yeah. He said, well, I already had a straight, I must win.
$102 blinds at this stage of day one, eh? And after the break here and the registration closes, this is kind of going to play like a bubble concept to a lot of these guys trying to make it through to day two. From what we've seen of Gareth so far, I hope we can see a shift to some kind of strategy where we can take advantage of that, but interesting to see how that develops through the back end of the flight. Chico going to click this one open with ace 4. Round to Gary, king 10 of hearts in the cutoff. Playing 12.5. Just folds that one there. Gareth will be playing an invitation, an open ticket to play a lot of hands. Deuce 3 heart, a Deuce 3 offsuit, probably not one of them. Dino with a lot of chips in the big blind, but decided not to exercise them there. So chip counts on your screen for the players at the feature.
Looks like one more hand. One more hand. So last hand of the session, and then back with more afterwards. Five more giveaways. Five more giveaways.
Five more giveaways?
Five
in
more.
3 levels?
In 3 levels.
Oh, you're going to be walking in firing from the hip here, aren't
Boom.
you? You and Lime have got a little double act going on in the last session of the day, that's for sure.
That's exactly what we're doing. So last end of the session, here we go. We will see you back after the break with 5 more giveaways. Thanks to 888 and Lime with all the information.
Right, we've got Terry here under the gun.
Off we go to the break. Roddy says all of it. After Terry initially raised. Now then Terry. Break time. Neil says get me on that break. Yep, here we go. Ace Jack, Ace Jack. Hopefully much ado about nothing. And then they'll both will be in when they come back for level number 13. Last hand of the session.
Listen, let me tell you, Tyler, someone who knows a little bit about beating the same hand with the same hand on a feature table. This is not over yet.
3 black cards. Boom, boom, boom. That'll do nicely. That'll do nicely. 4 of spades, please. 4
Hiding
of spades.
behind.
4 of spades.
Oh, you lucky sausage.
See you back in 15 minutes for the final session and the numbers.
Yellow 5 and 6 is a lot of fun, and because it is a new game, there is a huge opportunity for those who want to study it. So the more cards you add to your hand, the closer the equities will be. So it is more important to have nut potential and actually to play less hands, give priority to play in position, and sometimes take the decisions and deciding if you're going to build up the pot to next streets Having redraws and backdoors are extremely important. I know all of this is also very important in PLO 4, but as you add cards, it becomes even more important. I think the biggest mistake in all the PLO games is pre-flop hand selection. A lot of times players are on the flop with hands they shouldn't even be. And of course they go to the turn and to the river also with hands they shouldn't be. They get into tricky situations, then ended up not having the nuts so often, and they ended up losing a lot of money because of this. With more cards in your hand, you're gonna hit the board more frequently. So do your opponents. When you have a flush, and if it's not the nut flush, it's more likely that someone will have the nut flush. So you have to be very, very careful with the hands you put a lot of money in. You want to have the nut potential on the river, so when you actually make a good hand, you're gonna gain a lot of value from it, because the most part of the money you're gonna win is from players putting a lot of money with hands they shouldn't. So second nut, third nut flush, when you're holding the nut flush. So you should hand select very well with hands that you can have the nut on the river. So if you're going to play PLO 5 and 6 cards for the first time, a good piece of advice would be to not prioritize big pocket pairs. They are still very good, of course, aces are great, but the side cards of your hand are extremely important. Not every pocket aces will be actually a very good hand. You don't necessarily want to go all in with these hands pre-flop, especially multi-way. You need a lot of nut potential. So you need the pocket aces with the nut flush possibility, hopefully double suited, hopefully not blocking several cards of the same suit in your hand. So you don't want to have the ace of spades and another 3 cards of spades, and so on. So you need to pay attention to all the components of the hand in order to see if it's actually a good or a mediocre starting hand. Having the nuts on the flop doesn't necessarily mean that you will have the nuts until the river. So having redraws and backdoors are extremely important. In a flop, for an example, 9-8-7 with a flush possibility, let's say you only have the nuts straight, but you don't have any backdoor or any redraw. If a player pots, the other repots, you may consider folding your nuts because probably they have the nuts as well, and they might have a redraw or a backdoor. So they are performing better than you would, and you would be free rolled a lot of times. So having the possibility to improve on later streets, it's very, very important. Blockers are very important in PLO. If you're deciding to run a bluff, this is a very important piece of information to have. In PLO 5 and 6, having blockers is good, but you must be mindful that people have more cards in their hand, so they still will have that portion of their range more often than in PLO 4, for an example. So blockers are less important in PLO 6 than they are to PLO 5 than they are to PLO 4. PLO games are a lot of fun. It can be 4, 5, or 6 cards. 888 Poker has a lot of PLO games happening all the time in all stakes, so check out for yourself, and of course, good luck!
I only thought about poker. It's the only thing I've wanted to do. It's the only thing I've ever wanted to do.
Oh man, poker is so tough. Like, oh, this is so hard. This is easy. You guys don't know what tough is.
Right, the fact that he never acknowledged that, and then throughout the hand, kind of every step of what he did fit into this story of like, I just didn't think the guy had it.
Some people love you. Some people can't stand you. Is the shtick, is it real? Is that who you are?
Last year at the $1 Million Game, the first day, $4 million in play were my millions. They're my 4 million.
It's awesome, Tuck.
There's 3 queens left in the deck. Can Marciano find one? He can't! It's over! Ian Simpson has won 888 Live Madrid, and he takes home the trophy and 62,000 euros.
Hey everyone, I am Ian Simpson, 888 Poker Ambassador, and the first ambassador to win an 888 Live Main Event, which feels surreal saying it out loud. Every 888 Live is exciting to travel to. Going into Madrid and all of the tournaments on the schedule I was feeling good. I was feeling confident. I was feeling jubilant because I'm with the 888 family. First bullet didn't go well, but that's okay. That's just poker. My second bullet just went perfectly. What else can I say about it? Whenever I play a tournament, I always think about what it's going to be like to win it, which is silly because it's so rare to win tournaments. Whenever the prize pool first comes up on the board, I look at first place and I think, there's a chance. There's a chance. Early on day one, I had a three-way all-in with pocket kings, pocket tens, and pocket eights. And my pocket kings had a perfectly clean run out for a massive pot to go into day two. That hand holding is the difference between a deep run and busting on day one. You don't win a tournament without so many things going your way. There was a wild hand, there was many wild hands at the final table. One, I looked down at aces under the gun, which is a dream. So I open a player who's been 3-betting light against me specifically, shall we say. 3 bets, and there's a cold 4-bet, and I've got a decision to make. And it crossed my mind to flat call and see if the 3-better wanted to get spicy, or if post-flop I could cooler the opponent who would 4-bet. But the solver doesn't have any flats here, it's just all in or fold. And I thought a flat would just look super suspicious. And I will jam here as a bluff sometimes. I did jam, as it happened. The 4-better made an amazing, outstanding fold. Tip my hat to that fold, folding ace-king suited. But that was still a monster pot with it going 2-bet, 3-bet, 4-bet. So nice way to scoop some chips. So the pocket kings hand that I folded on this final table got me a bit of flack. My DMs were lighting up. Twitch chat was a little bit wild. I'm still happy with the fold, even after seeing in hindsight that my opponent had a bluff and I had him drawing extremely thin. Because you can't just look in a vacuum at one hand and say, they were bluffing, you had the best hand, it's a bad decision. You have to take into account everything else going on at the table. What's the ICM impact of this going wrong? How is your edge at this final table? Do you think you're the best player? Can you make some tighter folds because of that? And what is the overall range of your opponent? After the fold, I was just happy. I was just content. I was still content with the fold because I'm gonna make a million mistakes in this game. You've made a million mistakes in this game. It's good. We learn from mistakes. It's part of the journey. When you get to heads up, there's only 2 outcomes. Winning or coming second. And of course, winning is magic and rare and wonderful as a tournament player. And I was picturing both. And every time there was a confrontation, I'm picturing the outcomes of winning this pot and losing this pot. I had my opponent all in, covered, and dominated. And they had 3 outs. And the river comes, blam, the river in 8 against my ace-jack. And I heard my rail just sigh, the biggest collective sigh. And they're doing it on my behalf. I'd already pictured that 8 coming. I'd already prepared myself because that is an eventuality in poker that you get rivered. And if you watch my face, I've watched that moment back and I'm just content. Mental fortitude is an incredibly difficult thing in poker it's a lifetime commitment to keeping on top of your mental game. We've battled through hundreds of players. We've battled through a grueling final table with lots of swings. It's 4 a.m. and my opponent jams for about 9 big blinds. I look down at my hand, everything slows down and happens so quickly all at once. It's quite strange. And I see an ace and immediately I'm thinking, this is a call because heads up, we're short, an ace is a damn good card. I make the call almost automatically. Reach in, put the chips in, see his hand, and at this point, he's already outdrawn me in some all-in confrontations. And we're a 60-40 for the title and for the top prize of 62,000 euros. The window card is an ace, so obviously that's amazing. My opponent's drawing very thin, but not dead. My opponent turns chop outs, so it's 4 a.m. and there's a card to come that could extend this battle even longer. And then the river happened and it was clean and we won. And all the tension just sort of flooded out of me. And my rail went crazy. There's no way to describe it that does it justice, having won a tournament that's part of my brand and having so many people back home and so many people there cheering me on and so many people jubilant for me and making eye contact with all the different people who were waiting for the finality of this tournament and seeing them smiling and happy for me. You see stories like this of poker players winning poker tournaments. You scroll social media on a Monday after the Sunday grind and it's players bragging about their wins. What you don't see are the thousands of hours of study and the thousands of tournaments the professional poker players brick all the time. Remember that whenever you're seeing interviews like this or people bragging on social media, and just keep doing what you're doing. Keep studying, keep battling, and keep fighting. That's all you can do. And wouldn't you know it, after we filmed this, I played the UKPL event in Newcastle and went on to win it, becoming the first ambassador to win a UKPL. I'm having quite the 2020 fan.
Yes, guys, I'm Jack, mate, and this is my cousin Sonny, and we are out here in Barcelona for the 888 main event. Now, we've already busted in the tournament, haven't we?
Yes, we have.
It's not gone great, but next month we are once again playing in the world's biggest poker tournament. Sonny, it's going to be your first time.
First time. I'm buzzing. I'm really looking forward to it.
Now, we don't really know what we're doing when we're at the poker table. So 888 have set us up today with poker god Ian Simpson, who's won a few tournaments in his time, let me tell you.
It's over. Ian Simpson has won 888 Live Madrid.
It's a speed on the river for Ian Simpson. The crowd go wild.
So we're about to meet him and get some top tips from the man himself, ready for Las Vegas. Let's do it.
Okay, we're here. We're inside the casino with the main man, Ian. Ian, just hit us, mate. We need as many tips as you can give us today, please.
I will prepare you for the World Series of Poker main event as best I can. So, we're going to be playing 12, 13, sometimes 14-hour days, especially at the World Series. We want to pay attention to our opponents. Doing it for 12, 13, 14 hours, really, really difficult. Sometimes I find myself wanting to scroll on this horrible thing.
Yeah.
But a book is a little less distracting than the phone, I find.
Okay.
I use it as a tool.
Yeah.
So don't admonish yourself for getting a bit distracted. Try not to, but have tools in place in case you do.
How do you stay focused, though, for so long?
Lots of people have different routines in the morning. So the first thing you do before a tournament, me personally, I actually like staying in a hotel a bit away from the venue so that I get a 10-15 minute walk to the venue.
Okay.
Just a little bit of light exercise. I have to have food. I have a bag full of snacks. You will have seen me with the damn bananas at the table. I also like to have paracetamol on hand because sometimes I get headaches.
Right.
Being prepared for that.
Are you thinking of things all the time you're at the poker table?
No. Staying focused is really important. Don't kid yourself into thinking you can do it for 12 hours. So, fundamental tip for you. Let's pretend this is a full table. It's not just us three, there are 5 players here. Jack, you're on the button.
Yep.
On the button, you have a big advantage.
Because I'm last to act?
Right.
Exactly, yeah.
So after we get the 3 community cards, there'll be a round of betting, you'll go last. We'll have another round of betting, you'll get to go last again, and another round of betting, and you'll get to go last again.
Right.
All those opportunities to go last, you get information on your opponents.
So should the button always be aggressive?
Not always, but they should play more hands. If you're in early position, you've got 7 or 8 other people to worry about.
Yeah.
If you're in your seat, Jack, you're on the button, you've just got 2 people left to act, and you've got position on them.
Okay.
From your position, I'll play half the deck, give or take, depending on the situation. From
Final session of the day. 2 hours to go from now. So finishing round about 11:30. We've got 5 keywords to do. Or we give away 2, 2 and a 1. We'll see what happens. Let Line decide for us. So lines 3, 6, on to the next hand. soon as the action tracker catches up. That's the last hand that was on, obviously. The last hand before. Here we go. Oh.
Yep, so we got a new table for you guys. So in 1, Jamie Geraghty. 2 is Aaron. 3 is Arman Kochar, champion of the high roller yesterday. 4 is Gary. 6, Ali Ahmed. 7, Lewis Aikman. 8 is the infamous Rattlesnake. 9 is Marcin.
There we go. Away we go. Action tracker just catching up. And all the blinds right and everything right. Might have been on his dinner break. Oh, Zild. That was his table until he bust out. Unlucky Zild.
GG Zild.
No luck for the Zild in Edinburgh. So, action tracker. Don't know what's happening. Here we go. Here we go.
Let's put some hands on the screen. Jamie with a raise to 10k. Blinds at 2,005.
No, they're not.
Sorry, 2,500, 5,000. Yeah, they are. They are. Yeah, it went from 2,000, 5,000 to.
Oh, they do it again, don't they?
So 2.5, 5 with a 5. As the Rattlesnake rejoins proceedings in seat 8.
They play 2-5 and then 2.5 5. So if you are on a later edge, it's 10 big blinds.
Yeah, so Jamie opened ace 10 here. Gary called Jack 10 of clubs in the small blind, which invited Ali in from the big with the 9-5, and Gary flopping top 2 pair here with the Jack 10. Check over to Jamie with ace 10. Looks like he's going to find a bet. 15k. Expect at this depth, Gary might just look to play raise straight away here versus Jamie's stack size. So just cool. And we'll be pleased to see Ali out the way in the big blind. So 6 on the turn. Gary checks it over again. Jamie, I imagine he's going to check back now. Well, Jack on the river.
Jack, check mark, house, 2 pair for Jamie.
I just think this is the perfect card for Jamie to set Gary all in here. Well, bet's 50k. Quite a prompt 50k as well. I think Jamie is going to assign Gary quite a bit of Jack X once we call Jack 10-7, but it's a tough one with Ace 10 because at the same time this ball pairing Jack removes some of the Jack X combos from his range, decides to pay it off, gets shown the full house.
And Jamie down to 12, down to 12,000.
Says nice hand,
and just the 2 BBs.
Did you get moved to this table as well?
Jamie super short now. Rattlesnake 10-8 clubs here under the gun.
Yeah, scheme for marching, sat in 9.
Yeah, Rattlesnake made it 11.5 from gun. And marching here. Playing 30 bigs. Could just look to play 3-bet, not all in, but appears to be happy to play for it all. Triangle requested. A lot of blinds here to be all in for. All in for 29.5. Yeah, we're back round to Rattlesnake. 10-8 clubs into the bin.
So the old Rattlesnake, old Welland, 74 big blinds, 371,000. We're going to be doing a keyword very soon, in about 10 minutes time. Whether it's 1 or 2 tickets, we'll let you know. If not, we'll just whiz through 5 individual ones in the next 2 hours.
Check forward diamonds from gun, not going to be VPing in here. Jamie folds the 8-6. Got one more hand to find a candidate here. Is Jamie. Rahman out the way. Gary going to fold the 7 deuce. Round to Ali on the bottom with King 9. Gonna click the button with King 9. Lewis fold the small blind. Looks like he's said to the dealer there might be a mark on one of the cards, so just going to check that in a second. Rattlesnake announces raise and makes it 55k from the big blind. Just the old 11 blinds.
Strap in, ladies and gentlemen.
The old 5xer from the big. 10-9 offsuit.
So you haven't played any blinds, so these can come in small and big. Players and dealers in the Power Rumble, you have a new blind level, 1,500, 3,000, 3,000.
We're keeping you awake, Rattlesnake, mate. Big old yawn. Back over to Ali. I don't think we want to be calling versus this from Rattlesnake. Something tells me, Tower, that we might be in for a bit of a session here.
Well, Welland.
First introduced to him in the Turbo Flight on Wednesday, has been providing plenty of entertainment throughout since.
if that's true. Is that true? Yeah.
So we'll do a keyword for 2 tickets after this hand. So 2 tickets giveaway straight after this hand. We have got the next keyword ready. Welland's just said, can I have a glass of red please? And 5 tequilas. Oh dear.
Well, based on that evidence, when Mo Shark says that yawn was a tell, a doc says, yeah, it's a fake relaxed tell. You might just be a bit tired after a few bevies, but let's see how we proceed here. Jamie all in from Gum for his last 2 blinds. Rattlesnake, Queen 7 offsuit in the small blind. Don't think that's going to get looked up.
Well, we're going to see what the dead card is. Oh
Wow.
no, we're not.
Gets
We're
it
going to
through.
get it through for 2 bigs.
Wow.
How's he get that one through? Well, it just opens 11.5, and then gets that one through for 2.
Amazing.
So, keyword time. We've got 5 tickets to give away in 2 hours. So we'll do a 2, a 1, and a 2. That's the way we'll do it. So, as you know, 888 Poker TV on Twitch. You need to be on to get yourself a chance of winning one of the 2 tokens, the $22 into your account. From Lime and 888. All you need to do is write down the word that we're going to tell you what to do, and it'll go mad in the chat. And 2 will randomly be chosen in about 5 minutes' time. But you do need to be on 888 Twitch to be in the comps. If not, just stay where you are, and you can just enjoy the stream. But the latest keyword is Maybury, which is exactly where we are. The Maybury Casino on South Maybury in Edinburgh. It is Maybury. There we go, Maybury. That's where we are. Yeah. And it's K, and it needs to be spelt right. Maybury, M-A-Y-B-U-R-Y. Maybury. Off you go. 5 minutes. And the keywords will be given out. Needs to spell it right.
Yeah, while the giveaway's running, take an opportunity to shout out AJ Spolier, the man who drives us up and down to Anfield, has just bagged himself a trip to Vegas after winning the Red Tooth Regionals.
Really?
AJ,
Good lad,
the
AJ.
man. What a hero.
Good lad. Congratulations. And when is that for?
All I've got at the moment is a ton of messages and a picture of him holding a red tooth envelope and winner.
Okay.
I'm going to Vegas, baby. In big letters.
Like it.
So, not sure when. I don't really know the details of those packages, so like whether you just go.
But well done.
Or whatever. But either way, well done to him.
Love it.
I only drink 1942 or Escaner. If you have that, then it's fine.
short stack, king, 5, all in. Get out of this one. We're at the 5, so it's still the same scenario. King and a 5. Jack on the turn. Jamie needs a king on a 5 to survive. And does not. Jamie taps the table, out he goes. Another one bites the dust. As the side event is on a break. One more minute for Maybury.
Tournament he's going out for the 24th of May next year. Well done, Jake. Very pleased for you, buddy. Well done.
Fantastic.
Right, here we go.
Here we go. 2 tickets up for grabs. Who is it going to be? Congratulations, Max Alley. And congratulations, Chacello.
Chacello.
Again. Like it. Chacello and Max Alley. Congratulations. Chacello. Thanks, we got it. Coles with the 12 after initial race from Marman under the gun.
Oh wow, big one here, Tower. Kendo with the kings, Armand with the ace king. We're going to play a big one here, that's for sure. Kendo just going to play all in straight away over to Armand, who gives him the up and down with the eyes. I don't know here, that's Armand, Tower, for 42.
Is he as big as 303?
Got 200k, with 200k in whites. Yeah, so 175, 275. It is about 303. So action back over to Armand and
wow.
Gun +1, big blind, rip it in from Kendo with the kings and.
Is he trying to rip it to make it look like ace king, 5,
Well,
6s or 7s?
I don't think. I think with 5, 6s or 7s we'd be happy to just make it up here. But
Well,
if we
me
want to
too,
do this
but
with.
He's got a bit fruity with the kings.
Yeah. I thought Armand was going to put them chips over the line then.
He's not calling. He can definitely get away with this with 40 big blinds. It just seems huge.
Not to hope for that. I'll buy you drink anytime. I have a very large heart. I don't know what you think of me. Don't even know you, I'll still buy you. No, I'm not going to ignore you. Please stop. I need some entertainment.
So for 43 BBs. I think he finds the fault.
Ooh, flicks in the
Oh,
call.
he's flicked it in. I thought he might have found a fold.
We are about to have a colossal pot on the feature. Kendo with the kings. Arman with the ace king.
Huge rip with the kings. And the eights out of the way.
It worked out for you. It worked out really well for you.
Wow. Here we go.
And in the biggest
One
pot
huge
we've seen
pot.
all in the feature, we're going to see 5, start with 3.
Floor manager comes across to see the news as well. Oh man, 2 outs, 1 ace is dead.
2 outs twice for Arman. We are going to have a massive chip stack at the feature for Kendo.
This is huge. This is a huge river. A 10 on the river. Arman, who won the high roller.
It's going to be eliminated here.
Been eliminated by the looks of that. Got him, fist pump. All of it to you, sir.
Huge pot for Kendo. Massive hold.
And there's Arman. Arman just seeing the bad news that he does not have any chips left. And away he goes. Huge, huge, huge hand. As we're just balancing the tables and having 27 players left tonight, Arman busts out. What a big one. Huge, huge pot that was.
Oh, Rattlesnake gets one through with the ace queen. Chip counts on the screen for you. Kendo with north of 500k, 108 blinds. What a spot to be in. Taking through level number 13 of 15 played today.
So Max Sally, congratulations. Let Lime know that you are there.
How are you doing? How are you most certainly doing? 11,500. Can't get your name again.
11,500.
Chris will be in the 1 seat with the ace queen over Rattlesnake's open.
What is that, 170? 140? Just going to be late.
Just having to double take.
Chris is all in for 140,000, 128 bigs.
What's your name? Chris. Is that spelled with a K or a C? Traditional.
What's your name?
Billy. Young enough to have it with a K.
But Chris, I've got hairy chest, so I've no idea. Is it a K or a C? It's a C.
He says, what's your name? He says, Chris. He says, is it spelt with a K or a CH? He says, why? He says, look, it's a CH because you've got an hairy chest. Do you want a call? Oh, comedy gold. No, I think it's just a couple of beers too many. Lime. I think he was referencing the CH or the HC.
No, rattlesnake deep in the tank here. Davy Chun on the rail. Done that many laps, we need to hold on to the rig to stand up at this point. It might have been on the feature more times this week than any of the players have been on the feature. So we have a huge pot here. Were rattlesnake to call, does decide to fold, and Chris with a CH steps out of the arena with the chips.
Final session of the day, finishing round just before 11:30 p.m. Two more giveaways to do, one for one and one for two with the keywords.
Abby McCann says, best of luck to Marcin from Jack and Abby. Well, he's going to have to navigate and having relentless aggression on his right by the looks of it. We've got a raise coming in from Rattlesnake here to 11.5 and pocket 8 for Marcin here. Just going to play this as a call. Carry the 6-5 into the muck. Gurinder was in seat 5 as well earlier when we saw him on the feature. It's just amazing how often that's happened in Scotland. But
good luck to Marcin from Jack and Abby. Cheers, Abby. Watching on YouTube. Marcin in seat number 9. I'm going to go to a flop. 3-way. Two, 3, 3 flop. The 3 high flop.
yeah, nice one for Marcin to see here, obviously. But faced with C-bet, I think we've got no real decision here other than just a call. 27.5 from Rattlesnake. Gets met with a call. Jack on the turn for Rattlesnake. That is not a good card for Martin.
It is not. No. Lead for 20. 15.5 by the look. Nope. How many we put in? What up there?
No.
I hope he said it.
Well, I think he's been announcing bets as well.
Yeah.
Just because pre-flop would be consistent with
Obviously
11
a
and a
string
half.
bet
Yeah.
without announcing it.
All in from Martin. This could be ill-timed.
This could be ill-timed because we're doing it with Rattlesnake. We're probably calling this because he's just done a string bet, which means the first bet counts.
Well, makes
and the call. Pocket 8's turn over for Martin. We need Jack and Abbott to root for an 8.
Yeah, we're going to need a third 8 in Edinburgh in line with the festival nuts, or we are going to lose Martin, and Rattlesnake is going to have a castle.
I'm nervous now. Pause.
It's a 7. It's next door. The Rattlesnake takes out Martin.
Yeah, unlucky Martin.
Abbott and Jack watching. But unfortunately, Martin busted out with the 8s and more chips for the Rattlesnake. No Welland, 5, 8, 6. Well, they didn't turn up there, did they? They were 8, 8, 8s.
No, I didn't really do too much wrong with that,
No.
Martin. Just unfortunate that Rattlesnake found the Jack on the turn, otherwise it's going to work.
Alex Holmes on YouTube says, "Hi, I want to see it online for Goliath, but I can't make the dates now. Is it possible to get this changed over to my partner's name?"
Don't think so. Yeah, it's certainly not as simple as it would have been
for Grosvenor.
Under Grosvenor, because Grosvenor Poker aren't involved with the online Satis. It's PokerStars' support team that you need to get in touch with, Alex. So
that is true.
Yeah.
I would email PokerStars. If we get an answer, we'll definitely let you know. We'll ask PK, we'll ask Jim.
I think your best option for now would be to contact PokerStars on PokerStars support via their client on whatever methods they've got available on there. Ask the question there, and if you get stuck, maybe message the Goliath Facebook group or something along those lines. That seems like the most reasonable route I could suggest for you at the moment.
I'm sure we would get it sorted eventually, but it might be closer to Goliath for us to do anything about it.
Yeah.
Because I'm guessing, I would say, if I know you can't make the dates for Goliath, but maybe, I don't know.
I think it's going to be. I think your best bet is to contact PokerStars support and see where you go from there. Alex is probably your best starting route.
Well done, England under 21.
Yeah, beat Spain.
Did they?
Yeah.
Wow.
Huge result for England. That.
Does that put them into the semis?
Harvey Elliott on the
Quarters?
scoreboard. That was the quarters, I think. So,
Right.
was that the round of 16? I'm not sure. I think it was the quarters that puts them into the semis, but it might
Is
have been.
Harvey Elliott not 21 yet?
He's 21, isn't he?
I don't know.
I think
You're a Liverpool fan, not me.
Well, yeah, I don't necessarily know the age of all of them. I assume he's under 21 to be playing there. It would seem a bit of an oversight from England to pick him if he was older and get disqualified, wouldn't it? But
No, but the rule with the under 21s is you can still play in the under 21s if you were 21 or under during qualifying.
oh right, okay. So, but like you almost have like a registration point for the tournament, and if you're 21 at that point through to the end of that tournament, you can play.
Yes.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
There you go. Then he says no, he's 22.
Fair enough.
And because he was 21 and under before, when they were qualifying, you're allowed to play. That's how it works. Because imagine winning all the prelims and all the games.
Yeah,
and then
midway through the midway
you're in
through
the semi-finals. I'm going to be 22
Yeah.
for the final. Can I play it? No.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Fair point. Fair point. Fair point.
But I'm 22 next week and it's the final. Can I play? Imagine that.
That would be pretty brutal, wouldn't it?
Nine king flop.
Pretty good flop for Corinda here with the king 10 of clubs. Flops top pair and up and down draw backdoor clubs to accompany Rattlesnake and Gary with no hand, so they're going to step out the way.
Armand, can you leave me alone? Is that okay? Never played on poker. I've never done that. Tell him like. What's it mean?
Armand.
Armand, you want to go out for a couple of drinks?
Armand says, what's your name on Poker Stars? He says, I don't play on Poker Stars. He says, you told me you won 2 Sunday Millions. He went, never play Poker Stars in my life. Oh dear. Unbelievable.
You alright? How much have we talking? Not very much. 40, 50k. Do this. I ran this through the equity calculator. It's definitely all in. It is all in. Sorry. My sincere apologies.
Rattlesnake says all of it. Paul Macaulay says, I wrote 41k. Paul says no, I'll find a better spot for me 8 bigs.
That's the long wheelbase.
Make sure you're getting, you can get a shot of you on them.
No matter what happens, we're all getting to go into
He's off just by himself. He's not buying around from me. He's out here. I don't know,
The Dundee Snake, what a guy. Yeah. Welland in seat number 8.
Another gun here with Queen Jack. Going to let this one go. Gary going to fold. It's like Corinda going to pass the Queen 9 as well. Ali with the 8-3 folds. Hijack. Round to Lewis in the cut-off. Ace King of Hearts.
All of it.
For the lot.
For these 9.
Rattlesnake not going to call the 9-3. Paul out the way. Chris in the big blind with 10-8 of diamonds. Don't think we're going to be calling here. Just does make the call. So Chris, 10-8 of diamonds. 9 and a bit blind shove. See Harry Sanford walking around the table there. $4-4-7, great start for Lewis.
Trading 10s and 8s.
7 on the turn, doesn't really change too much other than some opportunities open
Yeah.
up.
House on the board. And he's not.
9.
Lewis up to 100k and 20 beats.
Fist bump from Welland.
Great. 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 Brilliant sky blue that you've got on.
So the final session of the day, finishing about just under an hour and a half, just before 11:30 we reckon. A certain number of hands at the end of the night. How did the rumble do? Let's get ready to rumble. Let's get ready to rumble.
Blinds to 3k, 6k. With a 6k big blind ante, so I said 2 levels to go. This one +1. Kendo enjoying a sip of the good stuff. Popped over to the rattlesnake in the cut off, the 5-3 of clubs.
15,000.
Going to bump this one up to 15k. Kendo, Jack Deuce of Diamonds, not going to defend.
Sky blue, Craig. That's what we're going to call for the stream.
The rumble finished with 80 runners. £8,000 in the prize pool. It's also £100 every time you knock somebody out. 80 runners. Well done, one and all. Who's still in? Zolo. Stormin Norman still in. Paul Green's still in. Debbie Taylor's still in. Yarshek still in. Luke Basley is still in. Marius Czech is still in. Good luck everybody in the rumble.
The Emeritus through to day 2 of the main already. Rattlesnake opens the 15k with the 10-3 offsuit. Kendo in the small blind with 84. Sides against it. Gary with the King 6 in the big. Go heads up to a flop.
Now you are rough night. I like the way that Craig was taking his time and thinking about it.
Jack high flop, Jack 4-7.
17,500.
The snake just pumps the flop and Gary just slams them into the muck.
Craig, did you have the option to buy olive green?
Olive green?
Yeah, you could have got olive
It's
green.
no my colour.
No?
Nah, never been a green man. Like, can't do it.
just thought I'd ask.
The Dundee Snake. He's got all the chips. It's a good job we've got a chip count because the players have no idea how many chips he's got looking at that stack.
No.
Do you know you get a penalty now in Las Vegas for doing that?
Do you?
Yeah. You actually get a penalty.
There's a chap called John down at the club we normally play at, who is exactly the same. Will multicolour a lot. He's been doing it for years, so no one really picks up on it or anything.
Yeah.
But whenever we go out and play a comp together out somewhere out and about, and he just does the same thing, he gets so perplexed as to what a floor asks him to tidy his stack or a dealer asks him to tidy his stack. This never happens, but
Yeah, you get a penalty now in Vegas. And also, if you don't stack in 20s.
Really?
You're not allowed to stack in any more than 20s.
Oh, any more than? Okay.
Yeah. So you can't double stack.
Yeah.
Even though at the end of the tournament they're all stacked and stacked and stacked and stacked.
Of course, yeah.
But some places don't like it. The Snake with a 10-7. Snake solid.
Players have said they're fine with the stack because they can see how much he's got on the screen behind them. So
yeah,
that's probably why.
That helps on the
It's
FT.
all good, yeah.
Certainly the feature table, it certainly helps.
No, not like this. Not like this. I'm saying better than King. Not like this. Not like this. Not like this. Yeah, right. Yes. Good hand, nice hand.
All in with the 5-6 diamonds here. Ali called, ready, Rattlesnake deep in the tank with a 10-7 offsuit. At least Lewis can see the funny side of it. Not sure Paul's seen the funny side of it. Seems a little bit agitated, should we say? Head in hands from Paul.
Well earned, it's on you. Oh. They're going in the bin. Oh no, how many have we got behind, he says? Looks like about 200.
Oh. Oh dear.
Makes the call, so we're going three-way. Paul McCauley could triple. There's going to be a side pot.
So it's King Jack suited for Ali. Paul's all in with his 6-5 of diamonds. Rattlesnake has the 10-7 offsuit. Three-way in the most unusual of setups.
King Eye is best. 7-8-4.
Oh, wow, what a flop for Paul. Just flops us straight.
Just flopping the nuts. Thank you very much.
Looks a little bit less tilted now.
Check, check. Off to the turn. Well, the deuce is fantastic.
Lock for
fantastic
Paul.
call
If there
for Paul
was,
McCauley.
if there was any way that Paul was going to lose this hand, that chair would have been through the door.
And now we've got the 7.
Yeah,
trying to
betting
build a
into,
small one.
Heading into the dry side here, trying to build.
We just have the overs as Ali. Paul McCauley can't believe it. Flop the absolute stones.
Rainbow board. This is just. Yeah,
So take your chips back, sir. There yours. I have the nuts. Leave him hanging. Oh, don't leave him hanging. Paul McCauley up to 130,000. Oh dear.
The treble for Paul.
The meaningless river is a 6. So a full treble up for Paul McCauley, up to 130,000.
Rattlesnake looks like he's
Rattlesnake
he's
just
off
said,
somewhere.
he just said, I'm done with this game. He's lost one hand.
What's going to be even more tempting for Paul now is he's just seen Rattlesnake in the 3-minute tank with the 10-7 offsuit. Every time he's in the tank again, it's just going to be a piece of cheese.
That was a long wheelbase. All jokes aside, that was good. I like that. Done well. 12,500.
Makes it 12.5 with the blinds at 3-6.
What was it we were saying earlier? That the final session of the day might be a little bit of a tame one and play like some bubble play, bits and pieces like that. We have seen the biggest pots of the day in this session.
Gabby says it's a bit late for water.
Yeah. Garinda 3-bets the jacks to 42k, and Ali with ace-jack in the big blind.
So there's been a raise and a call.
Yeah, so Rattlesnake's opened.
Rattlesnake's opened.
Paul's called.
Paul's called. So then Ali, Garinda's ready at 42.
Yeah.
And then Rattlesnake says, "What's happened?" What's happened? Oh dear. You got to feel for the dealer sometimes. You really have.
Mad. Does fold Paul 10-9 of spades. Closing the action here. Might want to take a flop. Oh, it's certainly a hand that's going to usually flop pretty well post. Obviously we can see big dog here in this spot. Just counting down stack. Obviously we can see that this is a fold, but getting the guarantee now, closing the action, just decides to drop it off into the muck. Garinda gets another 37,000 chips added to his stack, chips up to just under 50 bigs. Garinda. There's Harry observing the antics. So closing into the final hour of play on what has been an interesting day of poker in Edinburgh. We've seen some sights, we've seen castles on the hill, and we've seen the dungeons at the same time. We've seen everything on the feature today. But day 1D, the final flight of the main event, is drawing to a conclusion, and we are almost, in fact we are an hour away from the conclusion. Kendo with the ace jack of clubs in the hijack. Going to be coming in for a raise here. Gary going to fold. Garinda 10-3 on the button, not going to be playing this one. Ali in the small blind, 9-7 offsuit. Going to get the action done there, Kendo.
Be careful when you're peeling. Bottom of a spade. Seen the bottom card. Look at that, the way you were peeling. He couldn't have seen. I didn't see like 3 across on it. I seen one spade. It's alright because the whole man of the map. Just be careful. Oh no, I don't need to, so I'm the gentleman. I know.
That's big blind. All passes from gun. It's just been a lively table for a last session of the day, particularly when rebuys are finished. I didn't think we were going to get this level of entertainment, to be fair, at the back end. Entertaining pick up for Gary, finds the Cowboys in the hijack.
Raises up to 12, just clicks. Ali with the 9s from the button.
Yeah, I think 3-bet, not one of the makes this standard, but really need to be piling a lot. Also just make the call.
And just makes
take
the
one
call.
in position.
We shall bring the rattlesnake in with ace, queen off. Oh, this could be anything.
Considering what we've seen with the 10-7 offsuit. Absolutely anything could happen here.
Yeah.
Strapping, guys.
I think you might just pile this.
5-0 blind 50.
50,000. 5-0 blind 50. Right round to Gary.
The music to Gary's ears based on what we've seen so far on this table. I expect to see Gary put this in now.
Yep, all of it.
It's all in.
9's out of the way.
Yeah. Kind of sucks as Ali here with 9s just at the bottom, but once this goes 3-bet, 4-bet, the 9s are never good.
Can I have a count, please? Nice. Round about exactly what you got, Ali, so I'll tell you what. Is he contemplating a call?
I just don't know how we can be telling.
It's absolutely right, 167,500. It's more or less all your chips, pocket 9s.
Rattlesnake just polishes off the glass.
There's been a 4-bet.
Just polishes off the glass and Ali's still here. I mean, I think feel pretty confident about the fact that Ali's going to land on fold here, just mulling things over. Some
All of it?
dynamics,
Whoa, with the
perhaps
nines?
not. Ali
Wow.
rips it with the 9s. Rattlesnake with the ace queen asks for a count.
I don't even need a count.
He says cold! We got a massive one tower, it's a huge pot on the feature.
There's $500,000 in the middle.
Gary's got it in 3-way with the kings. For all the
9s
equity.
is a strange one.
Well, look at the rest of the table. They've all got their head in their hands. I can't believe what they're seeing.
9s?
rattlesnake consulting Paul. This is a huge pot. We're going to see 5. We'll start with 3.
6, 6, 3. Hearts covered for the 9s, so they're not in play.
What a spot for the Kings.
Absolutely.
At the moment. Unbelievable scenes for the Kings.
This is going to be huge.
For a diamond's turn.
Fading 9s and aces for a massive, massive treble. And he does. The Kings taking $500,000 chip pot. Ali is going to be down to 40k by the looks of that. And Rattlesnake going to be back down to 380.
Gary survives a dry bite from the rattlesnake. And Ali sent to the ER with his 9s. Gary just recalling the action back to Kendo, but what a hand.
Well done.
Davey Chun just walked through the door shaking his head. Oh, utter madness. Utter madness. Rattlesnake. Just been told by the dealers to, I think he's been told to sort of stack out, but the players have said they're happy, okay with about it because it's on the screen. Madness. Oh man, Edinburgh. This session has delivered.
It does indeed. Oh. Lime keyword in 5 minutes, please. Keyword in 5 minutes, please. We'll do a 1 ticket one, this one, and then the final one will be at 11 p.m. our time. Cheers, Lime. Hey dear. 1 ticket, and then the final 2 to Unaway at 11.
I think Rattlesnake has been told he's got to sort of stack by the dealer. God, certainly did not expect this session to be the session of all sessions where sometimes you just get hand after hand where you've got to catch your breath after the hands. This was not the one I thought it was going to be. I'll give you that for free.
I'd like to raise as that possible. Is that okay? This is a friendly raise.
Gabby Cabby, I'll stay and through at the Maybury tomorrow. Well done, you.
Yeah, well done, Gabby.
Nice glass of red on its way.
Build. I don't care. I cannot get it anymore. I'm not gonna lie, I'm on a slightly different level.
I think you are, mate. I think you are.
If only I'd put my sky blue top on. You're not allowed to throw yourself on the stage.
Gorinda out the way with a 6-4. And Ali with the 10-7 offsuit in the hijack.
15,000.
Chris going to fold rattlesnake. Where's the bottom? Gets
No,
through.
4.
For those of you that are watching on social media that have been with us for the day, thank you for sticking with us.
Indeed.
When's next keyword, buddy?
The keyword, next keyword is going to be in 2 minutes.
2 minutes time, guys.
2 minutes time. Lime will send it. We'll give it out. 1 ticket available, and then 1 more at 11 o'clock. Right. I wonder if people will start adjusting to demands of VP of 100%.
What adjustment can we make other than just get it in and pray with the best hand at the moment seems to be the modus operandi. Rattlesnake relentless at the feature in Edinburgh. Kendo 5-2 suited in the big blind, gonna make up the wager value. Gonna go 3 ways here. Gurindo with the deuces, Kendo 5 deuce from the big, and Rattlesnake with the 9-6 offsuit.
Jack 3, 9 all clubs.
Of course.
Clubbing in Edinburgh.
Of course, there's a 9 on the board for Rattlesnake. And picks up a club draw to accompany. Kendo checks his option over to Gurindo, who checks Rattlesnake. Gonna start with a bet on the flop of that much.
We'll sort that out.
29.5, we believe the wager is. And Kendo already out there. Gurindo with the deuces.
Off to the keyword. The keyword, this is for 1 ticket of the $22. You need to be on Twitch, as you all know. And we're going to get this one, and then in half an hour's time we'll do the final 2 giveaways in the same keyword. So thank you very much to 888. The latest keyword is snakebite. What a drink that was.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
That made you fall down.
Yeah, that was
snakebite. Cider and lager.
Yeah, cider and lager. Yeah.
Cider and lager.
Yeah. I think sometimes it had a bit of black in it as well for the colour.
Oh.
A bit of it really was.
What?
I think that's the thing.
A bit of black currant.
Yeah, thank you very much.
A bit of black currant in it for them that couldn't drink it neat. Snakebite, the latest keyword, everybody's on it. 8s for Gurindo. 8s for Gurindo, raises to 12.
Well,
the nut low comes along, obviously.
At this point, the deck is just the option for flat for Rattlesnake.
Jacks in seat number 2.
Kendo surely going to be electing to 3-bet here. Gonna make it 50k. I like it. Nice sizing. Gary next to act in the big blind. King 10 of spades. That's going to go into the bin. Slightly awkward one for Gurinder here to navigate the 8s. Post flop, you're going to end up with a pretty low SPR if we elect to call here, and I have no idea what is going to happen behind, regardless of what we do here, based on what we've seen so far. But Gurinder may just elect to take the lower variance route here. Kendo has been rarely getting out of line at this table, so I think this 3-bet out of the small blind is very unlikely to ever be pocket 7s or anything worse than what we're holding here, so does decide to get out of the way. And Tower, your guess is as good as mine as to what we're about to see.
Yeah, we're going to fold. On to the next. I'd like to see a flop, he's just said. What's happened? There's been a raise to 50.
5-0, blind 50.
Well, it looks like we're leaning towards fold from the push of the cards forward, but Stacks chips back on the top, assessing the situation as well, and looks like we're going to be getting out of the way. On to the next one.
Amazing what the fucking steam table was.
Paul's going to need some paracetamol at the end of the night with the headache he's got here. He's had it going on. Chris at the shake of the head. Welland.
Well, this should have been well and truly on to the next hand, but as we know, Welland the rattlesnake has other ideas.
I think it sounds ridiculous that we're sort of contemplating this over, but we've seen a couple of tanks so far with less than marginal hands. We were in a tank for 3 minutes with a 10-7 offsuit earlier, so just think versus Kendo.
Well, the clock has just been called, 30 seconds to act. Should just be on to the next. Welland. Called. He has made the call with a deuce 3 with 2 seconds left.
Well, Kendo folds his arms. If Welland, the rattlesnake, catches a piece of this board, we could see a colossal pot.
Off to the flop.
How have we called it?
Ace 4 6. So gut shot and back doors to the diamond draw.
Kendo going to count out 35.
Exactly right.
Yeah. On this here, Welland flops a gut shot with the deuce 3. And at the risk of
Can't believe you've done it to me, he says. He says, I've got outs.
Kendo with a smile and a chuckle, touch of the ear. We're off to a turn. The 4 of diamonds brings some diamonds for Welland the rattlesnake.
Oh wow.
Kendo checks back to see if we have the jack of diamonds.
No, we do not.
And it's such a bizarre spot now for Kendo, because I think a lot of the time we're just going to naturally check over here, but we've basically just been told that we've got outs and going to give him a free one, which we don't want to do, but it's just so we're so shackled here. I honestly have no idea what is going on in this spot.
77 survivors. 77.
He's made it 77,000. And he says to Craig, I apologise.
say dream come true. Never mind. But what happens? All's fair in love and war.
Well, the look on Kendo's face suggests that this might work, Tower. I just have no idea how do we even approach this. I think trying to get ourselves back into that rational mindset and break the hand down as logically as possible pulls say something in C9. Does opt to make the call as Kendo will go into the river.
Makes the call. This is turning into another huge part. The king of clubs on the river. Still no good for Kendo. These cards.
Yeah.
Then this board.
But it's an absolutely grim river as well for Kendo at the same time, because if we just had like king bit with a diamond,
which
we
he
now
could have,
could credibly have, and now another overcard to our jacks on board as well. Checks it over. Rattlesnake has the nut low 3 high on this board. Kendo with essentially pot behind, Rattlesnake with less than pot. Paul's stepping away from the table for a second from the 9 seat. Full stack of chips collapses back over Rattlesnake.
Don't touch them. Listen, you can touch my wife. Give me a second.
So what do we do with the nut low? What on earth? We can only just bet.
Well, we've got 2 options, Tower. We've got give up,
yeah,
or all in.
I don't think give up's in the vocabulary, is it?
From what we've seen so far, I couldn't. I don't think we're going to see a give up. That's for sure.
What more can I do?
He's going to slide in some.
Send it home on a stretcher.
If this is not all in, I actually think Kendo's going to make the call here.
Send them home, all of them.
There's
All the
dealer's already
Jemimas.
massively
Send
regretting
There
having
we
to
go.
put all of this in. Dealer.
He has announced all of it. He has announced all, somehow, all the Jemimas, whatever that means.
Well,
We've announced all of it with the nut low. Kendo's got offsuit jacks. He is in a world of hurt here, right now. And this is just a mad, mad hand.
Yeah, and Kendo's still got a lot of chips behind, still playing 60 blinds here. Do we really want to play a huge river spot like this? We're losing to Ace-X, King-X, 4X, Diamonds, but the added dynamic that this is the Rattlesnake who has been playing some of the most outrageous poker we have seen on a live stream this year, let alone this Day 1D flight.
Can he find the call?
Deuce 3 offsuit for 3 high on the river, sends the lot.
Absolute blender for Kendo.
I think somehow the dealer's going to have to try and count this down.
Yeah.
If Kendo makes the call here, I'll take my hat off to him, because this is a really difficult call.
Even against the player, the board is just not in his favour at all.
And I just think, as we kind of summarised on the turn, Tower, I know it's a couple of minutes ago now, his hand feels like it's been going on for a long time. What do we do if, like, Rattlesnake's just got, like, King 3 with the 3 of diamonds and just backed into a king, and we're just gonna lose? Because I don't think there's much consideration here from Rattlesnake's corner as to what range Kendo's playing. I just think he knew he had to try and get him off a better hand, and that's not particularly hard when we picked the worst holding in the deck to start with. This hand is getting a lot of attention from around the card room. Kendo in the blender. Takes a turn around, sees everybody in the card room looking at the feature. That is not going to help. This is about as high pressure spot as you can get for Kendo here. Grimaces.
So all of it.
So Kendo just going to register the count. It just makes no sense, he says. And the worst part about this is, if he folds, that deuce 3 is going to get windmilled in his face like you've never seen.
I think he's just said 364, but I'm not too sure if it is. It is on Kendo, as we can see.
The entire Maybury, as Rattlesnake is hiding behind his hands, trying not to give anything away. You just can't rationalise this kind of hand.
This is wild.
Honestly, the pressure on Kendo at the moment is so intense in this spot. Makes the call! Kendo!
Oh, wow! You're never going to believe your eyes. The table is going to go bananas.
Kendo, the snake charmer in Edinburgh, the rattlesnake, has run out of venom.
Everywhere. Wow.
What a call.
The door he goes. The rattlesnake.
Oh, whoa. Kendo, I salute you, sir. That was immense pressure on a huge stage. And size takes a deep breath.
Wow.
What a moment.
What a call. Million chips. Deserving to be chip leader. The rattlesnake has gone. Wowzers. What a hand.
What a call. What a ridiculous call. That might be the craziest hand of live poker I've seen on stream. That is utterly bonkers. From 400k to dust, the rattlesnake retreats. Well, I take it all back about this session being a quiet one. That hand, pure box office from the Maybury.
Wow.
I just
That is some
call. Don't know what to say. It's an unbelievable call.
Yep.
That is purely made on live instinct and the added dynamic of the pressure of the room, like having been in a couple of those spots, never to that degree where the entire room is looking at what's going on in the table, but there was a moment in that hand that was like so cinematic where Kendo turns around to look at the clock, turns around and the entire room is like stood up looking at what is going on in this hand. The feeling he's going to have in that moment just adds more and more pressure. It's honestly, guys, that is such a savage call from Kendo.
Wowzers. And right on to the next because Chris and Ali are on the backs. Ali all in with the Jack Queen. Got the heart draw with the Jack of Hearts to survive. And it is not. So Ali eliminated very next hand, 2 in 2 on the feature. 2 in 2 on the feature.
Something tells me, guys, you are going to be seeing that hand for a while.
I've seen him do it. Loads of folk, and he's done it to me, I know.
He just did it after me yesterday, was
It's like a bad goal, but
Who won the giveaway? Who actually won the giveaway?
Whoever won the giveaway here, I'm so sorry. Just scrolling back through the chat box here.
Oh,
Utterly
man.
mad.
Who won that? Hey, completely missed it. Who won it? Congrats to the winner. Who was it? Here we go. TR3B. So Treb. We've got another giveaway in 10 minutes. It's been that long. That hand was nearly 20 minutes long.
The hand felt like it'd been going on a long time. I have no idea how long that hand actually was. You just get so caught up in it sometimes. But it felt like almost a 10 minutes.
We've got a giveaway in 10 minutes. It's the last one of the night. The blinds are up to 4-8, the last level of the night. The dealer's changed. They only dealt 2 hands. Oh, dear me.
Wow.
Just wow.
I thought he's ace queen.
Kendo with the anti-venom.
that's what I mean, it's just a pure bluff catcher, eh? You could turn it at 4-2 off, and I'm like that.
He wasn't too far off it, mate.
That's what I mean. He's got a gut shot for a 5.
He's obviously in there with the entire deck.
Gut shot for a 5. I can't even go to Dave when I checked, eh? I'm just like, hope he doesn't.
It's really tough to play against that. He's only call with your hand.
He dusted off 600,000 chips. I've seen him.
He dusted it earlier on because he didn't want to come on the feature. Over 100.
Aye.
I was like, he kept saying that. He's like, I'm going to do
We're
this.
in the musical with ace 9. This was 2 in 2. Last level of the night. Last giveaway in 10 minutes. Stream over in about 35 minutes. It's all going on.
Especially me, like, I'm not.
I don't want to go up the road. I don't want to go up the road where it plays, yeah, mate. I bet you were trying to be there because there was one with some kid on it. I don't mind what you did. Just show us a good half an hour yet.
This is why these are the best poker streams about. Like the big events, it's very rare you get local madman playing any tour and providing top class content like that. Absolutely right, Gilly. Absolutely spot on. Wowzers. Whew. So one more giveaway at 11, one more keyword at 11 o'clock, and we'll have 2 tickets for the final giveaway.
He doesn't even care who he is, eh? He's swearing in like.
Seeing how he survives for so long, mate. I know he just fires max bullets as well, but it's like, fuck, man.
Please pause the deal after hand of progress.
The rumble is down to the final 12. Mali is still in. Debbie still in. Paul Green still in.
You set him up the road there, mate. We don't need to pair with it for another
half an hour.
And 10 places get paid in that one.
I went for that first, I went for a push and it flopped, so Flash is still going to take it.
He hasn't done that. That was a new hang on. Yeah, he hasn't done that.
No, he's not done that, no.
Look at us all, mate. Not like predators, aren't we?
That's when you get the spot. That's the law of the jungle, bro.
Whoosh!
Cappuccino, please.
Yeah,
Back in the room.
The Jacks, massive, massive, and big cheap leader in the room. Weirdly, he kept calling him Craig. We know him as Kendo, obviously, but every minute of the hand he kept calling him Craig. So Kendo, who knows? So 5 minutes time, we are going to have the final keyword of the night. And the fours of Paul McCauley all in.
Yeah, and in an unsurprising turn of events, Force does not flop a set on this board. Doesn't seem to. Queen high board
For Paul, and it's a deuce. Paul McCauley now out the door. Woo! Yeah, that's as a clip. That's a 15-minute clip, I think.
I don't even know how you clip that up.
Me neither. Absolutely not. Unless you've got an X8 to fast forward.
Yeah. Mad.
Come on, Craig! Come on, you! Craig, you're in the big blind, hurry up!
Woo.
What's he here? We're good, Craig, hurry up, in here.
So, oh, down to 18 as table breaks, and we're going to get 4 new players in, so the action tracker will need to input everybody. Keith's still in, as we can see. The dealer's not give us any information, unfortunately, so we're going to have to quickly get all the players. Might not have any graphics this hand, because we've just got 3 new players from the table, and they're all in the hand, and we don't know the names. Always the hard one to cover first when players come to the table, especially 3 of them.
Yeah, Trev says Man U Man is back. He is indeed.
That's the one, Keith Littlewood in scene number 6.
He's got a couple of 25Ks there.
200k plus?
Yeah, 200K from change. Looks about right.
Nice one. Mikey puts in everybody's name. Peter with 160k. Very nice indeed. Got Keith as well. Seat number 1 just come to. Oh no, seat 3 come to the table. Young lad to the table.
I'm saying to this guy, when a guy asked me to count my chips, I told him 186. 186 and a half. Just trying to help him.
I had 217 and 201 there. 297.
297. So, we're going to resume. We've got stock at the table. Everybody's been input. Order has somehow been restored after bonkers session of live poker.
All of it. Keith says 186.
All in for the nines. Gary from gun. Playing 600k, Gary, beneficiary of that big all in we saw earlier with kings, nines, and ace queen. So we're up to just north of 600. Keith all in here for 23. I think he's going to fold the ace jack here. Does get out of the way.
It's 11 o'clock. We have the final keyword. Thanks to Lima, who's been ultra busy, especially clipping things. She's done well. That'll take some clipping. Let me tell you.
Easy for you to say, buddy. It's all right.
Well done, Lime. Well done indeed. So the final keyword for two $22 tickets on 888 Poker. You know you need to be on Twitch. We've said it all day long. So the final keyword for everybody to get involved in, we've got about 25 minutes left of the day, is Snake Charmer.
Love it.
We've had a snake bite and we've now got the Snake Charmer. That's your tick number 2. Snake Charmer. There we go. Off you go. Snake Charmer. Last giveaway. And it's for 2 tickets. Thanks to 888.
Somebody told us it was a flush. Yeah, someone told us it was a flush. 4-4 ace. That's a brilliant 4-4 ace. King. Brett, yeah, paired the board or something again on the river, something like that.
It's a paired board with a flush draw and an ace.
4-6 ace king.
So Chris in the King 9 of Hearts. Snake Charmer, the final chance of winning on one of 2 tickets for today. Well done.
So Chris going to open King 9 of Hearts here from the cut-off. Craig in the small blind with 5s. Chris the effective stack here. Obviously, Kendo going to have one there. Not going to... I think the adrenaline is going to be soaring for a long time yet, that's for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Craig looking like he's going to play 5s as a 3-bet here from the small blind. Gary in the big. 10-7 offsuit going to get out of the way. Back round to Chris in the cut-off. Going to step aside as well.
It took him genuinely 10-3 flop. It was over 20 minutes. I'd take the over on 20
Nearly a million chips.
Right, well, I think we've got some news.
Snake Charmer's still going on. Thank you very much indeed.
Just while the dealer is shuffling up here, we have had a claim for the National Bad Beat Jackpot.
Oh, look at that!
Where is this?
I have no idea.
You will recognise that table, sir. We may have been there recently.
They all look the same. It could be anywhere in the world.
There's been a claim for the National Bad Beat Jackpot in Pompey.
Has he really?
It has indeed.
Man, I must have guessed. How big is that pot?
I mean,
that's just the pot.
Yeah. So
when did the betting start? The 4-5 must have been Rattlesnake.
Yeah. So the timestamp of the claim is 10:28 this evening.
Wow.
So
quad threes.
Once this has all been validated, verified, and all of the bits and pieces have been sorted out with it.
How big is it?
170k. So quad threes in this situation is going to get a bonus £51,000.
Oh, delicious.
4-5 of hearts is going to get a bonus 25.5 grand. The table share of 8.5 grand, and an active player share of £85,000 for everyone playing across the estate at the time.
Well, there's 20 tables in the Vic.
That's absolutely
20
amazing
tables
news.
in the Vic.
So congratulations to everybody involved down in Portsmouth.
Wow.
For that, and everybody playing cash around the estate at the moment.
Fantastic.
What a shout this is. So
wow.
Quite the session.
Quite the
session here in
Quite the
Edinburgh.
session.
Yeah, just don't really know what to say.
Wow.
It's been unbelievable.
Well done, Pompey.
Yeah.
The Pompey massive.
I think Tower's about to go and give Edinburgh the good news that they might have all just won a piece of the fair beat. Unbelievable, right. Countdown is on. Snake Charmer is your keyword. Here we go. Congratulations to Grush39. You have won yourself a $22 token. Congratulations. And Berber_Ace. Berber_AA. You are the second winner of a token. Congratulations.
Congratulations
to you both. Honestly, we're going to need to lie down after this one.
We are indeed. What can you say? What can you say?
That's it, no.
Oh, man.
Ask me that on the Voyager, right? What's your name? I just said Craig.
Oh dear.
I kept calling me Colgate.
Final 20 minutes of the day-ish. All prizes given out. Thanks to Lime, thanks to 88 for all their giveaways. More of the same tomorrow. Last day in Edinburgh of the 888 Festival. We'll have full chip counts and all of them put together as well at the end of the night. We'll let you know how many people are coming through and what the money situation will be like.
Honestly, I tell you what, the first pint isn't going to touch the size tonight.
I think I'm going straight back. Yeah. I need to lie down.
What an unbelievable evening this has been, guys. It's it's just evenings like this that are just such a privilege to be able to bring this live stream to you. So
yeah. On your quick updates.
Yeah, another update. I'm not sure I can take any more news, mate.
The two cash tables here knew that the Bad Beat Jackpot is on pending.
Okay.
And it's been confirmed there's 18 cash tables in the Vic, part of it.
Right, okay.
So that might drop it down a little bit for the players who play in there. That's what Jamie's just said, in the cash area here in Edinburgh.
Absolutely amazing that someone in a 1-2 game in Pompey is just going to win an additional 50.
All that chips in the middle was never a 1-2 game.
That's a deep 1-2 in Pompey.
Deep?
Yeah, it's a deep 1-2 Pompey. That will be the cash table in the corner to the left of the desk as you look at it, with the guys who are every single day down in there. That table is full from 6:30 every day.
The card room's not being used.
For cash, I think it is. For cash, I think it is.
Is it?
I think so. I think it's just the two cash tables that are in there, but the tournaments are being held on the floor.
Right.
So,
anyway,
yeah.
Whew. I'm away for some sleep, says Gabby. See you all later. Thanks for a fantastic night. Cheers,
Yeah.
Gabby. Thanks for tuning in.
Best of luck for tomorrow.
We have had some day today. And Nate, John, how are we doing, Nate? Good to have you on stream. How are things, pal? Hope things are good.
Honestly, I've been absolutely put in the mill this evening on this session for all the right reasons. This is why we love the game. And after the dust has settled and Kendo, you know, made an unbelievable call. Let's not take anything away from him, but the heart of Rattlesnake to send that river with the 3 high. When we get there, I mean, how we get there is on another level, of course, but the heart to go for it when, you know, it's just an unbelievable spot. The bad beat jackpot going, you know, we've had so much to celebrate about this evening's session. And it is not over yet. That's the most mad thing about it. You never know what's going to happen.
There'll be a certain number of hands when they get told to pause the clock and all that malarkey very soon.
Wow. Cowboys for Keith. Just goes for it. Feels like Lewis is going to play pretty well, and he is going to play cool here. Has to for this set of blinds. We are we're 7 effective in the big blind as Lewis. Now Keith, knowing Lewis is going to play well here, and by play well, I mean we know our ranges. We're going to be calling off properly, and King's crushing that. So heads up to a flop, and it's Queen Jack 5 rainbow.
Yeah, hard on the turn for a bit of a sweat.
Yeah, or a wheel card.
10 of hearts would be interesting.
Yeah.
Well, it's not. We're down
Well,
to
there's
an
the wheel
ace and a
card.
4. Got the wheel card.
Yeah.
That was a really nice turn.
Oh no. The wheels have come off on the river for Lewis.
Unlucky Lewis.
Yeah, I mean, hats off to Lewis. Played really well today. I really
Andy's been sat to the right of Rattlesnake all night.
Honestly, yeah.
Or man
It
even
broke
did
Paul.
all day.
It broke Paul.
It did. Paul had to leave the table for 10 minutes.
Paul was fully broken by the rattlesnake. Holy.
They lost another. Oh. We're down to 2 tables soon. The Rumble's on the final table. Paul Green finishing in 10th for £300.
Okay.
We're on the final table now, 9 left. Debbie Taylor's still in. Jacek is still in. Mark Kendall, Marius, and Steve McKay.
Yeah, and everyone, every time you knocked a player out in that comp, you got £100 bounties.
You
So
did.
we don't have the info on the bounties at the moment, but that is the situation. So we reckon we've got, what do we reckon, maximum of 20 minutes. Well, Peter finding the aces here. Whew. Craigie raising to 16k, Gary makes the call. Pete in the big blind. A lot of hands here. We're just going to want to rip, but I think when we're absolute top, then 3-bet not all in.
Yeah, beat it with the boots, raising up. 3-betting. 73. And that will do it. On to the next.
I'm going to put it out there. I don't know if we'll ever see crazier level 13, 14, 15 on a day 1 flight. This has been utterly mad this session, but I've loved every minute of it. It's been so good to have all the chat here supporting. Just when you get moments like that,
Oh, we're paused.
Okay.
Pause the clock. Just 18 players. Looks like they're playing out.
It looks like.
Seat number 9 coming in. Is that Chico?
Yeah.
Chico! It's Chico time!
Yeah. Well, Chico's going to be told how much time he's going to be at the feature for shortly. Been told to board the deal. Looks like Floor's got the cards in hand to select.
5.
5's been drawn, yeah?
5 more ends.
Okay.
Chico straight in on the big. Action track is run for wonder. So Chico straight in on the big. This is 1 of 5. Jereminas, thank you very much indeed. Glad you've been tuned in. We'll see you tomorrow. It's going to be a super day. There's going to be about 40 in for tomorrow, crowning a champion when we get down to 1. 1 of 5. So this is 1 of 5. How involved is Kendo going to be? You can see right there. Not very.
I honestly, there may even be some argument to say, like after a hand like that, just we're done.
Look down if they're not aces,
Yeah.
bin them.
Honestly, it's just such a spot for Kendo now, and gonna absolutely, barring something bonkers at the outer table that we haven't been privy to, he's gonna have a significant chip lead going into day 2. I mean,
Yeah, 1 of 5 done.
Gonna have a story for the ages, is Kendo. Remember that moment on the 21st of June 2025 when Edinburgh found its snake charmer and the rattlesnake ran out of venom.
Thanks for the stream and genius comments. Thanks for the chat also. Cheers, Doc. Doc Matush. We will see you tomorrow, I'm pretty sure. And number 2 of 5 on its way. So 2 of 5 on its way. They're not kings or aces are in the bin. Young Craig. The really position, probably out of the way. No, we're going to open. Makes it 16.
Yeah, from what we've seen of Craig on the table so far today, he's shown a willingness to take spots, push low TV spots, and going to get at it from EP here with a 6-7 of hearts, recognising that with a few hands left in the day, if we can get hands like this to fold, get A7 suited to fold on the button, this is just printing as Craig. So
Queen 5 doing nothing on the small.
Yeah.
And on the big, Jack 3 is doing nothing as well. So raise and take. We're expecting him to just got out of the way from EP, but no. On to 3 of 5.
So hand number 3 of 5.
Indeed it, indeed it.
At the end of the day,
what a day!
What a day! Honestly, what a day! As far as day ones go, this is up there. 1700. Chico on the bottom with the 9s. Really recognising that can go for a 3-bet here as Chico does decide to just play lower variance through, perhaps back end of the day, make the call.
Makes the call. 3-way to the flop.
King, Jack 3, Rainbow, and Keith finding the C-bet when check 2, and looks like Chico getting out of the way. Kendo will also be folding, so Keith going to get one through here with the ace-6.
On to 4 or 5.
That chips up to 40 blinds, and with all these players now north of 20 bigs, coming back tomorrow at big blind 10k, even Chris as the short stack is going to have 16 blinds. Plenty in the tank to do something tomorrow. What's the final confirmed number of entries, mate? Do we know?
Yeah, I can tell you.
Okay.
There was quite a lot.
Okay.
Quite a lot. Today was 116.
116 for day 1D, wow.
116
amazing
for
stuff.
Today.
And 220, 4 or 5. Penultimate hand of the day, and what a day it has been.
262, I do believe.
We think 262. Brilliant effort. Well, we said we didn't think there'd be too much more action, but the deck just continues to provide opportunity for it. Peter with Ace King in the hijack, gonna bump this up. Looks quite a small one. We're in position, I suppose, yeah, 55. Probably gonna be absolutely fine. Kendo with the 5s here in the small blind. Folds, option, Craig out the way. Back to Gorinda with the ace queen. Quite frustrating, but we're going to see him pass here. Back end of the day. Earlier on, we saw Gorinda take a few more aggressive options when we were close to the line, but towards the back end of the day, I think he's just been keen to bag. Well, what do I know? In it goes from Gorinda.
Keith now in the blender.
Yeah.
I think he's got enough chips to fold. He's got 40 bigs for tomorrow.
I agree with you, Tower. I agree. I feel like if we had sort of between 25, 30 bigs, we might take the spot.
I think he's got nigh on 40. I think he'll come back tomorrow, get himself a redraw, and then back into it. That's exactly what he's doing. It's an ultimate hand. But Peter's not. Peter's going to call. It's all his chips.
Yeah.
But they should be in the middle. $150, 200. That's a lot more than what? 230,000 exactly. Spot on again. He has more chips than you. Just giving himself a little bit more think tank time.
We have to call.
Yeah, we do. And put them in. 174 for 22. If he calls, Gorinda's not expecting ace king.
No, that's a very good point, Tower. There might be a grim Gorinda grimace when this gets on its back. I think Keith, with head in hands at the moment, is thinking, I probably had the best hand here. And we know that he was ahead, but I think everyone's going to be surprised to see ace king over here.
You couldn't bin him.
I can't
Honestly, he could bin him and save his 20 bigs for tomorrow.
No.
And he's bin him.
No.
Wow.
No.
Whoa,
No.
whoa, whoa. Peter! 17 bigs for tomorrow.
No.
Whoa. Oh. And he's just showed him ace queen. That's the best show today. He just showed him ace queen, the final hand of the day. Wowzers, wowzers, wowzers. Wasn't expecting the fold.
Yeah. There's the grin on Gurinder. We thought it would be a grimace,
Yeah.
but grimace turns grin.
God, floor manager says one more hand.
Whew. This session has been utterly bonkers. I don't know what more to say.
Yep.
This is the last hand of the day, and thank you to everybody for sticking around for it. I mean, why would you ever want to leave this? It's been incredible.
Threes for Gurinder. Cheers, guys, who's just leaving us now after that ace king fold.
Not sure about this flat. In fact, this flat's just bad.
Yeah.
We've just got two
V's made
options
day
here.
two.
Yeah.
Chico's got nines.
Should be bouncing all over this as Chico. Making this. Make this 25. Maybe slightly less, 22, something like that would be. Just makes it, I'm going to make it 25. Folds round. Craig, King Jack of Spades in the small blind.
They go. Want to get involved, they get tangled in. He's got a good stack of 34
So
bigs
is
for
Gary.
tomorrow. Gurinder. In the bin they go, and that has been someday.
I don't know what to say.
Oh, that has been someday. We've had highs, we've had lows, we've had crazy folds, we've had crazy passes, we've had the rattlesnake going bonkers.
The yeah, just what do you say? Some of that. What do you even say to that? Other than thank you to everybody for sticking with us, and a massive shout out to Lime for all of the work that's been going on the Twitch chat as well.
And day one D counts, as you'd expect, Kendo, top of the tree, 900,000 chips. Gareth McGee on the outer table, 669. Neil Feenan making it with 405. Go on, Neil. Keith with 300. Pete Gill down there. Ronnie Paxton with 119,000 from day one D. So 16 and 22 make.
Come on, buddy.
38.
Well done, Tal.
Woo!
Quick maths for the win.
38, and there we go, just like that. 262, and down to the final 38. Tom Gill and Peter Gill. Related?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Is this Tom Gill who wanted a warning about the cricket?
Yeah.
Okay.
Tom has made it through. He made it through on one of the early flights. My golfing partner from North Berwick.
Okay.
He's a member of North Berwick Golf Course.
Gotcha.
And Neil Feeney is a member of Craigie Law Golf Course. And who else? Where's my
Next
golfing
on-
partner?
next on Tower
Where's
does
my
golf course
golfing partner?
membership. Yeah.
Where's my golfing partners? Oh man. No, but honestly, what a day. Enjoyed it.
Honestly, do you know what? All jokes and laughs and that aside, I absolutely loved every single second of that last session. That's the reason why we all do these streams, to give you guys the opportunity to see some of the stuff that you just don't see. So thank you for allowing us to
That was
find that
brilliant.
amazing stuff.
Absolutely
Amazing
outstanding. 38 tomorrow, down to a champion. Come and join us from 12:20. It could be epic. From the team, and we'll see you tomorrow. Ta-ta.
Right guys, full name and chip counts on the bags, please. Once you're done, just seal them, leave them in your seats. Day 2 is tomorrow at 12 o'clock. Please remember some form of